unite! Pokémon 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 unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokémon 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 unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
And all trainers alike, welcome back to the Asia Champions League 2025. This time, day number 2. I'll be with you. My name is JJ, and with me is Infinity. What's up?
Yeah, I'm really excited because yesterday we saw day number 1. It was a blast, a lot of 3-game series, and you know what? I'm expecting a lot more today.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, I was watching yesterday as well with you and Pickules, and it was really surprising how Thailand, out of all the regions in Southeast Asia, was able to, do a lot of damage to a lot of teams. Full Sense and buriram United has been doing so much work, and man, this time though, they're going to have different opponents, so different results as well. So for now, I guess I'm really just excited to see more of the matches. But for now, this is our schedule. This is the PUACL 2025 schedule. So we've already had day 1. Now we're going to day number 2, going into day number 7 up until January. Next would be the winter tournament for East and West Asia, day 1 to day 2 on December, and coming in East for day 3 and day 4, coming in going to that of the February. And then of course we have the finals at March.
A lot of Pokemon Unite action starting this month up until 2025. So a lot of Pokemon Unite action for the Pokemon Unite fans. And as always, with the draft rules, it's very standard from what we have seen in the past. It's pretty much a ban phase, pick phase, alternating between Team 1 and Team 2.
Oh no, yeah, and I mean, we always say that this is at least half of the game, right? Like, it's not just the actual, matches themselves, but the banning and the drafting phases is also part of the game, and definitely the mind games is stronger here than when they are playing, scoring in points. But of course, with that being said, we already have the draft rules. Let's go over to our game rules in just a moment.
Yeah, and pretty much the game rules, it's very standard. We saw it yesterday and we're just reiterating it to the viewers watching at home. It's a 10-minute matchup as usual, and then we're playing on Teoskai Ruins. No use limit, but something different this time around when it comes to the Pokemon usage for the teams. We cannot use Darkrai, Psyduck, and Serena as of yet here in ACL.
That's really interesting because we have been seeing, LAIC as well, the Latin America International Championships. They have been playing, yesterday and the previous day as well, but they have been able to use Darkrai. But for those who are wondering, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people who are wondering as well, there are a lot of people who are not using Darkrai in this tournament. It's because it is banned. So again, the ban list, Darkrai, Psyduck, and Serena. And of course, for our tournament rules, for this group stages at the very least, right? The first 7 days, we have single round robin, best of 3, 10 teams, and only 8 teams. We're gonna have to say goodbye to the 2 teams. Will qualify for the playoffs.
And this is exactly the reason why we mentioned yesterday, and we were reiterating that these teams have to really put their best foot forward in each and every single matchup, because there is only a single round robin. Yes, it's a best of 3, but these teams are only gonna meet once.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here we go. Obviously, after the single round robin, after the group stages, we're going to be heading off to our playoffs, which is going to be a double eliminations, best of 3. We have 8 teams in the tournaments coming in for this group stages, and only top 4 teams, again, only top 4 teams will qualify for the Pokemon Asia Champions League 2025 finals in Japan.
And really exciting, the opportunity to fly over into Japan to play Pokemon Unite for the Pokemon Asia Champions League is exciting stuff. And we keep on mentioning the roadmap, but now jumping onto the prize pool, a lion's share of the prize for the top 1 placer getting 20,000 USD. Following that would be 10,000, and then 7,500 for the third place here in ACL.
And then obviously it just goes down as you go over to the 8th place. But still, I'm going to be quite sad for the 2 teams that wouldn't be able to qualify for the playoffs, because they are not going to be able to get any share at all of the prize pool. But again, there's still 6 more days, including today, and they still have to play as much as they want, as much as they can, as powerful as they can, so that they would be able to get a share of that prize pool. But here you go, the leaderboards. We do have to apologize though that we may have had an error of our graphics yesterday, but this time it's already fixed. At number 1 we have Paper Rex. Next is Buriram United Esports, Alter Ego at 3 points, along with Elevate Full Sense, Onyx Rise, and evos Onyx. Followed by Talon, and then Miran Sejong and Blacklist International.
And for those of you guys that are wondering how these points are made, it's pretty much winning a series, getting 3 points, and then if you're able to at least get a win on a game in a series, you get 1 point. So that was how it's calculated. But jumping into the first matchup that we have, it's Alter Ego Esports. It's very familiar names here. It's Bubukat, Ikura, Ice, ZZ Ray, and Shingdi.
Right, so for those who are not familiar, because people are already familiar with the names, right? But for Bubukat, it might be a new name for other people. It actually is BKZ and now renamed to Bubukat. But this time though, we have Full Sense. This is Tirawat. We have SPU, Sunstage, Notsiza, and Mark God S. Really familiar names as well. They have been playing for quite a while. even on community tournaments, and even on WCS. So it's really just going to be amazing to see this match at all. However, if I'm going to be asked though, I'd say that Alter Ego definitely has more experience and more synergy over that of Full Sense, but I am quite welcome to be proven wrong by Full Sense.
Yeah, for sure. And yesterday we saw them perform out of their minds, especially down to Alter Ego Esports winning up against Miran Sejong in a 2-1 best of 3 series, and in Full Sense also won up against Talon. So this
Right.
time around, it's pretty much a signal booster for these two teams on what they can do here in ACL 2025. Can they beat each other, considering that they are currently the top runners here in ACL?
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, right? Like Thailand, they are a really great region, but compared to other regions, right? We have Malaysia, Singapore, we have Hong Kong and Taiwan. They have been on the shorter end of the stick, right? But this time though, just even on day one, they have not played that much, but day one they've already shown that they are already, climbing up, or maybe, they've already climbed up and they're showing their progress, they're showing their prowess to us all, and they're not here to lose, they're here to take the crown. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, going into game number 1, Alter Ego versus Full Sense.
Yeah, Alter Ego going in for the purple side selection. We talked about this yesterday. It's pretty much the priority constantly when it comes to these draft picks. Now, going through the bans, however, Blissey or Shifu immediately removed alongside Umbreon and Mimikyu, which are the priorities on purple side selection. So really, really good bans coming for Full Sense.
Right, so, man, I just have to point out that, Umbreon actually has a 100% pick rate for the entirety of day number 1. If it's not banned, then it is used by either of the teams. So definitely one of the most popular Pokemon, along with the Leafeon and the Mimikyu. But Charlotte, really strong Pokemon, especially his Reverend Rend. Definitely have to prioritize your attackers here. So really good pick here coming in from that of Alter Ego to start things off. But of course the counter here, Full Sense, Leafeon, amazing play, amazing early game, and going to late game, it just becomes a menace.
For sure. And now Mamoswine and Mew will follow through for Alter Ego. So strong hitters here coming right through for AE, having a lot of utilities from Mamoswine and that front line, and Mew for that extra damage. Full Sense, however, now rotating more towards those damage dealers and also those defensive capability Pokemon, bringing in Crustle and bringing in Miraidon.
Man, this is looking pretty good now for the composition coming in from that of Full Sense. As you mentioned, there's a defender, there's also the Eldegoss, and of course we have the backlane damage that is, of course, if you're right done friendly charge means, and of course the Bright Future Meteor Storm Unite move really does a lot of damage. But this is also a beautiful pick here coming in from Alter Ego, though they are on the more squishier side, especially with the Ceruledge, and of course we have the Mew and that of the Zoroark. But at the very least, they have chosen the Comfey as well to make sure that they have a bit of a tunneling into that of the Zoroark, making sure that it survives as long as possible and putting in a lot of damage. So they might be squishy, but at least they have the damage. But going into the side of Full Sense though, they have quite a balanced lineup here.
Yeah, for sure. And this is what Alter Ego used yesterday. Zoroark and Comfey, this has been the peanut butter and jelly, if you may. Or, well, yeah, it's really, really strong on what they did with Xingdi really being the funnel for Alter Ego, really getting all the gold, really getting all the experience rather. And at this point, it can be expected, jumping into game number 1, going and turning back from what they did yesterday in a dominating winning fashion of having Zoroark and the Comfey.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But man, this is going to be the first game of the day, and I have no doubts about Alter Ego, but Full Sense though is quite a different story here. Especially that if you join any tournament and you're the first game, and even more so that on stream, there's a different kind of nervousness that comes along with it. But I do hope that both of these teams would be able to get their footing immediately after game number 1. Game number 1 is going to decide whoever gets the momentum though. So, good luck to both of the teams, Alter Ego and Full Sense. Really amazing plays on day number 1, and we just hope to get a game number 3 immediately for the first game of the day.
And this is one of the patterns that I have been noticing so far. In day number 1, what we have been seeing is all about those all about those aggressive type of composition. You have the double defenders and then the triple attackers that we constantly see. And now Alter Ego, a little bit of a different story, but it's a similar pattern, right? You have Comfey and Mamoswine for that extra sustainability, and Saralege, Mew, and Zoroark to be the damage dealers, to be the backliners that could deal so much in terms of those team battles.
Oh no, yeah. And but for now though, we have to take note that they're both of them. If you can see as well, they're just starting off a little bit slow here, just to get try to get their stacks and prepare for the what do you call it? Like just prepare for that of the first set of the objective. But they're gonna be able to take in first one. Full Sense gonna be able to take in the first KO of the game.
Yeah, and it's very early into the matchup so far for Alter Ego, but something to take note. Zoroark is already at level 5. Shingdi will now start to scale and will start to look for those KOs, will start to look for those sneak attacks and look at the positioning for Shingdi.
Oh, here we go, though. They're going to be able to start it off. Shane, they're going to be able to take down that Miran, making sure that everyone lives another day for their own team. It's just going to, not to try to be too aggressive, but make sure that they're going to be able to take one up. But there you go, 2KO up top. Ultra Ego now has control of the top path. And at the same time, Shengdi is just trying to invade a bit here to remove some of the resources from that of Full Sense. But Full Sense is not going to, just surrender off of that. They want to push them back as soon as possible.
Yeah, and this is expected. This is what we mentioned a while ago. Zoroark Comfey combo is going to be a powerhouse for Alter Ego. Already at level 6, so now Comfey attaches onto Zoroark. This will start to ramp up. Full Sense, however, loses Lucario.
Right, and there you go. There's gonna be another one as well, 1-for-1 trade. Oh no, never mind. No, sorry, it's a 2-for-1 trade. We have the Charlotte gonna be taken out as well. This is also good that what they're trying to do here. KT just going into that of the Charlotte, and at the same time, if the Zoroark is ready, then just go over to that of the Zoroark, ensuring that they would be able to survive and push out more damage as possible. But here you go, Sunsage and Ice here trying to have a 1v1 moment down bottom. But as we can see, the beasts are going to be coming up in 10 seconds before we have that of the first set of objectives.
And something new from day number 1 here to day 2. Usually what we see for Miraidon is going to be the charge beam, going to be that main damage leaders from the backside, along potentially for Leafeon now for Full Sense in game number 1. But this time around, Miraidon went more for the Electro Drift to be more aggressive, to be more of that face front type of matchup.
No, I think they really needed that though, because especially with how squishy the Pokemon is for Ultra Ego, they need to get in to put in a lot of damage. But speaking of which, Full Sense is now going to be able to try to get in, but Miraidon is not going to be able to get away. They're going to be able to take down one in the process as they are trying to regroup, to get this Regieleki and try to steal this away actually. But never mind, the Full Sense are going to be able to secure it for themselves, and they're not going to be able to take down one. But Shingdi with a Unite move is just going to be able to take down two as well. They said you might be able to call the ambulance, but it's not going to be for me. It's going to be for you.
And now, with Alter Ego dominating that team battle, Shingdi will be able to deny the Regieleki alongside with Mew for Alter Ego, so that Full Sense might have gotten the objective, but it will be denied.
Man, it's quite an amazing play here for both of the teams, but unfortunately though, Ice is still at level 8, still not a Mamoswine, so not gonna be able to help as much, though they already have the Ice Fang. But we can see how much that is much of a problem, as they still don't have their Unite moves. But with that being said, you're gonna be able to take down 2 in the process and destroy the first tier score goal into that of the bottom path for Alter Ego.
Yeah, very traditional. It's a trade back and forth for both sides here. Once a team gets a pressure onto the top pad, alternatively, the opponent will go for the bottom pad. It's always finding these trades. It's always finding these values anywhere in the map.
No, yeah, and again, I just have to commend Full Sense here, because they can really answer back into Alter Ego. They might be able to lose one factor of their game, but immediately after, they can find where they can catch up, just like what you have mentioned, or maybe even getting in a bit of a KO here, but making sure that they can get one of their own as well, not making sure that Alter Ego gets away with free real estate.
Yeah, although something to worry about here for the side of Full Sense, they're still on a level disadvantage. They're still on the XP disadvantage. Alter Ego is already standing foot at level 12, level 11, in average level 10 across the board. Full Sense still
Hmm.
lacking behind to some of the Pokemon. So they really have to step up. They have to find values. They have to find something in these battles. Because sooner or later, we're jumping in to the Rayquaza in just a bit, in 2 minutes, 3 minutes time. And they have to find value. They have to find something.
Right. I'm not just quite sure if this is the right play here because, Full Sense just trying to get into this Regieleki, not knowing that everyone else is on top, but at the very least, the Lucario is there. But, that they have just, well, surrendered that of the Regieleki. And I think, like, Regieleki is going to be, putting up a lot of pressure into the side of Full Sense in comparison to that of the Regieleki if they decided to, like, surrender the Reggie Ice rather instead. But, I kind of understand it as well. They have to level up as much, not try to get into any team fights just to prepare for that of the incoming Ray fight.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Getting the Regieleki for Alter Ego onto the top pad,
Hmm.
there's two sides of the coin, right? One would put pressure, but the other one would be denying out from Full Sense on that
Right.
potential. Because this thing is, Alter Ego still has that tier 1 goals on top pad. If they get Regieleki, that will put a lot of pressure onto Alter Ego's side, so they
Hmm.
want to deny it out from them. Yes, it may not go into the tier 2 goal zone against Full Sense, but it doesn't matter.
Right, but I mean, like going to that, I think that
Shingy.
is quite a pretty huge risk going to that. But though Shingy is gonna be taken out along with KT, are they gonna be able to get one more? Oh, the Rock Tomb is gonna be able to take down Z-Ray. Z-Ray now close in, but the Reverend Ram is gonna be popped up as well. But there we go, the Meteor Storm gonna be able to take down one as well. But that is quite a huge loss coming from Full Sense. This is what they're trying to prevent. This is why they did not go for the Regieleki to contest that away from Alter Ego because they know they're gonna lose off of the team fight. That's why they wanted to get in a bit more of the levels before they go in against Alter Ego. But here we are at right now. Full Sense needs those levels. They need to prepare for that incoming Ray fight in just a few seconds.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They could still get a Reggie into the bottom pad. This would give them extra buff. Fighting onto the Rayquaza pit, which is really going to be important here. And I reckon Full Sense wants to contest it. They want to fight it because if they lose it, they're going to be at disadvantage in a team battle later on.
Oh, for sure. But here you go, though. Full Sense has control of the Regieleki. Let's just find out, though, if they're going to be able to take this Reggie Eyes, rather. But never mind, no, the Mammosaur is going to be taken out. That's okay. That's fine. They're going to be able to respond back, before that of the Rayquaza. But they just have to get away here, or they
Shinji.
yeah, they're going to need to, lock in here if they want to take the Rayquaza. But unfortunately, Shinji is going to be able to get away. That's a beautiful mobilization coming in from that of the Zoroark. And there's going to be 2 down in the process for Full Sense. Alter Ego now has control of the Rayquaza. I think they have a bit of a miss communication off of that moment. But never mind, though. Leafeon's going to be able to steal that away. Here we go. The Meteor Storm, that's still not going to be enough to take down Z-Ray. But 2 down in the process, along with the Lucario, allowing them to put in some scores. But again, we have to remember, there's still a minute and a half left. And Alter Ego can still make this. Never mind, though. They have 3 Pokemon. No, maybe 4. That's going to be down in just a bit.
They can no longer do anything. Full Sense was able to put the distance so far ahead. 200-point difference, and Alter Ego lost 3 of their Pokemon immediately coming out from that fight, coming out from the Rayquaza objective. And Full Sense, Leafeon getting the steal on Rayquaza changed everything and won them the game.
Oh, wow. That was actually an amazing play here for both of the teams. At one point, I really thought that Full Sense should have locked in. Right when the Rayquaza came out, and if they were able to take down, Shengdi, KT, and I believe that was Ice as well, they would have been able to control that off the Rayquaza. But unfortunately, they had a bit of a miscommunication, I'd say, which allowed Alter Ego to actually get away, and basically punish them for doing so and allowing them to get in that other Rayquaza. But at the very least, we have the Leafeon as well stealing away this Rayquaza from them, not allowing Alter Ego to, well, punish them, right? From not being able to, from being able to get away from that of the Full Sense.
Yeah, and Alter Ego just hoping to get those dunks in tier 2 goal zone, but full sense positioning, just waiting onto the base and then jumping from the catapult. Once Alter Ego steps foot in tier 2 goal zone, that will make it for a game 1 for full sense.
That's a beautiful game here coming in from Full Sense. Really, game number 1, they've it's great to see that they are proving themselves to be a very strong contender, a really strong team, even going up against Alter Ego. And man, Full Sense, this is going to be a statement now, even if they can get in 2-0 against that of Alter Ego, because we all know for a fact that Alter Ego is one of the crown kings of Southeast Asia, and Full Sense is, well, they can't make sense of that. They want to be the wins. They want to be the winner.
And the thing is, like yesterday, Full Sense already showed up big time, right? Beating the likes of Talon, one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in the Philippines, was able to bring them down. And now they were wanting the crowns of these teams, these organizations, the winningest teams here in Asia. They want to take the same pedestal amongst them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, just look at this though. Like, they are already on the losing end, right? Right until the 8-minute mark. But they have had a bit of a problem, as we've seen earlier, going into the Rayquaza. But it didn't matter because they were able to bounce back up immediately, get in the Rayquaza, thanks to that of the Leafeon, and be able to score back up against that of Alter Ego. Because if they weren't able to get that Rayquaza, from there on out, there's still like a minute and a half left of the game, but it's already done. Since Alter Ego already has the lead anyway.
Yeah, and the thing is, jumping onto like the overall gist and the purview of Alter Ego and Full Sense game number 1, it's not about like having a mistake in the composition. It's not about having a mistake on their execution.
Oh no, I
Because
don't
Alter
think
Ego,
so, no.
Alter Ego did an amazing job setting foot, coming in from the early game up until the mid game. If you're looking at it, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, they have a 110-point lead up against Full Sense. And the final fight into the bottom path, it was Boo Cat who was just waiting on the sidelines, went in for a sneak attack, getting the double KO streak up against Full Sense. So they had the numbers advantage. So in theory, it was really good that they want to force the Rayquaza. They are the numbers advantage. It was a 5v3, however, Leafeon was just waiting as well for the right time to get the steal, and when they did, it was Full Sense who's able to take the win.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, as I mentioned earlier as well, right? Like, I don't really think that this is there's a problem with the composition, a team comp of Alter Ego, right? I think it has a good comp, and it's just that they are leaning more into attack prowess in comparison to that of Full Sense's team comp, which is comprised of a very balanced composition compared to that of Alter Ego. But they still made it work, and that's why I am not really worried about that of Alter Ego, because I know for a fact that they can make it work, and they did. But the Rayquaza is really different.
Yeah, they have a very balanced type of composition. You have pretty much like frontliners with Crystal. You have Miraidon actually going in for the Electro Drift as well to follow suit along with the likes of Lucario to deal damage, and Leafeon as that Moran Burst type of setup. It's just really unfortunate onto the Rayquaza. It really changed the game for Alter Ego for the worst. And I think that's something coming down into the game number 2. Game number 3, they have to be a bit more risk averting strategies coming down into the final seconds, final minutes of the game, because as always here in Pokemon Unite, one Rayquaza fight, once you get it, you're pretty much on the leading edge against your opponent.
Oh yeah, for sure. But this time though, I do not think that Alter Ego is going to allow that to happen once again. So Full Sense, they might have been able to win game number 1, but they have to maintain this momentum. They have to maintain this strategy that they've had, going into game number 2, if they want to win against Alter Ego. And again, as I mentioned, getting a 2-0 against that of Alter Ego is going to send waves not only to the region, but to everyone in the world watching right now. Again, we have India is playing right now as well. We have Japan playing their ACL qualifiers as well, and of course the LAIC, I believe it's already finished, but that only goes to show that everyone else is now watching this.
And now Jumping into game number 2, however, you have the Leafeon priority for Alter Ego and Full Sense, going in for Starter Ledge, and hopefully Eldegoss or Clefable having that extra support. However, looking at this Alter Ego, I don't think they're going in for the same strategy that they did in game number 1, going in for the likes of Zoroark and Comfey. I think they're going to pivot to something else. They're looking for a bit more balance. They're looking for a bit of that extra strength jumping into this game number 2. And now for the side of Full Sense, however, they're still lacking onto that front line. So hopefully we can see that sometime soon.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, at this point on, I do understand, right? Like they have to get in their their bruiser first, their main source of damage. But Mewtwo X though, really interesting pick here. For those who doesn't know as well, this is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing Mewtwo X in every region actually. For the ACL, this is the first time that they have it on stream at the very least. But having a Meteor Storm, having that Miraidon is still a very good pick for a back laner. But Alter Ego, what's going to be the answer here?
Yeah. They're just not going for the Zoroark Comfey anymore. I think they need a little bit more balance. The reason why is Comfey is really strong if you really want to go all in into a single Pokemon and just bring it all out. However, that's not something that they could risk coming into game number 2, so they have to do something else, a more utility-centric type of Pikachu, having that extra support rather than having a sustained supporter into this game, and Matchup to be one of the bruisers into the front line as well.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I totally agree with you 100%. Just because of the fact that, if they have the Comfey in their composition that's essentially -1 in their team, sure, it might sustain their attacker, but not having additional damage, you do, but it's not as likely to have, like, say, a Pikachu, right? Especially with the Cursed Incense, with the Ball Tackle and the Thunder Electro Ball, really, and then the Thunderstorm, which allows you to not only support your teams but also provide a lot of damage, which Comfey is lacking. But going into the side of a Full Sense, though, we are going to be able to see the return of the Garchomp this time around. So really interesting stuff here. I want to see how they're going to be able to get in against that of the composition of Alter Ego right now, especially that there's a lot to handle that. A Garchomp. We have the Machamp with. We have the Machamp, we have the Pikachu that can essentially stall it for like 2 or 3 seconds, allowing Alter Ego to just diminish that Garchomp.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, Alter Ego, if you're gonna look at it from outside perspective, they don't have any supporter, right? And we touched on it about Pikachu being that pseudo supporter for Alter Ego. Along with Mew can also be considered as one, but the thing is, I think when it comes to that utility-wise, Pikachu can do pretty much something similar to what Eldegoss can do, a bit more utility, having that AoE damage perspective for that team battle. We're in. If we're gonna look at game number 1, that is what Alter Ego lost. Coming in from game 1, it was that Rayquaza fight, and now Pikachu has much more effect in those perspective, in those type of team fights.
Right, and it does have more coverage as well. I mean, as I mentioned, we have the Thunderstorm, which is a moving AoE really of a damage, and that is what they did not have yesterday. Sorry, not yesterday, but earlier in game number 1. My apologies. But going into this game though, let's find out how they're going to be changing things up, because Full Sense definitely is putting in some work here up top, but they're going to be able to take in the first KO as well of the game. The Gibble is going to be taken out.
Yeah, this is to be expected. They have the Leafeon, and when you have the Leafeon, you have that strength coming into the early game. So they have to utilize that. They have to utilize that power coming in from Xingdi, looking for that early aggression, looking for those early KOs, having an edge when it comes to those XPs and levels against their opponents. So it's all about Xingdi having to roam around the map, having to look and go for those sneak attacks.
Oh no, yeah, and I mean, BKZ here, Bubukat just wants to get in their stacks, and once Bubukat gets their stacks, I think it's just going to be a steamroll from here on out, which Full Sense is trying really hard to prevent, but with only the Gibble right now up top, it's going to have a hard time.
For sure. And now looking at it, Alter Ego just setting up the plays here onto the top pad, and expectedly they want the Regieleki. They want that pressure. We talked about the aggression a while ago, and having the Regieleki sets them up for good.
Here you go. Barrage blow is well, it's not here yet, but the submission is gonna be doing in a lot of damage, allowing them to get in. But here you go, pushing in full sense up top here, low on HP. What are you gonna be able to get to do here? Not much is what's going to happen.
Yeah. And Alter Ego, full stance, really close there, but this is really good. They got the Altarias and the Swablues in the middle, in the central area. However, Leafeon will go down.
Yeah, Leafeon is going to be taken down as well as the Mew, allowing Full Sense to get in a bit of a pressure up top, putting in some points here. They don't really need to take them all out, but if they can, that would be amazing. But here you go, Charge Mew is going to be putting down 2 in the process for Alter Ego. Now maybe 1 more KT. If you're not careful here, you're not going to be able to survive this with 3v1. Not at this level, not until when you can get in your Unite move. But here you go, after putting in some points, they are now going to disengage.
And the strength of Alter Ego lies in their poking potential. If you're gonna look at it, you have Mew, you have Pikachu, you have Leafeon, and Xingdi went in for the Razor Leaf, and then pretty much Mew and Pikachu will be that backline damage. However, if you lose that front line, there's no one that can tank for the team. So really, Alter Ego's main perspective would be the frontliners, because they have to keep up the pace. They have to survive these fights and prolong the matchup so that Alter Ego would have that edge in terms of that damage from that long-range distance fight.
Right, and I do like what Alter Ego is doing here as well. They acknowledge the fact that Full Sense is kind of like ahead in terms of like a team fight here, especially with their composition. But just getting in that Registeel is probably enough to get them the buff that they need to get then this team fight. But there you go, Leafeon is gonna be able to take down that Garchomp, one of the biggest threats against that of Alter Ego, allowing them just to get in this Regieleki. But Full Sense with that Regieleki is now going to be able to get away, quite safely away from that of Alter Ego. But I don't think this is going to be enough, though. I don't think this is going to be the end of the team fight, as they want to get in this Mewtwo as well. But Mewtwo, just gets away. Spoo goes to live another day. But never mind, though.
Nice bag coming into the backside. Mew goes for the KO on Mewtwo X. Now Full Stance loses him out and being sent back to the base. But at this point, there's no objective to fight for. So Alter Ego and Full Sense rather would just play it safe, would just play it patiently and just stack up on XP.
Oh wow, look at that Dragon Claw coming in from that Garchomp, but unfortunately not much of a damage was being able to follow up, though, just being allowing them to be punished. Unfortunately, getting into KO in the process. Reverend Rand is going to be popped up just to get away, but still not going to be enough to take down anyone from the top path.
Yeah, but they're going to put down pressure. Thunderstorm already used.
Oh, there we go. Thunderstorm just to buy some time, putting in some scores. Beautiful, quick maths here. Just allowing one guy to put in 40 and one to just rotate down bottom. Xingdi now still has 40. He's going to have a hard time putting this down, especially, as we all know that, having a lot of points means the slower you can put points. But there you go. Ice Fang just to get in this. Miraidon is going to be enough. And Ice here just waiting for the right moment to get in one more.
Yeah, exactly. One of the great positions.
There you go.
Once more.
Oh my, beautiful jump coming in from that of the Mamoswine. But here you go. Mystical Mirage is going to be popped up as well, but it's not going to be enough, though. The Elder Gun is going to be taken out, the Pikachu as well, too. But here you go. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to be popped up. And here comes the Mega Evolution from that of the Mewtwo as well. That's going to be 2 down into the side of Alter Ego. They're going to be able to put up 1 more. Yes, they will. The Machamp is going to be going down as well. Mega Mewtwo is still up and the running. Full Sense. Spoo did a huge bet here, a huge risk of allowing, them to getting some time for them to be able to take in that Reggie down bottom, and they were able to get in quite a beautiful fashion. No, there's no casualties at all for that team fight. Full Sense definitely won that one.
And the thing about the composition of Full Sense, it's all about that chasing potential. Oh, Mewtwo X.
Not yet, not
in
yet.
danger. But coming back into that discussion here, Full Sense's composition is all about that chasing power.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But Eyes here, definitely one of the biggest threats here for Full Sense, especially with that of the high horsepower into that of the Ice Fang, just allowing Alter Ego to eat them up for breakfast. And Full Sense, they already had a good run from that of the early game to the mid game. I don't think they want to lose that going into the Rayquaza, because Alter Ego is slowly but surely climbing back up against them, going into this Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, and The chasing powers of Full Sense right now, I think they've been constantly being utilized, right? You have Garchomp that has so much distance that can close quite quickly as well. If you're gonna look at how he's been playing, just because of the Dragon Rush availability for Mark Gods, and then you have Ledge with a huge mobility as well. Mewtwo
Mhm.
X, we all know chasing potential is really good alongside Miraidon, and Full Sense has to capitalize on it.
Oh yeah, I mean it doesn't have future sight, but it does have side track, allowing it. Even if you can like try to get away, if you are targeted by that of the side track, you're going to have a huge problem. But there you go, beautiful submission coming in from that of the Machamp, getting in that Mewtwo. But there's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. He's gonna be going out as well, and of course there you go, the Garchomp is gonna be taken out in the process. 2-for-1 Alter Ego definitely wins that one, and just preparing to get in the position for that of the Reggie down bottom, then to that of the Rayquaza. Full Sense, though, currently at a deficit.
Yeah, but now Full Sense wants to contest the Reggie Steal down in bottom pat. Matchup already down low.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, Registeel, this is just going to be used as a bait for their team. But look at that eyes, almost taken out though. But still, oh, Infinite Silence, 2 in the process, 2-for-1, Omega 3, 4. Oh my goodness, they now have the lead, the positional advantage into that Rayquaza. They have to take this one now. And as I have mentioned, getting into 2KO against Alter Ego is putting out the crown away from Alter Ego. Full Sense getting the Rayquaza uncontested for themselves, telling, hey, Alter Ego, we might have breakfast, we're going to have lunch, but we're going to take your dinner as well. You're not going to have anything at all with you at this time. This is game number 1. Full Sense taking in the team wipe and the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and game 2 is looking really, really tense here for Alter Ego. They want to take a win to bring this into 3 games. However, Full Sense is just going full all in terms of this series, and Alter Ego just has to bow their knees against Full Sense as they show and put up a signal on what they can do here in ACL.
Dude, that's I believe that is what they wanted to do in game number 1, right? That's what they wanted to do in game number 1. They wanted to lock in. They wanted to bait down Alter Ego. Alter Ego takes in their bait, and unfortunately, while they wanted to lock in a down bottom in game number 1, unfortunately there was not a lot of they were not complete. They were not able to lock in. But this time though, they were able to do what they wanted to do in game number 1. From that of the Reggie down bottom, just baiting down Alter Ego and essentially taking them out before the
backside.
But here you go, some damage is going to be popped up here. Miran and that of the Mewtwo is going to be taken out as well. 222, 20 more seconds. Are they going to be able to, get away? Are they going to be able to score back up against Full Sense? Full Sense on the full defense right now. 3 down into the side of Alter Ego. They'll make that 2, they'll make the 4, and now a team wipe is up again. That is the second team wipe here for Full Sense. Alter Ego surrendering as well. It's not really a surrender because they already lost. Just a few seconds left anyway. But still, Full Sense making Full Sense of their name and putting their name down into the region as well, taking 2-0 against Alter Ego.
Yeah, what a fantastic showing here by Full Sense on what they have done here in series number 1. We're just at the start, JJ Kun, and we're already seeing how high caliber of a match and mechanics are these players really going out for here in Pokemon Unite ACL.
Oh man, it's quite reminiscent of day number 1. What would you say? Like the first game, 2-0, and then everything else, everything else becomes a 3-match games.
Yeah, and possibly we're gonna have the similar fashion here, having the very first one on 2-0, and then the rest of the series would be 3 games. Although we'll see, because
we'll see.
Today's matchups are going to be a bit stacked.
Dude, just using your own words, we're jinxing it. We don't want to jinx it. But again, really amazing match here. Full Sense again, just game number 1, they already played good. They were able to, Ultra Eco was able to control the early game number 1. Going to game number 2, Full Sense had the control from the early game to the mid game, and as I mentioned earlier, they don't want to give it up to Ultra Ego by the late game, and they did not, making use of that of the Reggie down bottom, baiting down Alter Ego, and when they took the bait, they just took them all out as well.
and just looking at how Alter Ego was playing, this is already to be expected. Coming into the early game, they have the Pikachu, they have the Leafeon, they have the Mew, they could set up the plays here. Constant rotations coming in from Mew and Pikachu specifically. They want those pokes running around the map. However, full sense, once Garchomp reaches the final evolution, Mamoswine reaching the final evolution as well, onto full sense. Rather, the Ceruledge and the Miraidon roaming around for full sense. It's all about having that very defensive, capable Pokemon in the front line. It's very difficult for Alter Ego to burst them down.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you, right? Like, and it's just full sense having that of the advantage, right? From that of the early game to the mid game, they definitely had the advantage into that of going to the Rayquaza, but there was quite a moment right in the game where Alter Ego was able to catch up against that of full sense, allowing them to just get try to step back just a bit, and from there on out they just made sure they are ready. They bait them out, take them one by one, and essentially just take the game immediately after.
Yeah, and I think that's really all about the execution here. In terms of composition, right? Alter Ego did their very best.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I totally agree. Again, these Pokemon are the same Pokemon that they have been playing for, well, since before, right? So they're really comfortable with these Pokemon, but it's just that a full sense. I don't know how they made sense of that, but you already saw it from a mile away. I'm pretty sure they really studied Alter Ego inside and out.
Yeah, we'll see. On to the next one. We're just gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's the second series of the day.
Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
What a beautiful showing of game number 1 that is of Full Sense and Alter Ego. But this time though, we're going to have buriram united, and of course miran miran social. And here we go. Game number 2 of the day, match number 2, Infinity. What can you say about this game, about these teams, based on what happened yesterday?
Well, BRU, when we're looking at it, won up against Blacklist International in a dominating fashion, 2-0 when they fought the very last series yesterday in day number 1. However, they only got 1 win up against PRX. And I think that is a good sign. That is a really, really powerful sign that they could actually put in some wins here in ACL.
Oh, no, yeah. And I mean, we already know these guys as well. I believe there's only like 2 players that's new here in this lineup, but the rest is basically XTG, right? XTG that played in the most recent WCS World Championships. But here you go as well, buriram United Esports. Really amazing play, just really amazing play from yesterday as well. And they might have a player named Very Sad Story, but thus far they have not had any sad story from day number 1.
Yeah, it is. And now looking at Miran Sajong, for MRS's side, they were not able to win a series yesterday. They lost up against Alter Ego, and I think it's still it's still relatively good, right? They won at least a game in their respective series against AE, and AE is one of the strongest right now here in ACL.
Oh no, yeah, but here you go though. Starting off with that of the ban face, Mewtwo Y has been quite a popular pick as well. One of the most banned Pokemon rather. So it's Mewtwo Y, Mimikyu, Leafeon, and of course we have the Umbreon, and then obviously followed by that of the Blissey and the Urshifu. So we might be able to expect the same kinds of ban as well for the rest of the day. But here you go. As I mentioned, Mewtwo Y, Urshifu into that of Mimikyu and Umbreon, and definitely a Leafeon is going to show up in this game. That's for sure.
Yeah. And Leafeon going through from Miran Sajong. For the side of BRU, there's still a lot of options that they can pick up, right? Here we can see the likes of Ceruledge to come through. This is really, really strong from what we have seen so far. And then you also have the likes of Hoopa if they want those resets to go through. So these are some of the options that BRU can pick up.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, Hoopa, unfortunately, I believe there's it only won 2 games yesterday, if I'm being correct here. Oh, never mind, it won 5 games but lost 7, so like 41% win rate from yesterday. But here you go though. Well, Miran Sejong going in for that of the Blissey as their support, which is a really huge pick as well. We have the Egg Bombs, just to be sort of a utility. I'd say more of a utility, and of course, a healer as well. We are definitely going to be able to see that of the its Unite move being able to funnel basically that of the Leafeon. But here you go, Zacian up top into the buriram United Esports.
I have mixed feelings with Zacian picked up coming from BRU, because from what we have seen, even in Latin America, it doesn't really have that much impact compared to before, where Zacian was formerly in EX. He was really dominating the arena. He was constantly dominating Teoskai Ruins, and so far, Zacian right now, still a bit strong, very sustaining, has a bit of damage, but not as impactful from what we have seen formerly. But Mamoswine gonna follow through. For Miran Sejong's side, they're gonna pick up Gyarados and Revenant.
Oh no. I'd say that this is looking pretty bleak for that of the Zacian unless they can follow through with the back laner. Because look at this though, Buriram United Esports does not have any backlane damage dealer, though they are hovering into that of the Greninja. That might be their backlane damage, going in for the water shuriken instead of the surf. But it's at the moment, at this very moment, I'd say that Miran Sejong definitely has that of the advantage in terms of their composition, mainly because of the Gyarados. Mainly because of the Gyarados, right? With that of the bounce and the bounce and the dragon current as well. But at the same time, we have a Trevenant here with the wood hammer, essentially just lining them all up. And as I've mentioned, they don't have much of a backlane damage in comparison to except for that of Greninja, which is very squishy as well. So one bonk from that of the Trevenant, it might essentially just be gone.
Yeah, and it's all about just stacking up the prowess here for Miran Sejong. You have a lot of capability to set foot in terms of that front line. However, it is going to be direct onto Trevenant to set up the plays because there's no one else that can do it, right? Gyarados can with the Dragon Current. That would be one of the situations wherein you really have to go through. Gyarados would be the follow-up by Trevenant.
Right.
But if Trevenant will not be able to set up the play, it will be really difficult for Miran Sejong to do anything in a team fight.
Right, no, I totally agree with you. But then again, I mean, I guess that's why there's the Blissey as well, with the Egg Bomb, just providing just a bit more of those knockoffs, allowing the Leafeon and the Miraidon to do their, Charge Beam or, the Thunder or, their Unite moves for that matter. Solar Blade, there we go. Just to put in that much of the damage. But here you go, going into BRU. Hopefully, what I've said is wrong, and Buriram United Esports could prove me wrong.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, these two competition is really dependent on, like, a certain Pokemon to set up the plays, right? For BRU, you have Crystal and Zacian that could set up, that could go into the front lines. Really amazing stuff there for BRU, but Ledge and Greninja has to follow up. And this would be very difficult if you're looking at Miran Sejong's side, wherein Trevenant and Gyarados would still be there.
Oh no, I totally agree with you, right? So I guess it all ends up to whoever's going to be able to set up the other team. The first one to who would be able to set it up would definitely be the one winning the team fight. But let's find out though. Zacian is now at level 4, almost going to have that Metal Claw as well. Metal Claw or perhaps the Sacred Sword. There you go.
Yeah, it really depends on what type of setup they want to do for Zacian, for BRU. But so far, very standard across the board. No hyper-aggression type of plays and attacks that both these teams are doing. They're still waiting for the evolutions to happen because Miran Sejong is still waiting for Magikarp to evolve as well as Trevenant.
Oh, there you go. That is just a pick off, right? Going into that of the Leafeon, getting Ayaka getting in their buffs as well. That's going to be quite a huge blow here into the side of Miran Sejong. But with that being said, though, they're still waiting for that of the Beast to come out.
Yeah, this is really strong for BRU. They're showing their dominance here in the early game with Ledge going in with a Forest Invade. And the thing is, like, Miran Sejong, they're still waiting for Phantom to go into Trevenant. They're still waiting for those evolutions to happen. So for just a bit of those trade backs. But Jaejong in danger.
Yeah, Jaejong definitely in danger, but going to be able to jump out, with the bounce. Beautiful jump, ensuring that Buriram United Esports would not have much of XP, because they already have the lead. As right now, they have a bit of a small lead against that of Miran Sejong. You don't want that gap to go over even more so, because you want to set them up, for a KO.
Yeah, and I want to put a quick point, right? Gyarados went in for the bounce. And this is really supporting the idea on how Trevenant wants to set up the play and Gyarados will follow.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Unite move as well, right? It's not going to be enough to just rely on the Unite move to get in some knockoffs because, well, it takes a while to charge up. So definitely this, bounce will really need, as you have mentioned, really need that Trevenant to set up everyone, line up everyone into the side of Buriram United Esports so that everyone else, right, can push in the damage against them. But here we go. As I mentioned, here comes the backlane damage. That is the Greninja with the Water Shuriken.
Yeah, there's no one else that can do it because Miraidon also went in with a Charge Beam. Now, BRU contesting Red Hero.
Here we go. Bonking is what I'm saying. Charge beam as well, but buriram Esports is going to be the one
Backside.
taking that Reggie Seal. But there you go. The Blitz is now going to be taken out, and the Leafeon as well. And there you have it. One more into the side. Are they going to? Oh wow! Look at this aggression coming from that of the Zacian. CGC is going to push them back, allowing BRU to destroy the first score goal. And now they're still not done. They want to go up top to take in that Regieleki.
Yeah, and this is the problem of having a composition that's heavily reliant on one or two Pokemon to set up the plays. As for BRU's side, anyone can do it. Zacian and Mamoswine is there for them. That could both set up the plays or be the frontliners for each other, wherein Ledge and Greninja would be the damage dealers. For Miran Sejong, they can do nothing once they lose the likes of Trevenant or Gyarados in a single fight.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. We are seeing the consequences of choosing that composition now. But if they can set it up, then it's all good. But the question is, it's easier said than done. So if they're not going to be able to do it, then they're going to be eaten up here by buriram United Esports, as they are now using the Regieleki to bait each other out.
Yeah, BRU has information off this. Pretty much they are on a 3-2 type of setup. They're just waiting for the right time before they execute and before they come through into Regieleki. But very low HP already, and Miran Sejong will get it for free.
Oh, here you go though. Miran Sejong this might be the start of Miran Sejong's revenge against that of buriram United Esports. Here you go. And Current's gonna be popped up as well, knocked up, but no follow through. Oh, never mind. There's a follow through. Gonna be able to get in that amazing Leafeon. Gonna be able to take down two, but maybe perhaps Greninja as well. But the Greninja is gonna be able to get. Oh, there we go.
Wow.
KO 2-for-1 trade. And getting in that score goal as well. I think that's a very beautiful trade in favor of Miran Sejong.
If you saw that, Rainy D went in for the eject button to try and chase down Gyarados, but Gyarados went in for the eject button on the opposite direction. That was a fantastic mechanical play coming in from Jong rather, for Miran Sejong. From what they did there, a really fantastic set of micro plays. But BRU now with a dominating team fight will get another objective.
I just noticed as well, right? Like the Leafeon is not using Solar Blade, but instead is using Razor Leaf, which is actually a pretty more balanced, right? Like they're not really they're making sure that they cover their they cover the lapses. Because if they went in for the Solar Blade, then definitely all the key moments would have to be relied on that of the Trevenant, as we have mentioned again and again. But with Solar Blade, it allows it for a bit of flexibility, right? Into the side of the Leafeon and Miran Sejong as a whole.
Yeah, and I think that's the current setup that's constantly happening. Even in day number 1 yesterday, it's always at Razor Leaf. We haven't seen Solar Blade since forever here in ACL 2025. And yes, we're still in day number 2, but yes, it's forever since we last saw Solar Blade.
Oh, for sure. But here you go, though. Just trying to get in, poking each other out, essentially, while waiting for that Reggie. Like, I think we're going to be seeing another team fight here in just a moment as they are about to see each other out.
Yeah, 5 seconds remaining for the Regieleki to come through, and BRU, if they can set up the plays, at least get a pick off, it would be really nice here. But Faza already down low, so that would be a devastating situation for BRU.
Oh, high horsepower, beautiful high horsepower, but they need to follow through. They're gonna be able to take on the Blissey as well. But here comes the Dragon Current. Now they're gonna be able to knock up a lot here. 1-for-1 trade. Zacian's gonna be taken down as well in the process. But now buriram Esports does have the lead here. They have the HP lead, but oh my goodness, look at that Mamoswine just eating everything from that of the charge beam. You're not gonna get charged up because of that. You're just gonna be taken out, and that's what happened. But here you go, though. buriram United Esports still not gonna be, done here, but because they want to seal away this Regieleki, but because there's only one left into the side of BRU, they're not going to be able to take that one up. Miran Sejong takes the Regieleki for themselves, and I don't think they're done yet. They want to take very sad story, and it is now a very sad story indeed as they get taken out.
Looking at the flip side, however, BRU, yes, they let go off the Regieleki in top path. However, you have Rainy D, who was able to dunk 50 points onto the tier 2 goal zone in the bottom path, and now they're starting the Regi as well, and they take it. So it's a 1-for-1 objective trade here for both sides.
Oh my goodness, though. Like, in just 10 seconds, however, we have to take note. There's still the Rayquaza, and everyone is up, but unfortunately, I believe only the Blissey does have its Unite move, coming in with that Bliss assistance. But at the same time, Zacian has one as well. Sovereign Sword, definitely damage over sustain. And let's find out what's going to happen. Oh, Leafeon does have Emerald 2-step now, though.
And the positioning is flawless coming from Spirits, just waiting for time. If ever you're United Esports step foot in the wrong direction, they could definitely set up the play for the better. And now BRU
Mm,
knows that they are in the lead. Looking at the position, Zacian is just defending the tier 2 goal zone.
mm.
Serlich is more hovering in the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path. So they're not letting any opportunities through for Miran Sejong to at least dunk any points whatsoever.
Right. This is going to be quite bleak though against that of buriram United Esports because we have to consider the fact that Brand Strategies Unite move more or less are mostly just crowd control. And here you go, the Brand Sejong is now poking down buriram United Esports. They want them to make a mistake. They want them to take the bait, and they want to punish them at the same time. And BRU needs to take account of this.
Yeah, and this is devastating for them. Bufaza already down low. This is going to be dangerous because BRU is dependent on the Mammal Swine to set up the place for them so that the rest of the crew can follow up. And Zacian is nowhere to be found.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here you go, the Lization. As you had just have mentioned, Spirits though is almost isolated. Beautiful assist from that of the Trevenant, going to get away, going to push them away, just so that they can get a bit of a breathing room. But here you go, Emerald 2 is going to be popped up here into the Zation. Sovereign Sword is going to be popped out as well. Never mind though, it is going to be the Bliss is going to be going down as well. The Trevenant though is not going to do a lot here, as the Leafeon is now down as well. buriram United Esports so going to be able to take down 3, no, make a 4, but the Gyarados, where are you going? You are going back to your Pokeball as we are going to be taking down this Rayquaza for ourselves. That is the team wipe. You know, in just less than 10 seconds left into the game, and buriram United Esports secures game number 1. Thailand, dude, Thailand? They have been putting up very exciting matches since day number 1, dude.
And this is what we have mentioned. The big problem having a huge dependency on 1 or 2 Pokemon to set up the plays. From that final fight, if we can recall what happened there, Miran Sejong was all over the place. Gyarados was in one position. Trevenant was in one position. Trevenant became isolated where BRU was able to suppress them. And then when Ward was gone, it's pretty much Miran Sejong's composition that crumbled down.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, man, they really need to change this one up because they would want to have a composition where they can easily, you know, well, they can do whatever they want to do, right? Like instead of like just as I have mentioned, relying into one Pokemon setting everything up, and this is basically the result of that from happening. But at the same time, you know, buriram United Esports is more or less like the same thing as well. You know, relying to that of the Mammoth Way, but at the very least, like everyone else can just like take the initiative as well. So that everyone else can just follow through, and that's what happened, right? Like at the end of the day, Greninja, Cheryl especially Cheryl right, with the Unite move as well. Eldegoss can push others away as well. So, you know, very beautiful play here from buriram United Esports. They did not take the bait. Instead, they used that same strategy against that of Miran Sejong and taking in the win. You know, team wipe and a Rayquaza for themselves as well.
Here's the thing. Here's the big difference, right? You mentioned about Mammal Swine being the dependency. I definitely agree, and I echo the thoughts coming in from how those team fights are going to occur. But the big difference between Miran Sejong and BRU is that they still have Zacian to be the frontliners. Now, looking at Miran Sejong, yes, you can argue that Gyarados could be one of the frontliners as well with the Dragon Current and the Bounce, but it's a big difference. buriram United Esports have a bit more sustainability. Will the Eldegoss as well that could put up a good utility into the place with those suppressions coming from the Unite move. So it's not solely dependent on the Mammal Swine that really would be the key dependency alone in comparison to Miran Sejong, wherein if Trevenant is gone, it's over.
Everyone's
it's
gone.
Over
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. And that's what we saw as well, right? That's what we saw in the game in this Rayquaza fight. You know, they were able to take down the Blissey, even if just the Blissey is taken out, right? That's the only sustain that they have, and you know, possibly a bit of like crowd control as well. But as long as the Blissey is down, the Trevenant is not going to survive that much as well. So if the Blissey is down, the Trevenant is down. If the Trevenant is down, then everyone else is, you know, taken over.
Yeah, because the thing is, when we're looking at it, like Miran Sejong only has a defender, which is a Trevenant. We always say it, very sustaining, right? But the rest of the crew, only attackers, speedster, supporter. They don't have an all-rounder. That is a bit of the cons in this type of composition. Yes, you have a lot of damage, and you're solely depending on those setup the plays from Trevenant on what they do with Phantom Forest, with the Wood Hammer, and also the Horde Leech. But once it's gone, it's very difficult to really come through in a very good position. So BRU, or rather Miran Sejong, has to make something happen. They have to change things up coming to game 2.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here we go though. Game number two. Uh, man, are we really going to start the day with Thailand taking 2-0s in a row? It's
Uh,
looking like it though.
look,
It's really looking like it.
I'm not gonna oppose to it. If you want to give me 2-0s in two series in a
So be
row,
it.
so be it. I welcome that opportunity. And I think the thing is like how BRU has performed yesterday. They were dominating up against Blacklist International, and I think they could do the same thing. It's just a matter of signal that they can do it too. They can be strong and they can put up a power punch coming down into ACL.
Mm. And I mean, I think we're gonna be able to see a bit of like the same set of Pokemon from game number one, but at the very least, right? Like, man, Miran Sejong now has stolen the Eldegoss and the Mamoswine away from Buriram United Esports, and now BRU needs to make a bit of a changes, but it
Yeah.
seems as if this is gonna be the answer here. It's not the Mamoswine, but instead the Crustle, which I believe is a very good replacement from that of for that of the what call this the Mamoswine with the Rock Tomb and of course the X Scissor, and of course they just need a bit of a sustain here. They have the soft boiled really, just to put in some sustains. But Jong though going in for that the Gyarados.
Yeah, it's fine. This type of setups coming in, the likes of Miran Sajong, clever. Clever on what they're doing. They're stealing away the likes of the Eldegoss and the Mamoswine, which is a very utility-centric type of frontliners and supporter for the likes of Miran Sajong. We mentioned a while ago that they're lacking on those front lines. Now they add the Garchomp that can be that complementary for the Mamoswine to set up the plays. It's not solely dependent on the Trevenant alone. And now PRU has to adjust. Crustle is still really good. They still have that double frontliner with Zacian and Crustle to be the forefront into those team fight. So really, this time around, game number two, very, very balanced across the board for these two sides.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, like at the very least, right, going to game number two, Miran Sejong has now fixed what's missing in their composition in game number one. They didn't have they over relied into that of the Mamoswine, but this time around though it does not matter. As I mentioned, not that it does not matter, but more so they have more leeways, right, going into game number two compared to game number one. So again, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, this is game number two of Miran Sejong versus Buriram United Esports, Thailand versus Korea. Amazing matches. Here you go, ladies and gents.
Yeah, I'm really excited because now it's Miran Sajong. Can they actually make the miracle happen here? Currently, they are on the losing end. BRU match point, one game a win into taking the series away for themselves. And if that happens, they will be in a very good spot, getting another 3 points in the round robin points accumulation for week one. So far, if we're looking back at yesterday, they have lost up against PRX. So they want to do something. They want to accumulate more points after week one of ACL 2025.
I believe this is also the first and last game of actually both teams really. Like Miran Sejong and Buriram United Esports. I believe this is the only time they're gonna be playing today, right?
And today for BRU, yes.
Yeah,
For Miran
there you
Sejong, yes as well. Because the thing is, yesterday, right, BRU already played twice.
Right,
So
right.
day two, it's going to be one match for BRU. However, Miran Sejong, in the following weeks for day three and day four, they will have 2 matches per day. So that will be a little bit more of that mental fortitude that will come into play that next weekend.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But speaking of mental fortitude, though, we are gonna be able to see 2 KOs now into that of Miran Sejong because they have fortified their mental prowess this time. Game number two, ensuring that they can get in, the early game so that they can, maintain this up until the late game so that they can take in game number two.
And it's all about just waiting for the opportunity. I believe like Buriram United Esports will have a bit more edge coming into like the middle of the pack, middle of the game, wherein you have Sarah Edge, you have the Crustle that could really set up the plays. Because Crustle is really strong in there the game with the Rock Tomb.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's everything that you need for in a match, right? Everything you need for in a setup in an early game, really, and just to allow your teammates to, what calls just to put and push out some damage, as freely as possible. But look at that though, Buriram Esports, United Esports, currently at the deficit.
Hmm. Yeah, and Miran Sajong, they will be a hugely dependent on the Leafeon to really roam around the map before the likes of Ward evolve, before the likes of Garchomp reach the final evolution. This will be a buying time type of situation and buying time period for Miran Sajong. They have to play patiently this time around, and
Ooh.
Leafeon once again just go in with the 4-man rotation for the bottom pad.
Ooh, looking pretty bleak right now for buriram United Esports. They might have the first points down, but Miran Sejong is definitely eating them up, for breakfast. That's gonna be 2 down into the side of buriram United Esports, and the one of their main damage dealers is now out as well. Charge Beam is gonna be plotted into that BRU, putting up a lot of damage, and Crustle still can't do nothing at this point on. Not at this time. There goes the Rock Tomb, but no
Ice
follow-up.
Fang.
Ice Fang! Beautiful Ice Fang coming in from Ward here. Allowing them to take down the Blissey. No sustain for them at all. But Jong, though, almost taking out that Zacian as well.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned about Miran Sajong. Yes, you have the likes of Rock Beam for BRU, but when we're talking about that early game type of setup, it will be a huge dependency onto the Leafeon to roam around the map and deal huge impact.
Beautiful Dragon Rush into that other Dragon Claw, but unfortunately no follow-up instead of Miran Sejong. And they kind of like bought time for the team, but it was all went to waste, unfortunately. But here you go, though. We're gonna be able to see another team fight here up top, as everyone is gonna be meeting up with each other. But unfortunately, the Ward still at level 7. Still does not have its Unite move, that is Mammoth Mush, which would provide a lot of damage as well.
And now Garchomp already at the final evolution. Crustle bringing down and isolating. BRU will follow up.
Oh, wow, no, Dragon Claw hits nothing, and now it's on cooldown state. Leafeon's gonna be able to take the Blissey, and I think this is their perfection. This is not a perfection, but this is their time to take down everyone into the side of United Esports. But never mind, though. That's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade. Leafeon is down, Aldigos is down, and of course Jong here low on HP, but no follow-up. That would have been they were able to take down this Greninja and the Crustle, even with Ward here. But unfortunately, Ward is also low in HP, allowing them to survive another day. But here comes the Miraidon with a charge beam. One more might be able to take it. Not quite yet. They're going to be able to get away, unfortunately. So Bean was not able to finish the job.
Yeah, the thing is, it was really incredible to watch how Ledge set up the Revenant Rend. It connected to pretty much everyone. And after that, those damage coming through into Miran Sajong, they were hurt out of that team fight. And BRU just followed through. And with Greninja having so much mobility in those team fights, going in and out with the skills of Greninja with a double team, it was very difficult to find the Greninja for Miran Sajong to fully KO him. And after that, it was BRU who was successful in pushing out Miran Sajong.
It's actually quite interesting. I'm going to talk about it in just a bit, but here you go, though. Crustle is going to be taken out. Ward is now finally, after past 5 minutes, is already a Mammoth line, now really ready to take down the damage, push away opponents. But here you go, Ice Fang, reposition into the Dragon Rush, beautiful hit! But unfortunately, Bliss Systems was a little bit too late for them to sustain. Oh my goodness, it's going to be 2 KO in favor of our boss here. The Eldegoss going to be able to put them down 3 in the process. We're going to be able to try to destroy the score goal before they take in the Reggie Alecki. Beautiful stuff from them, making sure that they can overcap the score goals.
Yeah, the Rock Tomb was really good coming from Pufaza, but Miran Sajong with a 4-man rotation on top side, I don't think it's going to be that easy to really buy time and defend it. And Zacian even used up the Unite move to be able to buy time, however, it's not enough.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. That's a 1-for-1 trade, though, unfortunately, though. But here we go. It doesn't matter, as Miran Sejong now has the Reggie Alecki up top. buriram United Esports is now currently on the pressure.
Yeah, and BRU still trying to defend on the tier 2 goal zone and denied away from Miran Sejong. For the bottom path, they got the Reggie, however, still a massive lead for Miran Sejong this time around. And buriram United Esports, if they want to really negate going into a 3-game matchup here in the series, they have to win those Rayquaza team fights, and they need to find something else. But Miran Sajong is very, very versatile this time around for Game 3.
Oh no, yeah, they definitely have the advantage not only into the XP, but they also have the advantage into that of the scores. So definitely, Miran Sejong has a huge breathing room here in comparison to BRU. BRU just need to focus on leveling up if they want to survive and go against that of Miran Sejong in an equal footing. But I don't think this is the play here. I don't think they should poke a Miran Sejong. They can like check them all out, where they're at, but to poke them out, I think this is quite a bit of a mistake here. But let's see how they're going to be able to level up and prepare for the incoming rake fight.
Yeah. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They have 30 seconds to position themselves into a very good state before the Rayquaza comes back up. Remember, it's Miran Sajong who's currently in the lead. It is BRU who has to force out something. However, it's not going to be that easy considering how Miran Sajong composition works so good. And now Leafeon just brought down the HP bars of Pufaza that quickly. And it's going to be a bit difficult here by BRU considering the level difference as well into consideration.
Right, but here you go though. Miran Sejong still has the lead and does have the positional advantage into that Rayquaza. They just need to defend this. They don't need to take this. All score goals is still up as well. Buriram United Esports though they're currently in deficit. They need to take this Rayquaza. But the question is, would they be able to take away the defenders? That is Miran Sejong.
Just look at the position, right? Ward can slowly go around Rayquaza on top side, even being isolated, just because you still have the Garchomp that can follow through with the Dragon Rush, close down the distance quite quickly. So that is the threat that Miran Sejong has in their composition. It's really, really good. We talked about what is lacking game 1, and they filled it quite well here in game 2.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And man, they are now more flexible in terms of their attacks. But Dragon Rush not to hit anyone at all. But here you go, Water Shuriken is going to be popped up as well. But are they going to be enough though? They're not going to be able to be enough. Not a lot of Pokemon is now low in health. It is going to be Yudo, but it is going to be Miran Sejong going to secure this Rayquaza for themselves. And now they don't even need to care about BRU. They just need to put in these scores to widen the gap that they already have.
Yeah, Miran Sejong, just that win was really, really good. They were very sustaining. It was very difficult for BRU to deny it out of Miran Sejong. And with that just one win, with the Rayquaza being taken into the MS side, Buriram United Esports will no longer have that opportunity to make it back. Now they have to think about game number 2, or rather game number 3, on what they can adjust, what they have to ban away, and what they can deny. But so far, Miran Sejong, 450-point lead here will secure them the game.
Oh no, yeah, and I mean, this is quite the power of a team that was able to make it into the World Championships. And game number 1 might have been just a bit of a, how do you say this? A bit of a testing ground, a bit of a checking what their opponents can do, because I believe this is the first time that Miran Sejong and BRU is meeting, right? It's only on day number 2 that they met for the first time, and making sure that they can gauge them from game number 1 going to game number 2.
Miran Sejong, phenomenal job into the adaptation here in this series. We exactly talked about what they lacked from game 1 to game number 2, that they lack those frontliners. They need more set players. And Garchomp exactly filled in that role. They denied out the Mammal Swine away from BRU, and just these 2 Pokemon alleviate some of the disadvantage that Miran Sejong faced in game 1.
We might be able to see a respect ban here, a targeted ban instead of the Garchomp, because the Garchomp really did a lot into the side of Buriram United Esports. But before we head into that, I'd like to touch on Greninja just a bit, because we mentioned earlier, right? You mentioned earlier that it's quite difficult to target that of the Greninja because of the double team with the illusion and everything. But it's actually quite, well, I wouldn't say easy, but there's actually a way for you to target the actual one. If everyone does know, right? There's the setting in the game where you can target lock, right? The icons of the Pokemon, of your opponents. But even if Greninja does its double team, you will only lock onto the real one. Even if you're using, it doesn't matter if you're on mobile phones or you're on the Nintendo Switch, you're still gonna be locked onto the real one instead of the illusion. So there's an easy way for anyone to target the real one if you're going up against a Greninja.
Okay, I don't exactly refer to the double team or the illusions as it itself, being
Right.
Greninja's main point, but what I'm mentioning with the double team is just its capability to really put out the distance, to go in for those pokes and go in for those kites.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that is what Greninja is really strong for, is
Yeah.
that capability into getting those poke damage coming through
Yeah.
from a long range distance and having that self sponge, if you may, and self sustaining type of setup with just the mobility in mind.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, of course, if if you're just talking about like double team in and of itself, it's really an amazing move to mobility, right? Just to get away. Even if you can lock in, even if you can lock into the real one, if it's too far away, then the lock on it will just be removed from that of the Greninja anyway. So with that being said, though, again, really amazing play from that of Miran Sejong, and man, two. Well, no, not two yet, but 1-1 going into game number 3 is what I meant, and we might have jinxed it, as I mentioned. You're starting off with 2-0 with that.
Yeah.
Going to game number 3 for the rest of the day. And I
Unfortunate.
mean, more Pokemon Unite, right?
Yeah, more Pokemon Unite going in for 3 games, best of 3 series, but I really love what Miran Sajong did there. Coming into game number 2, their adaptation is on point. However, game 3 will definitely change because Buriram United Esports, if we're looking at the same pattern here, would opt to go into the purple side selection, just given the amount of priority that they have for the first pick would be amazing. And now if Mimikyu is left open, that would be a really good Pokemon to fill in that role, to really go in as a priority just because of its flexibility. You also have a lot of options here with Leafeon, Umbreon, going to be a lot of options to be picked up by either side. It's all about thinking what you want as a strategy, what you want to bat away, and what you want to pick up.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, man, I don't think there's quite a I don't think there was a problem with the composition of that for both of the teams, really. For both of the teams, I think their composition is really well.
Sure.
It's just that it all went down to the execution of Miran Sajong being quite adjusted to how BRU played in game number 1, and game number 2 made sure that they fixed everything, their play style. They're no longer getting baited as well. So BRU, if they want to play the same comp, then by all means go for it. But the thing is, right, they have to adjust how they're going to be approaching Miran Sejong going into game number 3. But as you have mentioned, as you have pointed out, Zacian is going to be the ban here. They're not going to respect ban the Garchomp quite yet, or maybe the second ban.
A very interesting set of bans. I don't think Garchomp would be the priority here by BRU. I think they'd rather ban away a couple of Pokemon instead. Mimikyu would be one, because Buriram United Esports could still go for the likes of Umbreon or even the Leafeon as a hyper priority. Now, good answer back by Miran Sajong, but BRU could still opt to go for an Umbreon. Really, really huge utility with a mean look.
Oh no, yeah, for sure, and or Shifu,
yeah,
or Shifu, one of the Pokemon that we've seen time and time again. Really amazing play. Though we don't see the water bear that much, we definitely would be able to see a lot of those high attacking prowess from that of the Dark Bear into the side of Urshifu. But again, as you have mentioned, Umbreon is open, and definitely whoever's not going to be able to get it first will be the one taking it. And Umbreon, and of course the Ceruledge, a very, very dangerous duo.
Now BRU could answer back with a Mamoswine. They need those frontliners to come through because Urshifu can't do it alone. So Mamoswine will fit in really well with Urshifu having that set play. And Hoopa, looking at this, they really want to be that aggressive in the early mid game. They could still go for like an Eevee in the second or third rotation pickups if they really want to go aggressive in this type of place, because Hoopa's really strong early mid game type of setup with those resets, with those elevators, and they can utilize this with that early advantage. So BRU, they can still go for that. However, Miran Sajong with an Umbreon already, they could go in for the Zoroark and Comfey, and this would state disaster when it comes to damage output.
Ooh, Tyranitar, as they're hovering into. Pikachu is a very good utility for this composition because, at this moment, like, BRU is already complete, right? We have the Urshifu, we have the Mamoswine, and of course we have the Sustain coming in from that of the, the Hoopa. They're already complete, and whatever they add into this composition would be
there we go.
Very good, very good. So it's not going to be the Pikachu, but the mid-range, still beyond. And of course, we have another frontliner here that is a Disruptor. basically that
I
is
love
the
this.
guard jump, which is a really good composition into the side of Buriram United Esports. But going into the side of Miran Sejong, they really want to gone in for this Zoroark, and of
Yeah.
course backlane damage, which they didn't have. Right, they didn't have. Sorry, it was BRU that didn't have the backlane damage, but Miran Sejong gunning in for that of the Intillion with the sniper shots, snipe shots. Oh man, this is going to be an amazing match, dude.
Yeah.
Like, Buriram United Esports balance out. They have the front line damage, and Miran Sejong, they can attack from the front and the back.
And here's the thing, right? We talked about this. The EV is really good that could complement the likes of Hoopa, just because that early
Right.
game prowess with the resets and the hyperspace hole would be fantastic
Yeah.
for the side of BRU. However, with the Zoroark and Comfey locked in by Miran Sejong, it's a good adjustment that BRU did. Knowing that Zoroark could deal a huge amount of impact and huge burst damage potential, they went in for the guard chomp because they want that extra sustain. They need it. If Zoroark and Comfey was not picked up by the likes of BRU, or rather Miran Sejong, BRU could just opt in for that all-in aggression in the early game that could give them a lot of advantage all throughout game number 3.
Ooh, wow, this I don't know, man. Like, game number 3, I think they're putting everything in the tables again. This is their last game of the day.
Wait,
And-
don't jinx it. Last day?
Sorry,
What do you mean?
I misspoke, dude. I was going to say the last game of the day. Okay, and again, like putting everything on the table here, both of them really amazing play. They've shown their game on game number 1 and game number 2, and now with the amazing competition as well for both of the teams, I'm just really excited to see how much difference it would make for these difference into that of the team comps.
Here's the expectation, right? For Miran Sejong, to be specific, they're gonna go all in mid game, right? They have double EVs. They have the Umbreon. They have the Aspeon, I believe, the Inteleon rather. They have the Inteleon. They have the Cerulege. They have the Zoroark Comfey. And these
Right.
Pokemon are really strong, coming down into level 4, coming down into level 6. So expectedly, in 8 minutes, that is where Miran Sejong will find those plays, will find those KOs, and set up those sneak attacks on top pad and bottom pad. So expect something into Miran Sejong to happen in a couple of minutes' time.
Oh no, for sure. But here you go. The ward is almost taken out, and you really need that level 4 for you to be able to finally get in that Milok as well. Because again, like just level 4 is enough for it to be helpful in a team fight. I mean, honestly, every evolutions anyway.
Very early game centric Pokemon. Having like the EVs, that's just a big strength. That is a reason why we saw a lot of these double EV type of compositions in the past, just because of that early game aggression. But Miran Sejong, as usual, considering how much they went in for that early aggressive comp, they're just dunking in points easy, coming into the bottom side, and BRU's going to answer in the same fashion.
I mean, look at this though. Like they invaded the central area into the side of Miran Sejong, really aggressive right now, and they're not really scared, mainly because of that Hoopa that can essentially allow them to go back to their base. So they really have a lot of breathing room here, and beautiful. Look at that. Look at that hit, right? Like after the wicked blow, immediately go back. Beautiful timing from Buriram United Esports.
And now Miran Sejong still fighting for that mid central area birds, but it's just too strong right now for Miran Sejong into Leon with a snipe shot.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Like Buriram United Esports might be able to get in and out, but with that sniper at the back, dude, you're almost seen everywhere, and especially when it gets into Unite move, right? Like Azure Spy Vision, even hiding in tall grass is not gonna help you out.
Yeah. And now Buriram United Esports setting up the hyperspace hole. It really depends now what they want to go in for a priority. Or Shifu with that punch. Umbreon goes down, but Spirits comes through.
1-for-1 trade though, as they try to push away Ayaka with that off the Sylveon. But here you go.
Nice back. Massive.
1 though. It's not gonna be a lot here. Chobo tried to get away, but unfortunately not to be enough. You're a little bit too efficient to the side. But never mind though, the sniper is going down as well, and only Ward is up here and left. And with this kind of numbers advantage, Ward is not gonna be able to do anything at all.
Impeccable plays coming in from Bufaza, going in for those Ice Fangs just because he was able to do it and isolate those targets. His team was able to go for the double KO. Now looking at it, top path, Reggie Aleki will be the next target.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here we go. Beautiful wicked blow once again. Beautiful timing to steal away that Reggie Aleki away from Miran Sejong, and Buriram United Esports wants to destroy the first tier score goal, going to allow that Reggie Aleki to go down, and 40 points. That's 36 points over cap for BRU. BRU really maintaining this lead that they have against Miran Sejong and not putting up a lot of risk, making sure they have calculated play. And look at that, Ebon Fist without any direction, knocking up Pokemon left and right, taking out 3 in the process for Miran Sejong. This is looking pretty bleak for them, dude.
Now Sir Ledge going for the defense on top hat as well, but you still have the capability with Hyperspace Hole, and Buriram United Esports is doing so much work here. We mentioned how strong they are going to be in the middle of the game. It's pretty much matched across the board here. Sylveon in danger.
Oh my goodness, that is the Ignite move. Not going to do a lot of damage though, as BRU was able to, go back a little bit to get a bit of some HP healing. But here we go, the Ward almost taken out, but the Sweet Teeth is not allowed to take them out. But here we go, Sarah is going to be taken down as well in the process. No 1-for-1 trade. Garchomp is going to go down as well with that of the snipe shot.
Garchomp as well going back and forth there. Really good setup for the team. But Miran Sejong, they're sustaining as well. And that's just strength of Comfway with Zoroark just going in and out of those fights. But for now, BRU still in a good position. They are holding their ground up against Miran Sejong's power in the early game. We talked about a double Eevee, or well, rather, the Umbreon along with the Zoroark that's really, really strong in early setups. But Buriram United Esports, with their composition, is still holding their ground and pushing MSJ back. Registeel will be something that they have in mind that will be the next objective for BRU.
Oh no, yeah, it's quite reminiscent. No, it's quite reminiscent of the early days when Hoopa just came out, just putting up the elevators in and out, allowing for the team that has the Hoopa.
It's not denied.
Get in their objective. But here you go, the Garchomp going to solo that Reggie Aleki going to do as well in the process into that or the bottom path, but that's going to be 2-for-1 trade, or Shifu is now down as well. But here comes another snipe shot going to put up some damage and Bruce Fire Vision. Nobody's going to be seen here, nobody's hiding at all, but the Mamoswine is going to be able to secure that Registeel as well. Look at that Ice Fang into the high horsepower, allowing them to take down that amazing sniper that is Italian. But here you go, another Ice Fang is going to be popped up as well. It is Miran Sejong on the defensive. The Garchomp is now down bottom. Ward not going to be able to go out anywhere. The Unite was going to be popped up, but it's not going to be enough. The Moonlight Prance is going to actually allow it to survive another day, but it's not going to be enough though. Buriram United Esports acknowledges this and wants to get away a bit, but here goes the Zoroark. Zoroark is alone, going to be sandwiched here with that of the Urshifu, but here you go. Beautiful smoke here on that of Miran Sejong, just to allow them to get away.
The BRU was playing really well there, and even then a while ago using the rings and bound to try and save Urshifu's life from that engage. It was so close, however Miran Sejong was very quick on their foot. Now BRU utilizing and capitalizing on the rings and bound as well as a hyperspace hole. This is the one that's really putting them up on a good showing here in the early mid game. We talked about it, we touched on it, and so far BRU showing a huge amount of power here in the series.
Oh, here you go, another snipe shot. Look at that double snipe shot into that of the Garchomp, putting his HP down half health. And I mean, yeah, sure, it might have been nerf again and again for some patches, but it's still great nonetheless, especially as a backlane attacker. But here you go. Oh wow, Snarl's gonna be popped up as well. But Miran Sejong just poking up Buriram United Esports, wants them to make a mistake.
And BRU still going in for the Reggie Aleki. That would put a lot of pressure when Rayquaza comes up in 10 seconds. This is really amazing. And what BRU could do as well is to sneak in onto the top pad, considering they have the Reggie Aleki that they can dunk on easy points. They still have the Hoopa. Rings and Bound can quickly go through into putting up a team fight, so they can do something in terms of the Reggie Aleki in top pad, but you have Miran Sejong forcing out a fight.
Oh wow! And here you go, ring summons gonna popped up as well, allowing other Pokemon here to be taken back home and go back up
Garchomp.
instead of the hyperspace hole. But here you go, that's gonna be number one taken down. That is going to be the Inteleon. No more backlane damage, and the Umbreon is down as well. I think they have a very good chance of taking everyone out now. In the process, it's gonna be 4 down as well. And here you go, Stereo Ledge. No Unite move is gonna pop up. Never mind, there it is, but it's still not gonna be enough. A team wipe for Buriram United Esports. That is all they need to do. After taking out that Inteleon, after taking out that Umbreon, everyone goes down as well. And that is the only thing, the only one that binds Miran Sejong all together. That Umbreon, once they take it out, everyone falls into place.
Yeah, and Buriram United Esports need not to do anything. They could just hold their ground onto the forest of Miran Sejong, because at this point, it's all about buying time. It's all about playing time here. 50 seconds, Miran Sejong has to do something. However, I don't think they can. And Buriram United Esports will set foot at a massive advantage in a 380-point advantage up against Miran Sejong at this stage. And they're going in for more. If you can watch what happened in the prior stage, we talked about who Woopa can go in with the rings and bound, and they could sneak away with the Regieleki and garner some points. That's what Garchomp did. And when the fight occurred, they brought Garchomp in, and Garchomp set up the play for BRU to win the team fight and get the Rayquaza right after.
And that is quite the difference, right? Into the side of Miran Sejong here. Yes, they have a quite balanced. They have quite a balanced composition in terms of damage dealing. They have the back lane, they have the front line, but unfortunately though, they quite lack a defender up in the front. They are quite squishy, with the only exception being that of the Umbreon. And as I mentioned, being able to take down that's the only objective that BRU needs to do, right? Take down the Umbreon, and once you do that, everyone falls into place. Yes, there is still the Comfey, but even then, take down the Pokemon that Comfey is onto, and Comfey's not gonna be able to do anything at all for you.
Yeah, and that is the reason why we mentioned a while ago, that how BRU was able to really think on their foot in terms of the last rotation picking up the Garchomp along with the Sylveon. We talked about how aggressive they can be with the Hoopa. They can go in with the double EVs if they want to, and the Sylveon's really good to balance things out. But the Garchomp really put in the final nail into her composition, just because Miran Sejong went in with a coin flip type of composition, picking up the Zoroark and going in for the Comfey, means that Miran Sejong will lack onto that defensive capability. And BRU picking up the Garchomp means that Zoroark will not have a great time, just because those burst damage potential will not exactly occur because of the double defenders, or at least double defensive Pokemon that BRU has picked up.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. And again, like as I mentioned, this the Zoroark, and the Ceruledge is not particularly that squishy. Definitely not as much as Zoroark, but it's still squishy nonetheless. And not having any backup damage, because Zoroark can be taken out quite easily. Not being able to have any backup damage, being the one to end the job, right, finish the job here, is going to put up a lot of hole into the side of Miran Sejong, and that's what happened with them in game number 3. But all this to say, Buriram United Esports did a very phenomenal job going against Miran Sejong in game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be the winners of the first 2 matches coming in from Thailand. That is Full Sense and BRU.
Yeah. And here's the thing, to sum it all up, for Miran Sejong on game number 3, they went in for the Glass Cannon, which doesn't work up against BRU. That has really tanky type of composition. Also have Sylveon as that damage and Urshifu as that damage for the follow-up, wherein Garchomp and Mamoswine could set up those plays. So it's really just unfortunate timing there. Miran Sejong flipped the coin, and Buriram United Esports stopped it mid-air.
Oh no, yeah, and I mean, there's still going to be a lot of games, right? There's still going to be a lot of matches for our day. There's still Paper Rex, and actually Blacklist International and Paper Rex is going to be coming up next. So if you're interested in that, make sure to stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Get your snacks, get your water, drink up, as when we come back, we're going to have more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. We'll see you in a bit.
Pokémon unite! Pokémon unite! Pokémon unite! Pokémon unite!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. My name is JJ, and with me is Infinity. Man, 2 matches, 2 wins from Thailand on day number 2 immediately. Amazing matches.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah, amazing matches, and we're gonna have more coming right up in the next series. It will be PRX up against Blacklist International, and yesterday we saw Blacklist play in 2 games. They were not able to take a series, but they won 1 match up against Elevate, and this time around they're here for vengeance. They're still looking for a win here in ACL.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. Here you go. Let's take a look at the roster of this these teams that are gonna be battling this time around. It is again Blacklist International, Senate Ryu, Drem, and Lance. They have been playing for quite a while. We know them as Isan Aumento, as our casters here I mentioned yesterday. But at the same time, we have Paper Rex here, which was still amazing veterans as well. Yamu, Yang, Solo, Bochi, Hakushi. We've seen these guys since before under a different banner, but this time Paper Rex is going to be represented by them. So really, Paper Rex versus Blacklist International going to be a very amazing match here, both of which are arguably the strongest in the region, in their own respective region, and definitely going to show up a lot in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, Paper X have shown what they are made of. Coming in from yesterday matchup up against BRU, they won up against them and they dominated up against evos, and they are the only team that was able to gain 6 points from day number 1, and they are here to run it back. Another 3 points that they're looking for as we jump into game number 1.
Yeah, and here you go though. Like as I mentioned, the only teams to have not dropped a game, getting into zeros, and sorry, not 2 zeros, but rather getting 2 wins, 1-2-1, I believe, and then 1-2-0, garnering them 6 points, being the ones in the lead into our leaderboards, which we'll be revisiting later on down the line. But here you go. We're gonna be seeing some bans here, very normal stuff. The Hoopa, the Leafeon, and the Cheryledge, but Dodrio, I think, is more of a respect ban here into the side of Paper Rex.
Yeah, and now Paper Rex go in for the likes of Mimikyu. It's still available for them to pick up. It's a hyper priority when it comes to these first few picks, and that is exactly what we're looking for in our Shifu. So really, what Paper Rex is locked in is really amazing stuff coming down into the first game. That is what Blacklist International has led through. Very interesting ban coming in from Blacklist as well, going in for the Hoopa instead, aside from the likes of Mimikyu, if they want to prioritize the likes of Umbreon. So they have to pick their poison, they have to look for something else, and Blissey and Lucario will come out right after.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And here you go though. As we have mentioned, it is going to be that of the Lucario and the Blissey, which, you know, honestly, it's one of their comfort picks as well. So it's not good. It's not really surprising, but still, you know, it's an amazing Pokemon to have. Quite making sure that you are sustained, you are balanced out here and there. So this is going to be interesting though. Like, they are using the Metagross here with with a mid-year match, really amazing early game, and of course we have the Compute and Crush, a Unite move, which can essentially become a crowd control for them as well. You know, helping down the Blissey and of course that of the Umbreon. But into the side of Paper Rex though, this is going to be the Armarouge. Armarouge's first appearance in day number 2. I believe my friend here is muted. I think he's saying something. he's currently muted over on the platform. There we go.
So basically, I believe like Blacklist International will have a hard time in terms of how they're setting things up, how they're going to play game number 1, especially how Paper Rex built their composition with Mimikyu and Trevenant. These are two set Pokemon that could really do a lot of work in terms of that team fights. For Blacklist International, they're really gonna have a hard time. Yes, in terms of that early game, they have Sylveon and Umbreon to do a lot of work. But overall, middle of the game, Paper Rex will scale up. They have Urshifu, they have Trevenant, they have Armarouge that could deal a massive impact.
No, see, here's the thing though. Like, I think this Armarouge would gun in for the Armor Cannon and Psyshock instead of the usual Fire Spin and Flame Charge. They might still they might still go for the Fire Spin and the Flame Charge though, but I think in this kind of competition, it's more, I guess in my opinion, better to have Armor Cannon and Psyshock just so that they would have a backlane damage, right? Because they already have the Trevenant, they already have the Mimikyu, which can like just go in and out. They have the Urshifu as well, which is the front liner, but they don't have a backlane damage, so it would make sense for them to go in for an Armor Cannon and Psyshock. Though Fire Spin, I don't think we can dismiss or discount the prowess that Fire Spin can do, especially that if it can just go in with the eject button anyway, right?
Yeah, for sure. And as for Blacklist International, they really have to do a lot of impact here in this early game, capitalize onto the time that Armarouge and even the likes of Urshifu and Trevenant needs a bit of time to be able to reach that point. So Sylveon and Umbreon has to roam around the map and do something. Find something, find those KOs and find those eliminations to start them up at a huge lead to snowball down the road.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here we go though. Like, Blacklist International is still trying to find their footing. Because I believe like this is like one of the biggest problems that Blacklist International has in comparison to other teams, right? In the rest for the rest of this tournament, right? Like Blacklist International, yes, they may have played on tournaments, but not as much as internationally, right? In comparison to the teams that are playing here right now. So Blacklist International, it's really quite understandable what happened yesterday, but this time though, it cannot be another reason for them to lose. They have to adjust. They're already here, right? So they have to adjust. They have to make what they can do for this tournament. So definitely no nervousness is going to be allowed here. They need to put up their best like they're doing in local tournaments.
Yeah, and they need Umbreon to roam around. Those min luck would change things up in terms of that impact, so they need someone else to be able to stay put into the bottom pad and play that defensive, play that goalkeeper into the tier 1 goal zone. But right now, Paper Rex is going to deny the central birds away from Blacklist.
And here you go though. Going to be able to try to get Embochi here, but still not going to be enough though. The Urshiba is going to be able to take down that Mitang as well. It's going to be Paper Rex having a bit of a lead here. Not only in the points but also in terms of well, the execution wise, right? Like, look at this though. They are not scared of Blacklist International. They know that they can take them out even inside of a team score goal. So they're essentially just ignoring. They were ignoring the Blissey. They didn't care for it.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. But now, we mentioned this a while ago. Ryu will be very important. Those Minlocks have huge impacts here, and now they're stepping foot to go into that rotation.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here we go into that of the top path. We're gonna see a bit of a skirmish here. Are they gonna be able to take them out? Let's find out. Or should we gonna be able to take down that Lucario though with a wicked blow? But it's not just gonna be it because we still have the Regieleki in our sights. So Blacklist International, they need to take this one up if they want to win against Paper Rex.
And Paper Rex is still just going in for the Regieleki. They know that they have the advantage in terms of that power since Blacklist International are staying put and retreat. Regieleki will go through. Them getting that tier 1 goal zone is massive since Regieleki will now push through into the tier 2 goal zone. They still have a lot of points just served into their own inventory now.
It's gonna be used here. Going to be able to deal a lot of damage. You're gonna be able to take the Umbreon, and the Metallic is gonna be taken out by that of the Mimikyu as well. 3 for non-trade in favor of Paper Rex. Not only in terms of the damage, but the score. Look at this, 225 to 42. Oh man, that's a huge deficit right there.
Yeah, huge. Paper Rex already at a massive lead. 180-point lead is massive considering 4 minutes into the game. Dream.
Oh my goodness, that is going to be the Sylveon taken out again. So this is what I'm trying to say, right? Like Paper Rex, they have been playing for a while. And well, honestly, even Blacklist International, they have been playing for quite a while. But the experience-wise, that is where they differ, right? Paper Rex, huge high-stakes tournaments, high-stakes international tournaments of experience, but Blacklist Internationals, they are still green, a bit greenish in terms of that, and they are being challenged right here, right now against Paper Rex, and Paper Rex is just eating them up for free on an intern. There we go.
And now Sylveon has to force out the Unite move to gain some sustainability, but Armorage just brings him down, and Paper Rex gains the lead. Another tier 1 goal zone brought down. Paper Rex 250-point advantage up against Blacklist in 5 minutes.
Dude, this is to take the name of the player from Buriram United Esports, this is a very sad story as we are witnessing right now. This is quite a huge lead, not only in XP but also in points. That, as I keep on pointing out, and not only that, Paper Rex is always pushing away Blacklist International. And the thing is, here's the thing, right? Like, they are scared of Paper Rex. And I always say this: there's a difference between being scared and being careful. And right now, Blacklist is scared of Paper Rex. They don't want to take any risks at all, which allows Paper Rex to just punch them just like that right now. Yes, they might have been able to take down this Eldegoss, but until when, right? When the time is right, here comes the team fight. They're going to attack another one. There you go. Computer and Crash is going to be popped up here, but is that going to be enough though? That's the thing. Here we go. Armor Cannons popped up.
Will not connect to anyone. Unite move wasted coming in from Sant. Now, Blacklist International, with the time that they were able to buy, going in for Regieleki.
Finally, the first objective here for Blacklist International. They're going to be able to take down one, though. That is quite a huge trade. Lucario is now out, but here you go. Miran Press is going to be popped up as well. But even Fist as well to bring up that Metagross, even though it's very heavy, it's not going to be enough, though. There you have it, ladies and gents. Yes, sir. Blacklist International might have been able to take down Regieleki, but I believe Paper Rex was just using it as a bait to get down 2 KOs of their own. Paper Rex still wins that team fight.
Yeah, and now Paper Rex would hover down into the bottom path. They want another objective for their own. Now Blissey isolated.
Oh wow, it's man, I'm not quite sure what to make of this though. Like again, like I believe I've seen this scene, right? Like Isan Elemento and all that. Like Blacklist International, they play good. I know for a fact that they play good, but right now we are not seeing how they used to play, right? So I want to see that I want to see this team that's not nervous, that's not scared. I want to see them play as usual. I want them to forget that they're playing in ACL in Asia Champions League and just play like they used to, especially with Lance. Lance is one of the top Lucarios in the Philippines. So to see them getting demolished like this is quite a very sad sight to see. So really, Paper Rex though is not going to let that happen. That's the thing. They're currently the defending champions of Asia, and man, they won't let just anyone
Orly,
take them down.
Ryu in danger, now isolated. Paper Rex is readily waiting onto the back lines, but Ryu, the answer back from Blacklist, gets 1 KO already. This will be very difficult for them. Blacklist International readily waiting for the Rayquaza fight.
Oh no, yeah, I mean that's what we have been saying since earlier. Like Paper Rex right now has the control over that other Rayquaza. But Blacklist wants to take the risk finally in this Rayquaza.
Now, Rayquaza comes up. Paper Rex at a massive advantage still. They have the 150-point lead up against Blacklist International.
Mhm.
And looking at the position, looking at the points that were able to be reserved for Blacklist International at this late game, still not going to be enough to close down the distance. So they have to do something. They have to force out the fight. They still have a bit of time here, 1 minute and 40 seconds before the conclusion of game 1.
Oh, here we go though. The Armor Rouge just firing in and out of that armor cannon along with the side shock just to get a bit of a crowd
Armor
control.
gun.
Here gets a stand, but here you go, another one here, another go, Psycho Boom, taking down 3, but not gonna be able to be enough to take down anyone at all. Lucar's gonna be taken down though. There's gonna be 1-for-1 trade, but here you go. The Play With Me is gonna be popped up here, but no follow up. But here comes the Earthshape who finally gets the wicked fist, but not gonna be enough. That is gonna be 4 down into Blacklist International with only the Blissey up left. Paper Rex can now take this Rayquaza for themselves quite freely, as Mimikyu is just gonna be playing around with that of the Blissey and the X.
The position of Paper Rex was phenomenal. Their playstyle coming through. And yes, Umbreon set up the play, getting 2 isolation targets from Blacklist, or rather from Paper Rex in that fight. However, the Phantom Forest came through as a counter engage. You also have Eldegoss's Unite move to counter attack Blacklist International's set. And then right after, Armouge came in, or Shifu came in. And after that, it was just disaster for Blacklist. And that won Paper Rex the game.
Oh, yes, indeed. I totally agree with you 100%. Paper Rex was in control of the game, right? From the early game to the mid game up until the Rayquaza. Blacklist was not able to do anything at all, and Paper Rex is, well, there's no question about it. It's Paper Rex. They're a really great team, and as I mentioned, they are currently the crown kings of Asia, and they are just showing up. They're living up to their name as well.
I mean, dominating fashion and dominating win all throughout. If you're looking at points accumulation all throughout the game, it was Paper Rex who constantly was able to find something out from every single period of this matchup. What, a couple of minutes in, they were already able to get 2 goal zones onto the top patch just because of the utilization of the Regieleki in that early matchup. And after that, Blacklist International lost the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom patch. So Paper Rex really was just setting foot and maximizing the time that they got with their power in the mid game as well, or Shifu, Mimikyu, and Trevenant leading the charge.
Look at that though, like immediately after taking in that Regieleki, it was just stagnant, right? They were stuck there from 125 points. No more points went through immediately after. So I mean, this right now though, like I think there's not much of a problem in terms of the competition into the side of a Blacklist International. I think it's pretty balanced. I think it's pretty good. It's just that I think they can change the Metagross to maybe something like, I don't know, like a Mamoswine, as we've seen, allowing them to like get a get a reposition against that of Paper Rex for a double defender, or maybe perhaps get in another, not a supporter, but rather an attacker into their side, because that is what they're lacking against that of Paper Rex. I mean, Paper Rex does have the front line, they have the back line, and as I mentioned, right, it is, well, they have all the sustain.
And I think it boils down as well into how the series of Pokemon in the draft was able to lock in, right? The thing is, Blacklist International was prioritizing the bans onto the likes of Hoopa and something else during the drafting phase. But picking up the Umbreon as a priority just leaves the Mimikyu open, leaves the likes of Urshifu open as well. And we know that these two Pokemon are hyper priority in the current meta just because of how strong they can go for in terms of these fights. And Mimikyu and Urshifu complements each other as well. Mimikyu with Flame Edwy, Urshifu with that massive amounts of crit damage all throughout those team battles. Just one Paper X game in terms of that composition, in terms of how the flow of work would be for PRX.
And going into game number 2, they have a lot to adjust here, not only in terms of the composition, but at the same time, they have to change a bit of their game style as well. Again, they have to be more aggressive. That's how I put it, right? Like, Blacklist here needs to be more aggressive. They need to take in more risks because, again, they're being a little bit too careful for good, for their own good, right? They're getting a little bit too careful for their own good, that they are just essentially giving away all the objectives into that side of into the side of Paper X. Again, they might have been able to get it Reggie Lucky, but I believe that's more of like a bait from that of the Paper X, allowing them to get it Reggie Lucky and then take them out immediately afterwards, which is what happened, when they were able to take in that Reggie Lucky up top. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is quite a dominating fashion coming from that of Paper Rex, and the Blacklist International does need to change here.
Yeah. I want to recall something that you mentioned as well, the Regieleki. That second Regieleki, I like how you mentioned about this, like baiting it out, Blacklist International going in for the commit there. Because you have to remember, during that time, it was already PRX who was able to get 2 goal zones on top half. So they don't need it. Regieleki is just there for pressure. So if ever PRX was able to steal it, yes, it's good, but Blacklist International could deny it. That's the big problem, right? It was Blacklist who needs it, and PRX just needs to go for those eliminations, just needs to commit for those KOs instead of really just going for the objective.
Which is why they didn't really need it. Really, as I mentioned, they didn't really need it. They allowed it to be taken out, but at the same time, like, they have all the leeway. They have all the breathing rooms, even if they can't take it, even if they do give it away, right? So it's not really a problem for Paper Rex at that point, and just is used as a bait. But here we go, though. It's still going to be more or less the same bands here. We have the Hoopa, the Umbreon, the Leafeon, and of course that of the Dodrio, which is
good adjustment.
Been quite a problematic Pokemon, right? For day number 1, the ones who were able to get is, were try to attack and everything, just gets in and get out, scoring some points, which is, well, the game with the game, right? But here we go, though. A Mimikyu going into the side of Plants, going to steal it away, actually coming from that of a Paper X, and of course, they're going to be able to still secure that Urshifu and the Blissey.
There's really good adjustment coming from Blacklist International.
Wow.
Just going in with a bans on the Umbreon, picking out the Mimikyu, Ho, and Sarah Ledge. So this really just stays put when it comes to those frontliners and in terms of damage. But Paper Rex just building onto that hefty type of composition, going in with a double defender alongside with Blissey.
Are we going to be able... wow. I was thinking, right? I was thinking earlier, we might be able to see another one of those... Venusaur Blissey, but I just saw the Blissey is on Paper Rex's side. So... we might be able to see we might be able to actually see never mind. If it were a Venusaur, I was thinking we might be able to see a Solar Beam Venusaur. We haven't seen that in quite a while, but it's gonna be the Espeon. This is actually a very good, or at least like a balanced composition into the side of Blacklist. They have the sustain. They have Ho as well, which can essentially revive everyone who's KO'd, right? Especially on the Rayquaza fight for later on. And they do have the damage that is, of course, the Mimikyu, which is very devastating in the hands of Lance, as we've seen yesterday. And, of course, sent into that of the Cerulege. But going into the side of Paper Rex, dude, this is very, very tanky. They have the Blissey, they have the Lapras, and they do have the Trevenant as well, allowing Urshifu and the Sylveon to really damage.
Yeah, it's a front-to-back type of composition. Very straightforward. You have Trevenant and Lapras to set up the plays. Urshifu would follow through as a type of a bruiser for Paper Rex here. But I'm seeing a big problem for Blacklist International, right? They pick up the Ho-Oh. Really, really amazing stuff. But here's the problem. Ho-Oh needs to survive all throughout on those team fights. We saw it yesterday. We capitalized really well and utilized really well. But Ho-Oh needs to survive. But if you're looking at our composition, there's only one defender. Typically, when you want to utilize the Ho-Oh, you want the double, well, at least an all-rounder and another defender to really prolong on those team fights. Because Ho-Oh is really strong in that prolonged matchup.
Yeah, in that regard,
But The thing is, Paper Rex went in with a double defender. You had
Mm-hmm.
an extra sustain, and then you also have Urshifu. So it's pretty much like Bruiser, Defender, these
Right.
very hefty type of Pokemon. We're in
Right.
Blacklist International. Can they really put Ho-Oh in the back end? Because there's no one else that could go and be an alternative in the front lines in those team fights.
And in addition to that, right, we have to remember that for Ho-Oh to be able to revive some of their teammates, they need to have, I believe, at least like 45 EOS energy to revive 4 Pokemon into their sides. And as I mentioned, it has to survive. It has to survive a prolonged team fight, which Paper Rex is not going to allow. I'm pretty sure they are acknowledging that the moment the Ho-Oh has been picked.
Yeah. And we'll see what Blacklist International can do it. But this composition is definitely much better in terms of complementing each other, right?
Right,
Because they have the
right.
Ledge that could deal damage, Mimikyu that can lock in onto one. So in terms of just stacking onto something,
Right.
Paper Rex, if they lose Urshifu or even Sylveon at this point, which would be the second priority in terms of targeting for Blacklist International,
Right.
it would be a really good advantage and a huge benefit for Blacklist International to win on those team battles. So it's a high priority that Mimikyu can do a lot of work in game number 2 to change things up and Ledge to follow suit onto Mimikyu's set.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here you go though. Not I do like Ho-Oh here being able to provide a lot of like utility as well into the side of their own team. But again, it would all depend on how they're going to be able to like sustain the entire team later down the line. But Paper Rex here, sorry, I do like to point out as well, like Blacklist International. I like what they're doing right now. They're not
Nice level up. Oh my.
they're not poking in though. They're not they're not really they don't extend forward that much, allowing Paper Rex to punish them. And as I mentioned, beautiful evolution there, getting some iframes as well to survive, just to get away. But here you go, another team fight is going to be popping up here as Ho-Oh is going to be taken out. They know for a fact they need to take down the Ho-Oh first immediately, and there you go, 3 is down into the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, this is a huge problem. Blacklist International, if they lose the Ho-Oh, there's no one that can be the alternative. Like Mimikyu can be that argument. And you know what? Mimikyu's Sankey. Mimikyu can get some damage, but
Right.
Mimikyu has to be there in those fights. But who else is going to defend the top path? Who else is going to defend the bottom
True.
path? You can't have every single one of 4 Blacklist International to constantly roam.
No, that is true. That is true. I totally agree with you. But even though even that's the case, Paper Rex is just maintaining the same thing. Blacklist International might be a little bit more aggressive this time around, but at least Paper Rex is still putting up a distance, putting up a blank here, putting up a line where Blacklist International cannot cross. And as I say that, Ho-Oh is almost taking out again. Look at that with a fairy. My goodness, that is the mystical fire. Gonna be able to take down that Ho-Oh. And here you go. Might be able to see another one here. 1 for 2 trading here. We have the Sylveon and that of the Trevenant gonna be taken out. And finally, Blacklist International is going to be the first one to take down an objective into this game. And look at that though. We have Labrador Disturb coming up as well. And here you go. Another Unite move coming from that of the Espeon. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough though. No follow-up. 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams. But here it is. The Ho-Oh just putting up some fire.
Yeah, and at this point, like PRX is just buying time. If we saw a while ago, Lapras was going on top pack, getting some points in, getting some dunks in. So Paper Rex was at the member disadvantage on those team battles in, I believe, Regice, was it? Into the bottom path when they were fighting each other. So it was just buying time for Lapras to get those dunks in and go for the Lapras Express to go down south and defend the goal zone. And if we're looking at the points, it's still Paper Rex who's still at a 67-point lead.
Right. Yeah, I mean, at this point, they still have some breathing room, which allows them to, make a bit of mistakes here. Obviously, ideally, they don't do any mistakes at all. But this time, though, I don't. That is the leeway that they have, right? So right now, Blacklist International wants to take in this Reggie like, and they have to if they want to win against that of Paper Rex, or at least catch up to them going into this game. But unfortunately, though, Paper Rex is going to be the one taking down that Reggie Lecky, providing them some pressure against that of Blacklist.
They can't overextend. Ho-Oh is not there. No more defenders coming in through for Blacklist International. Paper Rex setting up the play, goes in.
Oh, look at that. The Lapras Express is going to be popped up as well, just to allow this Reggie Lecky to go in. And finally, they are able to destroy the first two score go up,
Right.
up. Look at that. Wicked Blow is going to be popped up as well. Huge damage, and that is a Mimikyu going down in the process. But here comes Curse Song is going to be able to end that Ledge in the process. Sorry, Parry Song is the name of the
Oh,
move.
nice.
It's going to be 2 KO, coming in from Blacklist. That's going to be the answer back here. But Ho-Oh off cam is going to be taken out as well.
Yeah, that was really good coming in from Espion from Ramp. That double KO streak he was able to do onto the backside, just setting up the sneak attack and just waiting patiently on the sidelines. Paper Rex now on a deficit. Regirock will be open for Blacklist.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here you go though. At least Blacklist International does have the advantage instead of the Regirock, going to allow them to survive just a bit more with the defense and special defense buffs here. But the question is, should they overextend and follow up on this going into that of this core goal? The answer it seems to be is no. But look at that though. The Blitz is going to be taken out inside the Paper Rex, but that's all fine and good as they still have the lead.
Oh, very dangerous stuff there coming from Bocce, the only one who defends the tier 1 goes on into the bottom path, so that will be an opportunity for Blacklist International. Phantom Forest goes up.
Oh my goodness, here we go, another one. Trevenant was able to buy so much time that they were able to just, get some reinforcement, gets the answer back. Esmer is getting popped up as well here as the Terror Ledge as well. There's going to be 3 and 4 down, and there goes the Ignite move. There's a Killing Flame going to revive everyone up, but it doesn't matter as everyone gets taken out once again, and Ho-Oh is now the only one left. Paper Rex is going to destroy this first tier 4 goal down bottom, and again, beautiful play coming in from that of the Trevenant, buying as much time, buying a lot of time for their teammates to come down and help them out, and from there on out, just wasted Ho-Oh's Unite move.
And this is the situation we're in. Lapras is incredible in the composition. When you have Ho-Oh going in with Rekindling Flame, reviving every single one, Parry Song with those execution will instantly bring down these members. And that is exactly what happened there. Blacklist International going for those revives. Paper Rex, simple, minimal amount of damage, going in with a Parry Song, instant execute. So Blacklist International, what a huge disadvantage in the team fight, in the bottom fight, where Trevenant was able to buy so much time with just the 4 reach, with so much sustain, with the Phantom Forest knocking everybody up.
Right, and that's one more thing that I have to point out, right, with Ho-Oh, is that that's another disadvantage of having Ho-Oh. Yeah, sure, you might be able to revive everyone, but you cannot score points, because if you score points, you won't be able to revive everyone, right? With Rekindling Flame. But here we go though. Blacklist International finally going to be able to get in their second points of the game, putting them at 123 to 191 in favor of Paper Rex.
And now, at the very least, Blacklist International has set foot and he's closed down the distance into only a 68-point disadvantage in 2 minutes. So Paper Rex still has to fight the Rayquaza, or at the very least has to still try to go and play against Blacklist International in this objective.
Sorry, I have to correct myself. It wasn't 45 Aeos energy, but only 25 for you to be able to revive 4 of your teammates. And here you go. Everyone has their Unite moves ready, up and running. Here, play with me coming in here. Going to be played here by that of the Mimikyu. Going to be able to take down that Staple. But there we go. Another one here. Lapras Express and the Phantom Forest are going to be popped up as well. But there you go. It's still not going to be enough, though, to take down anyone at all inside the Paper Rex. But it's not going to be enough, though. It's a Sarah though. Sarah Ledge, Sand is already down. Parry Song's gonna be popped up. Rekindling Flame to revive those Pokemon from the side of Blacklist International is gonna be able to put them up as well, up and running. But the thing is, Paper Rex was able to see this from a mile away and ensuring that they can get in some healing from that of the softball. And now look at this. Softball is gonna be popped up, and the Unite move coming in from that of Solo, the Sylveon, just to be able to survive, gonna be able to take down the and in the process, they don't even need the Rayquaza at this point, but just push down away, push away that of Blacklist International. Now Ho-Oh is might as well, along with that of the Eldeos, going to be this Rayquaza. Let's find out. No, they will not. That is the Even Fist coming in from that of their Shifu and the Wicked Blow to finally finish the job against that of the Ho-Oh. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Paper Rex just put it in the points.
just not enough damage for OO to have that potential to get that steal in for the Rayquaza. Paper Rex, really phenomenal job into taking it down. Once again, we mentioned about the Parry Song really playing into a miracle work, doing a lot of damage. Once the revive happens on Rekindling Flame, Lapras is doing so much in terms of that prolonged fight. And Paper Rex, in terms of their composition, an exact counter on what Blacklist International has brought up in Game 2.
No, yeah, I mean, you know, it's. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I was going to suggest, right, like instead of the Ho-Oh, right, instead of the Ho-Oh, that could have been like a Hoopa, but Hoopa is already banned. So I mean, I guess if they really wanted to that sustain, then Ho-Oh is definitely a choice there, definitely a pick, or maybe perhaps a Clefable. But then again, you know, with the purpose of that of Ho-Oh being able to like revive and get a bit of a sustain here, it's all good. But Paper Rex already saw that, right? And ensuring that, okay, we take out the Ho-Oh first, we take out everyone first, then the Ho-Oh, then take out everyone as well. And as I mentioned, the only time that the Lapras is using Lapras Express to knock everyone up is after Rekindling Flame, and making sure that they have the timing right so that everyone won't be able to move after getting revived.
Yeah, and it's very difficult at this point. Blacklist International does not have any alternative for Ho-Oh. If in terms of defender, you see like how Ho-Oh is being kept alive. That is one of the situations that we mentioned, right? Ho-Oh has to be alive in those team fights, but who's going to be the tank in the front lines? Yes, you have those revives after Rekindling Flame, but look at that. When they revive, Parasong comes up next, and even then, even if Parasong is not used, you have a lot of damage coming in from Urshifu. You have a lot of damage coming in for the likes of Sylveon as well in after the revives occur. So it's just a difficult time for Blacklist International.
And they don't even need to like end the HP bar, right? They don't even need to delete the HP bar of everyone into the side of a Blacklist International, because as you have mentioned, Parry Strong, as long as you can get it to that threshold, it's going to get KO'd anyway, right? So with that being said though, like Paper Rex, very amazing mechanics and very amazing play here, being able to, you know, consider this Ho-Oh being at play as well against that of Blacklist International. And as you have mentioned, as a defender, Ho-Oh doesn't really defend per se, because as you mentioned, right, it has to be, it has to stay alive for them to be able to like revive their teammates.
Yeah, it's one of the pros and cons of having a Ho-Oh.
Right.
It's really strong. It's part of the meta. It can really do a huge amount of impact in terms of those team fights, especially prolonged ones. But you need someone that can be alternative into tanking for the team, to be one that can sponge out a lot of damage, for Starledge to follow up, for the likes of Espeon to follow up, to really burst out their opponents.
So with that being said, though, like again, a very amazing play here coming from Paper Rex. That's a 2-0 in favor of them. But Blacklist International, I believe they still have a game for today. That is going to be against that of Evos. Yeah, that's going to be against Evos. And honestly, I want to bid them good luck as well. And they still have a lot of time to prepare before that game. But before we head off, that's going to be Talon versus Evos, going to be the next game. So if you want to see that, please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Eat your snacks, you know, drink some water, because when we come back, it's going to be Talon versus Evos. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are once again back into Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025, and this is going to be, I believe, the 5th match of the day. It is going to be Talon versus Evos, and I think I'm really excited for this matchup.
Yeah, Talon versus EVOS. These two teams were battling up against yesterday. It was EVOS who won up against Onyx Rise 2-0. And then their next match up against PRX, they lost up against in a dominant fashion. And how Paper Rex really was showing a huge dominance up against them. But for the side of Talon, they lost 2 of their series, won 1 game each in that respective matchup. So now would be the best time for them to make it back and take a series of their own.
And here we go, like this team, they have been playing, since before. We've seen them again and again. Look, here we go, Evos Onyx here as well. We have Restored, we have Dragons, Kane, ALR, and of course, FJ and Keys. It's, well, same guys since before. Evos, and Indonesia, coming from Indonesia, and of course, Talon coming in from that of the Philippines as well. So I think we're just ready to get in on the game, getting into the draft phase in just a bit. So don't, just stay tuned, just wait for just a bit, and this is going to be an amazing match.
It will be an amazing match, considering that these two teams have a lot of history already in the competitive scene in Pokemon Unite, and Talon still, once again, as we've mentioned, they're still looking for that first win. And I think this would be one of the best times for them to at least snatch away something that EVOS Onyx is looking for, as they are currently only at a 1 win for EVOS. So far, game 1, mix and ban.
Oh yeah, here we go. Again, not surprising, still the same ban, and that's the thing, right? Like, if we're gonna be looking at it here, it's almost the same bans over and over, which I think is still gonna be the same until the rest of the tournament, unless otherwise there's going to be a huge patch, right, in between the matches, because we have to remember as well that there's quite a huge gap in terms of like the days of the tournament, right? For day 1, day 2, this is, I believe this is the only, this is the only day, along with days 4 and day 5 being on the same weekend, because day number 3 is going to be on the November 30th. And then the next one is going to be on the December 14th and 15th. And then the next one will be 11th. So there's quite a huge gap in between that could have a lot of like patches, maybe a new Pokemon as well, because we all know for a fact that Darkrai has just come out, and of course there's also the Psyduck that's already just come out as well. So we might be able to see them on the future days of this tournament that might be able to like change things up, especially with the ban list as well. We might be able to see some new fans here. Maybe even that of the Psyduck and that of the Dragon, because we all know for a fact that it's a really strong Pokemon. But here we go, going to the draft phase. Ladies and gentlemen, Urshifu, Miraidon, and Dodrio. We haven't seen this in quite a while. Always getting banned.
Yeah, it definitely is. Miraidon and Shifu, really strong points. But in terms of those defenders, Trevenant, Eldegoss, these are 2 missing roles coming into Talon's composition. Really strong power picks if they want to go for it. Now Snorlax, unorthodox pick, but still can make it work if they want to push back EVOS Onyx in terms of those constant pressure, constant push in respective pathways.
Right, and going into the side of Evos Onyx though, like we have the Crustle, the Hoopa, the Espeon, and the Cerulege. Again, a really great composition. They have sustain, they have the frontliners, and of course they have the backline as well, which I think is just going to be, reinforced here by this guard jump as well, allowing LR to just go in with that of the Cerulege. But even with the Gyarados, really, this is just going to be reinforcing the game. Their team composition, a really balanced out team, and Talon here going in for that Snorlax, which is a really quite rare pick nowadays, but still making it work. And Kai, I'm quite surprised that they didn't really go in for the they can't really get into that of the Hoopa anyway, right? Because they need to prioritize their shape, they need to prioritize their attackers, and then only then they can get in their supporter. But Kai with we have to remember Kai with that of the Hoopa is a really dangerous combination.
Yeah, it is definitely a dangerous composition. It would be putting out a huge amount of impact for Talon esports this time around for game number 1. But we have to keep in note, I love the adjustments come from Evos Onyx on that Garchomp hover and then went in for the Gyarados. You have to remember that they picked up the Crustle as their first pick. So Rock Tomb and then following up with a Dragon Current or even a Bounce, definitely any of these two would be a fantastic way to set up these plays for the likes of Espeon and Cerulege to put out the massive amounts of damage. So very straightforward type of composition here for Evos Onyx. Kind of a standard. They have 2 early game Pokemon. They can have that bit of balance for Crustle and the rest of the comp to scale up in the middle of the game. For the talent side, very standard as well, actually. You have Snorlax as a defender, Dodrio as a speedster, and Urshifu to deal that massive amount of impact, and Miraidon expectedly to be having that charge beam in parabolic charge instead for that extra amount of damage.
Well, the current composition of Talon right now is missing a backlane damage, which is going to be, complemented by that of the charge beam coming from that of Miraidon. So it's really going to make a lot of sense if they do go for that. So with this being in, there we go. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Never mind. Could have been taken out.
Early KOs coming from Evos Onyx, but this is very early into the game. So it wouldn't put out that massive impact. However, it will delay a couple of experience here for the side of Talon with those early eliminations, with those early KOs. And considering you have the Espeon, you have the Hoopa for the side of Evos, this will kind of accelerate the power spikes of Evos Onyx.
Oh, for sure. But here you go, though. I do like how everything is, silent at the moment. There's not a lot of happening here. Yes, they might have been able to take down the Miraidon, but it's still not going to be a lot here. It's still an early game. Everyone's still just poking each other out. Not much of an engagement is going to happen as of the moment. But here we go. Kind with that of the Cerulege. Not going to go back to base, though.
Yeah, I'll not go back. If you have the hyperspace hole now for Talon, if they can step foot, if they go in for the all-in, the Hoopa is still there to be able to really go in for those resets. Now Magikarp, they're still waiting for those evolutions to occur for the likes of Evos Onyx. Still having a hard time for Blinkies as well, as he's still yet to gain that evolution. Espeon going in.
Oh, Espeon definitely is going in, but it's still not going to be enough, though. Gets in the jump, the heavy slam coming in from that of Rubik's. But though, Rubik's is not going to be able to get away even if you jump a high back up, shaking in the ground. They're going to be able to take a pick up right there. But Kane here getting a little bit aggressive. Unfortunately for them, going to be able to survive another day.
Yeah. And Evos Onyx, you already have ALR with that Gyarados, with that final evolution. So now they can find those KOs, they can find those sneak attacks, and Kai is isolated.
Oh my goodness, Kai being alone up top. Man, Onyx is going to be able to take down the first year Sporkle. But I believe, I believe Talon is the one on the right side. Wait, never mind. It is on the left side. That's right. There you go. My apologies for the fusion. There you go. Coming in back as well instead of the bottom path. Evil Onyx here trying to do their best to push away Talon to destroy the first tier Squoggle.
Yeah, and now it's a fight for Altarius and Swablues. You have ALR into the sneak attack, and Evos Onyx just came in with a 1-for-1.
No, I do like what Kai did, earlier. Went for an overextension just a little bit, but just enough for Talon to be able to like reposition themselves down bottom. But unfortunately, though,
Oh,
even
electro drift.
we're going to be able to attack them up. But here you go, Heavy Sun's gonna be popped up as well. Marin's gonna be able to take on that Espion down bottom, but they're gonna be able to answer back as well as a 1-for-1 trade. Both of them taking each other out. Here you go, Jinkies. Are they gonna be able to get in? But here you go. Oh, they're gonna be able to sneak just a bit, allowing Talon to take away this Registeel. And look at that, Evil Fist into that. Will deal a lot of damage. There's gonna be 3 down to the side of Evil Onyx. Gonna make the 4. That is, well, mostly a team wipe. Everyone was taken out here into the side of Evil Onyx. Talon now has the lead and has the pressure. That is going to be 32 points over Dunk, over Cap, into the first year's goal down bottom.
Evos Onyx overstayed their welcome. Talon was able to really go in for those resets. After the initial fight, it was Evos Onyx who had that HP disadvantage, half HP across the board for each and every single one of them, but they still kept fighting. They want to get a test on the objective, and then Talon was able to just capitalize on it. They were on a good spot for Evos Onyx at the beginning, but Talon pounced back.
Wow, the Meteor Storm was not, was a little bit too late, not allowing them to take in that Reggie away from the Evil Onyx, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to take down 2, no make a 3. Charlotte's going to be taken out as well, and they're now going to be able to regain control of that top path as well, just taking out the Reggie quite freely as well. But the Espeon going in for that Unite move, a Psychic Solaire, not going to be enough though, but the Miraidon is going to be taken out with the reinforces coming in from that of Evos Onyx.
Nice time bot coming in from Evos Onyx, just buying time for the rest of the group to go in for the reset. Heavy Slam, triple knockout.
Heavy Slam definitely is going to be the play of the game here, but not going to be enough in terms of the damage, because we all know for a fact that, yeah, sure, Dodrio might be able to put up a damage, but not one that could do so much. It's more of like an ender, more of a Pokemon that could finish a job, but not outright the only one that putting up the damage. This one, though, Heavy Slam is going to do a lot of the knockup, but it does need some, follow-up. In terms of follow-up, this is what I'm talking about. We need to get in some attacks here. The Unite move coming in from the Dragon Current coming up is not going to have a lot of, follow-ups here, but here you go.
You have Talon now trying to go in for retreat as Evos Onyx chasing them down onto the tier 1 goal zone, but no KOs as of yet. But Talon just came through with a double right out of the gate go, and now Evos Onyx in danger.
Oh, here we go. 1-for-2 trade here. Rubik's trying to get away with the Heavy Slam. Yes, they will, but Kai is not going to be able to survive here, which is okay as well, because again, all Kai needs to do is buy some time for the team to get away, and they definitely did their job. So very beautiful pick here, very beautiful decision coming in from Kai. Once again, just to buy some time along with the Yawn here, just to put them to sleep and allowing them to respond once again. Reverend Ren's going to be popped up as well, going to be able to take down 3 with the Drio, ending the job. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, the Drio is not the one you would want to put up a damage, but instead, the one to finish the job, and that is what it did. And here you go. They're going to be able to destroy the first score goal up top for Evos Onyx, and Talon is now leading by 2 score goals.
Yeah, and their composition really just dictates that they want that front-to-back type of composition. They have a lot of set plays. Rubik's would set up with the Heavy Stam and constantly having a lot of multi-knock-up and multi-suppress sets.
Even Fist, right? Yawn into Even Fist, into Wicked Blow, gonna be able to take down 2 in the process. Evil's Onyx not gonna be able to respond to this. And look at that, Bright Future Meteor Storm's gonna be popped up as well, gonna be able to take down that Crustle. Beautiful play coming in from that of Talon. Man, it's quite a fascinating sight to see how Talon is, controlling this match in this instance. But Evos Onyx needs to catch up. They need to level up just a bit, because I'm pretty sure they can still go up against Talon, especially with all the crowd control that they have. They just need not to get hit first, because Talon, they just need one hit, one initiative for them to be able to lock in.
Yeah, and Talon really, when it comes to just going all in, they have a lot of tools in their composition to be able to come through. Electro Drift, you have Dodrio's mobility as well to keep in mind, or Shifu can follow up with huge amounts of damage there. And Mike, as we all know, for Talon is probably going to be the key player consistently to deal that massive amount of damage. In terms of those levels, you have level 13, level 14, so the amount of disparity in terms of XP would be the advantage for Talon compared to Evos Onyx.
Oh, for sure. I totally agree. But at the same time, like they do have the initiative. This is what I'm talking about. You cannot let Talon have the initiative, the first one to take the hit, because the moment you get hit by a heavy slam or anyone who takes in first, that is going to be the end of the game for you. But look at this though. Evos Onyx was able to see and isolate just a little bit, put him a little bit of damage into that of the Urshifu, but going to be able to get away. And man, Evil's Onyx, that is what they need to do. They need to take them on one by one, not all at the same time, because if they can take them out one by one, they can definitely win this one. But the Wicked Blow, allowing it to just get away.
Yeah, now EVOS Onyx has to force out the issue, has to force out the Rayquaza. They're currently at a 200-point difference. However, those points being dunked for both sides, even out the playing field, at the very least for Talon as well, dunking on the tier 2 goes on in the bottom path. EVOS Onyx now at a time.
Into the yawn, into that of the amazing. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be tricky down though. It doesn't matter if you use your Unite move. Psychic Player's not gonna do a lot here. Meteor Storm's gonna pop up as well. It's gonna be 5-0 team wipe into the side of Evil's Onyx, allowing them to take in this Rayquaza. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that is Talon going to be the one taking the Rayquaza and scoring in some points. And that's what I'm talking about earlier. Like Evil's Onyx, they needed to take them on one by one, and they already acknowledged the fact that, okay, hey, the Drio is down bottom, we need to take them all out. But unfortunately, Talon was able to use the foresight to know that it's going to happen, and they were able to answer back against that of Evos.
Yeah, and now EVOS Onyx trying to go in for those defense, but Upa has to do something. However, with the Rings Unbound already used, they cannot go in for the sneaks onto the tier 2 goes on top, or even the tier 1 goes on in the bottom pad. And just looking at the position of Talon, it's very defensive. They know that they're double the amount of points already against EVOS, and they just need to play it out.
Right, and that is it. That is game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. That is Talon taking in game number 1 against Evil's Onyx.
A good showing coming in from Talon. Composition very direct. It's a very simple type of strategy that they put out in terms of their comp. If you're looking at it, it's pretty much, there's no poke in their comp. It's pretty much all in. Even Miran consistently, right? We could expect for Miran to go for the charge beam and possibly the thunder or parabolic charge to really just put out a bit of damage into that long range distance to go in for those pokes. But no, it went in for the electro drift, wanting to go for the all-in. Once Snorlax goes for the heavy slam, everyone will follow up.
No, yeah, I mean, that was the surprising part, right? Like, we were thinking, or at least I was thinking, right, that they could have went in for the charge beam, because again, that is what they're missing, the backlane damage. But then again, there's the run and gun, that is that of the Dodrio. And as I mentioned, Snorlax going in for the heavy slam, and then the yawn for more crowd control prowess into the side of Talonflame, which makes it really, really amazing combination for the side of Talon. So I guess it begs the question: what do you think is or what's the problem with Evil's Onyx in game number 1?
Yeah, and Talon now is on match point. They won game number 1, and EVOS Onyx has to find their footing coming into the series in game number 2. However, in terms of composition, these two teams was able to draft really, really well. There's no problems to it. If we're looking at it, EVOS Onyx, there's a lot of pros and cons here, but it's just Talon who was able to really just also execute it really well. Because if you're gonna think about it, there are a lot of occasions where Crustle went in for the Rock Tomb, followed up by the Gyarados with the bounce and even the Dragon Current. But Talon, at the very beginning, even in the middle of the fight, was able to put that distance in terms of experience that really put them on edge.
Another thing that I noticed as well, right? Like, EVOS Onyx, they always want to force the issue. They always want to force the issue against that of Talon, which, as we've seen since the early game, wasn't working well. So, if there's anything that you think should change with EVOS Onyx, what do you think would that be?
For EVOS Onyx, in terms of change, it's really... Here's the thing. I've mentioned this already. Both these composition for both sides is really good. There's no mistakes into it. There's really a lot of pros and cons, if you're going to think about it. So, in terms of changes, it's all about those executions and looking for those opportunities to pounce against your opponents and gain that advantage. And that's what Talon did in game number 1. All throughout early mid game, they're constantly taking away a lot of these sources of experience and EOS energy points away from EVOS Onyx. So when it came down into the very last 2 minutes, they were at a level, like 1 level, 2 level lead against their opponents.
again, getting those upgrades in their moves, right, is definitely going to help them out. Lessen the cooldowns, more prowess in terms of moves. It's just really a huge advantage that of talent. Again, Evil's Onyx just forcing it the issue. I don't think that was quite the way. Sure, they might be able, they can take them on one by one, but and I do understand as well that the game does have some sort of rubber banding in terms of the XP. But if you're just gonna force it again and again, it doesn't work. Well, we already saw what happened. Going to game number 2, though, I hope Evil's Onyx can play a bit more careful. They should still take risks. Obviously, they should still take some risks, but they have to be careful of when and where they want to put that risk, because Talon can see them, right? They can. They already have the foresight. They already can see the future. They have the future sight into that. So they have to be careful on when and where they are going to take a risk.
Okay, Dodrio, Leafeon, Umbreon going to be banned away by Evos Onyx and Talon. So now the thing is, if they ban away Mimikyu, Urshifu will be left open by Evos Onyx. So this is something that we can expect as a priority pick for purple side selection by Evos. But right after that, Talon can go in for a supporter and also Sterilege. These are two that can follow through into their orange side selection.
Oh, for sure. But here we go, though. Evos Onyx is now going to be the one getting in this Urshifu. And they already finally targeted ban this Dodrio as well. But that goes to show that, we have some Pokemon here that is still open up for grabs. The Hoopa is as well. You don't want to give that to Kai. As I have mentioned, it makes Talon a formidable foe.
Yeah, and it's pretty much Sterilege that's the priority here. Considering how much damage he can provide for the team consistently, it's too strong on how he can play it out for the side of Talon. And now for Evos Onyx, since there's still no supporter coming to the side of Talon, this will be picked up along with the Mamoswine.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here we go, though. Blissey, Mamoswine going to be the answer here for Onyx. They want to be more on the front line. They want to ensure that they can, basically disrupt of Evos Onyx. But here we go. I keep on saying this since earlier. Hoopa plus Kai equals devastation, dude. And honestly, RBX here, Rubix rather, going in for the defender. Oh, this is actually quite interesting. Going in for the Gudra, has itself sustained and does have the damage. Beautiful stuff. And then it doesn't even really need, right? It doesn't even really need to, it doesn't really need to think of sustaining itself, because Kai is already there. And Kai, oh man, this is dangerous.
Yeah, it will definitely be dangerous, considering how the draft is currently going for. But Evos Onyx picks up the Blaziken along with the Mewtwo Y. So in terms of that damage output, in terms of that front line, they're already set.
And now I think Gyarados is actually a good pick here. Going into the side of Talon, and they will lock in instead of the Gyarados. But then again, you have to remember as well that this composition coming from that of Onyx is actually a pretty good one. They do have disruption, reposition, that is the Mamoswine, and then of course there's the follow-up coming in from that of the Blaziken, and of course Even Fist into that of the Wicked Blow, that is the Urshifu, and of course we have the backlane damage, that is the Mewtwo Y. So overall, I think it's a pretty good composition. But going against Talon, we have the Sterilege, again, huge mobility. We have the backlane damage, that is of course the Miraidon, could go in for Charge Beam, or maybe even go once again for Electro Drift like they did at game number 1. Of course, we have the frontliners as well that could dish out the damage, that is Rubik's with the Gudra, and of course we have the Gyarados as well, and Hoopa. Well, we already know what Hoopa can do.
Yeah, it surely is going to be an obnoxious Pokemon to really go up against, just because those resets, those early games are going to the side of Talon with the resets, and also the hyperspace hold that can bring your Pokemon right at you if you need it in the respective pathways. Now for the side of Evos Onyx, very straightforward. You mentioned quite a bit already, but really it's a standard type of comp. You have an all-rounder, you have a defender, and you have a bit of damage coming from Mewtwo Y as well. And something to take note, Infinite Cyber, global unite move that could really just take in those targets and deny a bit of those dunk on goal zones, or either gain that impact damage in terms of those team fights.
And in addition to that, there's also the vision that comes with it, right? Like as soon as Infinite Cyber has been used, they can essentially have the information of where you are in the game, which is actually a pretty interesting and a pretty important factor in the game because we don't have any items at all that can, get in some visuals, get in some those wards into the other team.
And now for the side of Talon, pretty much at this point, it's also a bit similar to what they did in game number 1, but something surprising is really good drop pickup. We haven't seen this for a very, very long time. In terms of defenders, there's a lot of options you can go for. You have Mammal Swine, you have the Trevenant that has been that priority, you have the Umbreon, which we have seen quite a bit, the Slowbro as well. So Gudra is a change of pace. It's an unorthodox type of pickup coming in from Talon, but in game number 1, they picked up an unorthodox competition. So coming into this, they surely prepared for it. They surely have something in mind onto this competition.
Oh, for sure. But here we go, though. Mike coming in once again. Going to be able to take down the Blissey, ensuring that they remove the sustain into the side of Onyx. But even then, they know for a fact where their places. They cannot overextend. Not right now. Not until they can get everything. Especially that Mike still don't have its second attack. It only has its Psycho Cut as of the moment. But here you go, though. It is going to be, the Gloomy going to be taken out in the process.
Yeah. And now Talon is still trying to look for a footing coming down into these early game engages, early game battles. But EVOS Onyx in this early stage, they're already set. You have the Mewtwo, you have the Combuscan, just waiting a bit for that Blaziken, and Urshifu's already level 6. So they're already really at a good state in 2-minute mark of this match. And Talon still has to buy time for a bit.
Right, and coming in as off the
Nice
mind, that's going to be 2 down. That is the Piloswine and the Mewtwo going to be taken out. More of the damage, and another one here, another damage is going to be taken out. That is the Urshifu. The Dark Bear is going to be taken out, and now Talon definitely has the advantage, has the pressure up against EVOS Onyx. Sure, EVOS Onyx was able to take it up first, but Talon is not going to allow it to be taken by EVOS Onyx for its totality.
Yeah, an incredible bounce consistently by Sync 1. There are 2 occasions coming down from that team fight. He was able to close down the distance and deal a massive amount of damage up against EVOS Onyx in that prolonged matchup. It was really amazing to watch that coming in from Sync 1. And still, they have to look for those key plays. They have to look for those key engages. They are in a lead right now. They just have to sustain it.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, they just really needed to have their Pokemon, online. But now, especially the Cerulege, now at level 8, it does have access to Phantom Force and, of course, Psycho Cut. They're definitely going to do a lot of damage. And, of course, we have the Urshifu into the side of Onyx, now has an E1 Fist as well, which is going to provide a lot of crowd control. There we go. As I have mentioned, into the Wicked Fist, but still not going to be enough to take down this League Glue. But there we go. They're going to be able to get away as well, too, down the side of Onyx. They don't have their attackers anymore as Talon pushes them away and scores in some points, but the Ags, man, the Ags is just going to stop them from scoring in. But it doesn't matter. They're still going to be able to put in some scores here as Tank 1 just push away this Blissey for Mike to put in those 36.
Yeah, now as we're slowly approaching the 5 minutes, it's now Talon going to go for those 4-man rotations. They already were able to take 2 tier 1 goal zones and another KO for themselves.
So this time, though, they're not going to be gunning in for that of the Electro Drift, but instead goes in for the Charge Beam, which I think really complements their game style, and their composition, rather.
Yeah, they need that pokes. It's not that all-in type of a front-to-back comp. It's still similar, but now it would be Gyarados, it would be Gudra, and Cerulege that will come through into the front lines and be that danger for EVOS Onyx in those battles. But for now, Talon will just play it a bit more patiently this time around and slow things down a bit. You have Hoopa that could call in and respond, and his allies will come through with the rings and bound. They just had to play towards it and play defense on tier 1 goal zones from the top path and the bottom path.
Even what's happening in the screen right now, I do like what Evos is at of the
Hoopa.
moment. They're not as risky as earlier, and they know when to get in. But look at that though, even if it's gonna be popped up here, but Reverend Rand is gonna be popped up as well as gonna be the Blissey going down as well as the Dragon Current. But are they gonna be able to get away? No, they are not gonna be able to get away. That's gonna be taken out as well. Charge Beam once again into the Mammoth Mash. Want to be able to knock up some Pokemon inside of Talon, but they are going to have some answers back into that of the Mammoth Swine. Now there's gonna be 3 down inside of a Talon with no Pokemon down to the side of Evil's Onyx. Kai now with a ring slam bounce to put in some damage, but are they gonna be able to do it though? Jink is going to be the only one here that's gonna be taken out into the side of Evil's Onyx in that team fight. And I believe that is the first team fight where Evil's Onyx really win that time. You know, like they have been losing for the team fights, but this time though they were able to bounce back with only 1 casualty, taking down 3 into the Talon. But unfortunately for them, it is Talon's gonna be able to secure this Regieleki.
Yeah, now Talon going in, gotten the Regieleki on the top path. They're focusing now on the Regirock to get the double objectives away from Evosonics, not giving them any source of value, any source of Wave's energies, be able to upscale against Talon Esports. For now, it's all about playing patience here. Rubik's in danger though.
Oh my goodness. It's not gonna be enough though. It's a 3v1, dude. There's not much to say. It's a 3v1. Obviously, even if you're a defender, you might be able to, buy some time, but only if your teammates can, catch up to you. Only then can you, like, really punish them. But unfortunately for them, it's not going to be enough, though. But here you go. E1 hits into that of the Gyarados. That's a 3v1. Not much, but, if you have to think about it, like, there's only 3 minutes and a half left here, allowing them to be able to get this Unite move before the Rayquaza. So that's actually quite a good thing to use its Unite move again. But here you go, though. Rubix is going to try to survive here, try to wait for their teammates, and still going to be able to sustain themselves. But unfortunately, going to be taken out here by that of the fire chicken that is the Blaziken.
Yeah. Blaziken dealt so much damage. I think it's really good and complementary of having ALR go in for the Blaziken and you also for Shifu. These two frontliners and bruisers are really strong as a combo. From what this Onyx has shown us, it's a really good complementary combo in their composition. But here it goes, 50 seconds before it comes down into Rayquaza where it matters most. They have to be coordinated. They have to be having good coordination in those team fights to be able to really close down the difference of 120 points.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, at the same time, Talon, well, at least, right? Like, I do like how Evil's Onyx here is essentially kicking things up a notch, right? Like, they can now go toe to toe against that of Talon. So, getting into that of Rayquaza, it's not going to be much of a problem for them. But unfortunately, though, like Talon now has the, does have the Regieleki, which will then force them into a 50-50 mind game.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at this. Surludge is going in on top pack, gaining that Regieleki along with that 50 points would put them at a massive advantage, ballooning their lead into 220 points. But the Rayquaza will now be started.
Yes, sirree. And here we go, Evil's Onyx. That's what I'm talking about, forcing them into an option select. And Evil's Onyx chooses to stay into that of Rayquaza, but they're going to be putting in 34 points here down bottom. But that just lets Talon knows that they are outnumbering Evil's Onyx as of the moment, allowing them to control the Rayquaza. But here you go, though. Currently, they are a bit low on that of the HP. Evil's Onyx does have the lead, but Evil's Onyx is now trying to poke down this Rayquaza as well to use as a bait. But unfortunately, I don't think they know that they went back from their behind. There you go. Even Fizz going to be able to take down the Hoopa as well. That's going to be the start here. Evil's Onyx going to put down 1 more Blitz Assistance to that of the Blaziken. Going to be able to take down 3 in the process. That is our Shifu with that of the Gudra and the Surludge as well. That's going to be 4 down into the side of Talon. But here we go, though. They might still be able to take this one away if they can see this. No, they won't, unfortunately, as Blaziken's going to be able to secure this Rayquaza, and we might as well be going into a game number 2. But still, there's still some time here for them to be able to stop Evil Sonics. Still not going to be enough, though.
If they touch the tier 2 goal zone with Mamoswine going in with that 50 points, that's it. Evosonics will gain that advantage and will now bring this to game 3. Unfortunately, what Talon did there, they were a bit separated in the combo. As we mentioned a while ago, Blaziken and Urshifu as a combo in that team fight really won Evo's game.
Oh, for sure, man. Like, again, like, I'm pretty sure the moment that they were able to score in down bottom, they were able to recognize as well that, hey, the other team here, they're not complete. We have to go in for, we have to go in. We have to dive in. We have to lock in. And even though like Onyx, right? The thing is like Onyx was getting sandwiched by Talon instead of the Ray Pit, right? But the thing is, it also gives the information to Onyx that Talon is scattered around the map and they're the only ones in the center. So they have to choose a side of where they are going to attack. And once Evos Onyx was able to determine that, everything just went way here and we're able to take down Talon.
Yeah, and it was pretty much Mike just getting a bit of points. They had the Hoopa, so it doesn't really matter if they're separated. But the thing is, like Evos Onyx, after that, we're in Star Ledge, and Mike was able to be corralled along with his teammates, be united with his teammates as well into that Rayquaza fight. Rubix was far end in the bottom patch, just defending the go zone. You had Hoopa just in a bit of an isolated position, where Evos Onyx took that chance to pounce on them and get that members advantage. Where in Hoopa's gone, there's a lot of that supportive and utility capability out from Talon.
No, and I also like the fact that, you know, like I mentioned earlier, right? Like Talon, I like when they use your hyperspace hold just to refresh your HPs, right? At the back, right? At the sticks of Evos Onyx, and I'm pretty sure they didn't know that as well. But you know, unfortunately, while that was a good move, Evos Onyx was able to answer back against them and essentially taking out, as you had mentioned, taking out that of the Hoopa at the start, right? Is definitely the key factor of winning here for Evos Onyx, because taking out that sustain, taking out that way for them to refresh their HP is definitely a winning moment here for Evos Onyx, allowing them to take in that Rayquaza, allowing to take them out the entirety of Talon as well.
Yeah, if you saw the series of eliminations there coming from Sonics, right? Hoopa was the first one who got KO'd, followed up by Miraidon, and then you had a Gudra along with Star Ledge. It was just really difficult, where Evos Onyx was standing in a united front all throughout that battle, where Talon was a bit separated.
Oh yeah, see, that's the thing, right? Like it's only Hoopa that can like sustain it and put them a bit of a recovery, right? For the team of Talon, whereas sure, Gudra may be able to sustain itself, but only by itself. It can only sustain itself, not the other team. And without the Hoopa, it can only, you know, take in the damage. But even then, Evos Onyx recognized that and acknowledged that, and was able to, you know, attack as they while avoiding that to happen, while avoiding the Gudra to dish out all the damage. And once Gudra is out, once the Hoopa is out, it's all a feast, a food feast, right? For a brutal fight, really, for Evos Onyx.
Yeah, for sure. Now I'm really excited because now we're down into, I believe, the third game in the best of 3 series that we have today in comparison to yesterday. Yesterday, two game series, and then the rest would be a 3 game series. Today we're gonna have mostly so far this 2 games series, but I don't want to jinx it as of yet. But here we go for Evos Onyx and Talon. These 2 teams are pretty much evenly matched so far. They're really amazing on what they're doing. In terms of the composition, it's really well thought out as well, if you're considering it. So it's all about execution. It's all about putting out your best foot forward, coming down and knowing your winning condition.
Oh, for sure. And now, you know, going into game number 3, right? It's well, as I mentioned, it's really both of their compositions are great. It all went down to execution. In game number 3, I think they should stick to this kind of composition going to game number 3, because it allows them to go on the same footing, Evos Onyx into that of Talon, in comparison to game 1, where it's mostly Talon controlling the game, right? Going into game number 3, though, it's they need to be able to take down what's not working for Talon and just keep on playing the same. And getting the same composition as well if they want to take in game number 3 against Talon.
Surely. So now coming down into the next game, I think the summary is the coordination would be really important, and sticking together would be really important as well. If you want to go for the sneak attack, sure, but you need to really wait for the signal before you commit to it. Do not overextend. I think that will be the name of the game coming through here for ACL, especially coming down into a decision matchup in a best of 3 series. And Talon, as we've mentioned a while ago, is still looking for their first win here in ACL. And now would be the best opportunity for them to find that for their first one here in week 1.
Right. Man, it's I think if Talon wants to take out Evosonics, they might be able. They might need to ban out, obviously the Mammoth Line, or maybe take out the Urshifu for themselves. In the side of Evosonics though, they really need to take out the Hoopa. That's number one. Take out the Hoopa and maybe steal away the Cerulege for themselves. Especially that well, they are the ones in the second placers, right? The second picks here, whereas Talon is pretty much just going to a priority. Either it's only two, right? It's really only two. It's either the Urshifu or the Cerulege.
So now we're going in down to the bats once again, and now Talon is on a favorable position in this draft because they are now going into the purple side selection, and that would give them a bit of edge up against Evosonics to pick up that hyper priority pickups that they want, that comfort picks that they're looking for. Umbreon Leafeon removed, Mimikyu and Blissey also removed by Talon.
Urshifu, Cerulege is now open though. So that's what I'm talking about, right? Like it's only just going to be the two. It's only going to be those two. It's going to be the priority, or Shifu or Cerulege, and obviously whoever does not get the first one, then will take the second one. So here we go though. The Drio is going to be stolen back again into that of the Evos, and honestly, they can still play the same composition. And Gengar is actually a very strong Pokemon nowadays, compared to like previous patches. But then again, Hoopa being open is always going to make sure 100% that they're going to be taking it out.
That was really strong start coming from Evosonics. You have the Cerulege, you had to remove the Dodrio as well, where Talon is really comfortable with it onto Mike. Now, without the Dodrio, I believe Urshifu will be the one who will go to the central area and be used by Mike instead. They can still pick up the Blaze again if they want to. Trevenant will be open for Talon Esports, but instead of the Crustle that they picked up a while ago along with the Gyarados, Trevenant will be the hover.
Wow, this is this is the fourth game, right? The fourth match of the day, and still looking pretty amazingly for both of the teams. Again, they're going to be going back into the same Pokemon. The only one changing is obviously the Urshifu for Talon. Obviously, it's just taken out by Evils here, and of course the Gyarados. The Trevenant in replacement of the Gudra, because I'm pretty sure they saw that, hey, it's not really working out that well, and we are not going to be able to like reposition everyone into the side of Evosonics. And now going back into the Trevenant, this basically allows a Miraidon to go in for the Electro Drift once again, just like game number one, or they can still go in for Pokes, that is the Charge Beam. But either way, it's going to be a hard time for Evosonics if they won't be able to, essentially get away from the side of Rubik's with the Trevenant.
I reckon this would be a Charge Beam, Miraidon. Just because if you're going to look at the compositions that they had, it's a Hoopa, right? And what they want is those prolonged matchup. What they want is those prolonged fights. So going in for the Electro Drift, they really want to commit, sure. But coming down into the composition, if they want to go for those prolonged matchup to be able to capitalize mostly on what Hoopa can provide for the team, it will be a Charge Beam Miraidon, go in for those poke damage in the long range distance, and then you just have to buy time for Trevenant to set up the plays along with their Shifu as a follow-up for the side of Talon.
I think it still works out though with Electro Drift, because since it's a mobility move, right? With the timing right into that the hyperspace hole, it can just like go in for the Electro Drift and then immediately just go back into the base. But even then, like again, it doesn't matter what they're gonna go in for. It could be the Pokémon that is a Charge Beam, putting in a lot of damage, or it could be for Electro Drift. It's still gonna work itself out, especially that this is Talon that we're talking about, going against that of Evosonics. But then again, going for game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. This is it, the decider match for this match.
Yeah, last game for this series. Talon Esports up against Evosonics. The one to win it will take the series away and will gain 3 points at the end. And this will be really huge. As we have mentioned, it's a single round robin in the best of 3 series across the board. So Talon and Evosonics will only meet once. So we'll see what they can do and what they can provide for the team, as Dylan being pressured and Evosonics gets the first KO.
Oh, I like the change here coming from Evosonics. Like game number 1, they're a bit careful. Game number 2, they're trying to adjust. Game number 3, though, they are aggressive, and this is what they needed to gain. Since game number 1.
Yeah, and then you have Rubik's coming through right into the bottom side. Very quiet start for both sides. And yes, you have a couple of KOs running through already. But expectedly, these teams have to play it safe. Dodrio catching up, though, into the bottom side. But Rubik's with a clutch on the fruits.
Oh, for sure. Here we go. The citrus berry. There we go. I was trying to think of the name as well, but here we go. The burst is not going to be coming up as well. It was Onyx trying to push away Talon just to get it for themselves, get into stacks as well, and obviously get in the scores in and of itself. But here we go, though. Talon going to be able to control that of the top path, while Evil's Onyx does have a bit of a control in that of the bottom path. Still, the Char Cadet is still a Char Cadet, not a Zero Ledge just yet. It's already almost 2-minute mark in the game.
It's all about babysitting Gyarados, and once the final evolution is there, Urshifu can start rotating. However, Kane was readily waiting, though, for the Force Invade.
Alright, the central area invade indeed, especially with the trio as well, right? Like, it's very mobile, can go in and out immediately, just check things out, give some information into the side of their own team, Evos Onyx. But there you go, as I mentioned, it's just going to put in some points as well, and then immediately just go back out, get in some points once again. But here you go, though, Evos Onyx just scatter around the map here, as Talon is now onto that off the bottom pad. But it doesn't matter because they have the Hoopa, once again, they have the elevator, can go in up and bottom as they see fit.
Surely. Now, for Talon and Evos Onyx, here in this early game, very close already, but Evos Onyx goes in for a dominating team fight on top side, getting that double triple KO.
Ooh, 20 points. They don't want to put in the 20 points. They don't want to get that one in. They want to destroy that, though. They want to destroy the first score goal up top before they can get the Reggie like into the second path. But off Pam, though, they're going to be able to take down the Gyarados as well. And Kai's just going to be forced to retreat in this moment. But here you go, just 4 more before they can destroy that of the first score goal, as we see the Reggie Lucky and the Reggie bottom in just a few seconds.
Now, Evos Onyx going in for the first goal zone, being taken away. It will be Evos showing a dominating start here, but Reggie still will be the target of Talon.
Oh, look at this, though. Rubik's buying some time for Talon to be able to take down that Reggie steal, and they were able to successfully do so, but the Ice Fang is going to stop them from moving forward, buying in a bit of a time here for them, for their teammates to respond back. But unfortunately, though, their teammate is not going anywhere. But the Eldegoss, though, is going to be able to take down the Trevenant, going to be able to take down too as well. The Miran is going to be taken out by that of the sword with the Mewtwo Y, and another one as well coming in from that of the Eldegoss, taking down the Urshifu, which is 3 for non-trade in favor of Evos Onyx. They are definitely playing out quite differently than that of game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, 189 points. They're on a massive lead already, but Talon still on the back foot. At the very beginning, it's a bit different from what you have mentioned as a storyline here for Talon, as constantly they have been getting a lot of credits. They have been getting a lot of values at the early start, at the initial start of each and every single matchup. But Evos Onyx showed up big time this time around, having Zero Ledge and also the likes of Mewtwo Y constantly roaming around the map.
Oh, yes, indeed. But here you go. Rain Command is going to pop up, allowing them to recover a bit. But here you go. Psychic Cyburn is going to be popped up as well, putting up a lot of damage. But it's going to be the Eldegoss and the Mewtwo, and that of the Paladin going to be taken out as well. And only 2 is left with the Evos Onyx. Talon, they need this breakfast. They need to eat down whole the lunch. And that is it. Going to be 4 down the hole. 4 down the drain. Only the Drio being the only one left here. Unfortunate for Evos Onyx, as Talon is now being able to cash up immediately afterwards. And Kai here definitely just going to be able to buy some time and going to be able to go back up with the hyperspace.
Yeah, still was able to go in for those extra 31 points as well. Coming in from that bottom engage was very, very close in terms of calling it out. He was almost getting removed by Evos Onyx and sent back to the base, but very quick thinking there for Talon Esports. Now they're back in the lead in 5-minute mark. They just were able to find an opportunity and value. Rubik's in danger.
Right, Rubik's in danger indeed, but there's no follow-up just yet. And as we see that, it is going to be the Talon coming in with that of their own follow-up. But it is going to be the Miran, they're going to be taken out, and the Urshifu and the Gyarados. No more damage dealer inside of a Talon, though. It was Onyx, they need to take this. It's going to be 4 down. Only Kai is left. And there you go, just trying to build a bit of a time here with the rings unbound, allowing their teammates to respond back immediately into that on the top path. Maybe take down this Reggie Leg as well. Yes, they will, and they are not going to be able to answer back against that of evos Onyx. It's going to be 2 down into that team, and Dodrio was able to get away immediately. Oh, never mind. There goes a reposition, but that just pushes away the Dodrio. But never mind. There's also their teammates just following up, just waiting for the Dodrio. But here goes another team fight here. Reverend Ren is going to be popped up as well. The second Cyber is going to pop up, and the Meteor Storm as well, putting down 4 in the process. Only the Mewtwo is up left, but they're going to be able to answer back with 1. That's 1 for like what, 7 I believe, or 6 Pokemon into the side of evos Onyx. Really huge win here for Talon.
Yeah, flawless objective steal coming from Talon. The response with the rings unbound, that was Kai, pretty much the MVP from that initial engage onto the top path, wherein the objective was going towards the side of evos Onyx, but that rings unbound came through. Talon's response is massive. They got the steal away from evos Onyx, and then they pushed through. 1 by 1, evos Onyx fell.
Oh, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, man, you really can't give Kai the hoop up because of whatever happened earlier. It's still going to keep on happening even later on the Rayquaza. But look at that though, Mirai is going to be able to take down the Cerulege once again. Going to reposition it with the with that of the Wood Hammer as well. And man, Electro Drift, as I mentioned, is going to be the play of the game here for them, especially with that of the Hoopa, just essentially putting them back down into the base after the reposition, allowing them to get in the Reggie Rock as well, and maybe even perhaps get a bit of a time here to get in that what do you call this, the Reggie Elecki up later to provide more pressure against that of evos Onyx.
Yeah, and it's in a really good state coming from Talon already, and still they're looking for more.
Yes, sirree. It is going to be the issue is going to be forced here by evos Onyx. Going to get in the Ice Fun, but unfortunately not going to be enough though. But here you go. Gets a push here by that of the Trevenant, but they're going to be punished here. There's going to be 2-for-1 trade in favor of evos Onyx, but it's still not going to be done though. Dylan wants to get away. Gets the Electro Drift, but it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, there is no Hyperspace Hole. Never mind. There comes the Hyperspace Hole, but if they go for that, they're just going to get punished. Beautiful decision coming from Dylan, not going for Hyperspace Hole.
Now Rayquaza coming up. It will be evos Onyx who's had that initial position onto the Rayquaza objective here, but Talon will answer back quite quickly. They're also going in for a good spot, just waiting for evos Onyx to pounce first before they go for the counter engage.
Oh, indeed. And now here it is, the final stage of this match, coming into that of the Ray fight. Charlotte already at level 14, but Gyarados and Urshifu is too. But here you go. Ice Fang is going to be popped up here. They're going to be isolated. Beautiful Hyperspace once again, just to get in some XP, and now refreshing those not XP or HP rather, refreshing that one up, allowing them to get back go back into the match and put up some pressure once again.
Now, evos Onyx still on a timer. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to close down the gap of 150 points here. And still, Talon just playing it very patiently this time around. And Hyperspace Hole, that's 2 times in a row where Rubens was down low. And he's going for the reset here in this objective.
Right, and oh wow, actually had the cooldown up as well. So here we go. They just need to get one more rings unbound so that they can get back up. But there you go. Psychic Typhon is going to be popped up as well. And Meteor Storm is too going to be popped up, but it's not going to put up a lot of damage. Not quite yet. And the Trevenant is not going to be taken out. And the Urshifu is going to be taken out as well. Rings unbound. A little bit too late here for them to catch up. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be evos Onyx taking down 3 in the process inside of Talon. Talon. And man, evos is just, putting up a challenge against that of Talon. They still need to take this one though if they want to win against Talon.
Now you have 1 KO already. Eldegosa goes down. Rayquaza will be the target. No damage coming from evos Onyx, but now steal from Kai. Rayquaza goes down, and Talon will get it. They will take the advantage, and they will take the objective that they need.
Oh my, that was pretty close, dude. And the Dodrio being alive is still, even though Talon already got the Rayquaza, they didn't have that much time to score in the points. And if Rubix wasn't able to stop that Dodrio, I think that would have still actually never mind. Even if they did have like 50 points, still not gonna be enough though. But still, it was a scary situation to be in if Ken was able to put that up. But again, Talon, very calculated play, getting in that Rayquaza at the very last moment, not allowing evos Onyx and Man, beautiful play from both. Amazing Pokemon Unite.
And I'm telling you, the MVP from game number 3 would be Kai. Consistent
For
from
sure.
the very beginning up until the very end. If you saw that Rayquaza fight, 2 resets from Rubik's alone, going in and out, going for those resets. Rubik's was sustaining all throughout that fight.
Right.
He doesn't need that extra support from the rest of the team. They don't need to go for that commitment for
Right.
talent to win game number 3. And there is one particular moment wherein it really shined how Kai's hyperspace hole really was so clever. Infinite Cyburn used by evos Onyx for Mewtwo Y. The hyperspace hole denied the damage onto 3 members for Talon Esports for that Infinite Cyburn, negating any amount of damage going into Talon. So Kai is really amazing. It's really incredible from that game number 3. And on top of that, that steal from Rayquaza, phenomenal job.
May I just add one more thing? Because, after getting back into the hyperspace hole, right? Once you go back to your base and go back to the battlefield, right? There's a bit of a cooldown before you can actually, you can still go into another hyperspace hole, but there's a cooldown before you can go back to the battlefield, right? And Kai being able to, put down mental notes that, okay, we can use hyperspace hole once again, and they could still go back into the battlefield. That kind of like knowledge, that nuance, obviously it's on the skill description as well, the move description, but that nuance, that knowing that very calmly is just amazing play. As I mentioned, MVP of the game definitely is going to be definitely has to be Kai there. And then it's just they just enable the entire team. Again, cannot give Kai Hoopa because, man, number 1 Hoopa in the Philippines. That I can say that with confidence.
Well, we'll see if there are any other teams that can overcome that strength and that coordination that Talon has provided us from that series. We're just going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's another series for the Pokemon Unite fans. See you guys.
unite! Pokémon 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 unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
We are now halfway through the day at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. My name is JJ, and with me is Infinity. And this time, we're going to be able to see, once again, Alter Ego going up against Onyx, being their first appearance of the day.
Yeah, I'm really excited, right? Because Alter Ego yesterday, they were able to beat MRS. And then you also have Onyx Rise, who showed a bit of success up against Talon Esports in day 1 of ACL 2025. So now it's up to them. These two teams are currently on a road into possibly their second win all throughout this first week.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, again, they have already won 2-0 against Full Sense earlier, being the first game of the day. And now going up against Onyx. But I mean, honestly, Onyx Rise is one of those teams that can actually go toe-to-toe against that of Alter Ego. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go to game number 3. However, being having that kind of momentum, getting a 2-0 being the first game of the day, I think that would put up some effect into this going into this game. Especially that, again, like Onyx Rise, this is their first game of the day.
First game of the day, Alter Ego lost up against FS a while ago in a 2-0 matchup. So really, as we mentioned a while ago, today here in first week, these two teams are looking for their second series win out from day 1 and day 2. And these two teams really have to put their best foot forward and really have to make out the best out of each and every single series, which is, Alter Ego and Onyx Rise are no stranger to the Pokemon Unite fans, and these two teams are stronghold names. So it will be a blast. I'm really looking forward to maybe a 3-game series just because of how strong these two teams are.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, if there's one thing that these both of these teams are known for, is that they know how to adjust, they know how to calculate, and they know when and not to get in on a team fight. And honestly, as I mentioned, as we both have mentioned, it's really going to be no surprise if we see a game number 3. Again, this is Indonesia versus Hong Kong and Taiwan, and arguably the ones holding down the region, holding the gates essentially for entry for anyone else to take the crown. So honestly, amazing teams here. Alter Ego, formerly known as Sheen and Rode, and of course we have Onyx Rise, which is, they are Rise.
Yes.
They're right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But now looking at it, we had a couple of series of matches already for the day. I believe we have already done four matches for the day. We had FS versus Alter Ego, 2-0 win already. BRU versus MRS. We're in. It was BRU who won up against Miran, Sejong, and now PRX, Blacklist, Talon, and Evos. And today, or well, at least right now, we're stepping foot into the next one of Alter Ego versus Onyx Rise. So really, a lot of matches across the board, and I'm excited for more.
It's quite fascinating to know as well that I believe Paper Rex is still at the top of the ranking, knowing that they have won 2-0, right, against that of Blacklist International. So that means if they won 2-0, they get, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 points, right? So they get 3 points, putting them into 9 points, which all the teams really is still going to have to struggle to to catch up to. So they still have a lot to catch up to. The rest of the teams only have like 6 points, if I remember correctly. So they really need to win their games today if they want to catch up against that of Paper Rex.
PRX is the only one who was able to get 6 points in day number 1, I believe. Was able to win up against Elevate and the EVOS. So really, as you have mentioned, a lot of these teams has to catch up. FS right now is already setting up 6 points, with them winning up against Alter Ego in the very first series today and winning up against Talon yesterday. Now, for the rest of the team, it's BRU, who is still on, I believe, 3 points still. It's a lot of calculations here. It's a lot of calculations with the running points.
What's important is we'll go back to it At the end of the day,
At
right?
the end of the day, yes.
At the end of the day, yeah. But here we go, though. This is going to be the game number 1 of Alter Ego. Well, the second game of Alter Ego, but game number 1, match number 1 of Alter Ego going against Onyx Rise for today.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Hoopa and Confe Mutateer moves. A lot of supporters being banned away. I'm
Right.
really curious what the supporters are going to be for any of these two teams. I mean, there's still Blissey. There is still a Fable to be picked up. However, Leafeon and Mimikyu to finish it all up. Alter Ego can go in for the Urshifu, can go in for the Umbreon. These two are options for AE.
Oh, no. See, here's the thing, right? Sorry, I'm not saying no to you, okay? I'm saying oh no to BKZ actually getting Urshifu. So, for, just a little bit of a reminder to everyone, right? Like, for those who are following Shin and Rode, now called Alter Ego, BKZ's one of the best Urshifus in the region. So, definitely giving this Urshifu away from that of a BKZ is it's devastating for anyone. You know, and again, we don't have Ikura at the moment. However, definitely not going to be able to see a Slowbro this time around. But still, you know, Onyx going to be able to secure that Miraidon and the Blissey.
Now here's the thing. Alter Ego has done this yesterday, wherein they do not need supporters. They're going
Right.
in for a triple attacker. They're going in for a brawler type of setup. All about those damage, so it still can come through, as we can see right now that they're hovering onto the Pikachu, hovering onto the Mew. These are type of Pokemon that can act as a supporter and utility for the team as they go in for a team battle.
Oh no, this is going to be an annoying match here for Onyx Rise. Greedent, you know, with the Covet and the Belch, man, all it's going to do is invade the central area, it doesn't matter if you're on the speed zones, right? The speed reflux zone, it doesn't matter. Once it gets its its engine running, it's gonna be annoying until the end of the match. But this time, the Onyx Rise is going to answer back with their own. That's going to be the Drio, the Trevenant, and of course that of the Cerulean. Sure, they see the thing here is what they should do, what they can do is just essentially overwhelm this Greedent with damage, because again, as I mentioned, once it gets its engine running with Covet, man, it just has to go. You just have to essentially put in a lot of damage for you to be able to take it out, because no crowd control can take it out, especially not in the Pokemon into the side of Onyx Rise, mainly because, well, there's no Pokemon here that can use Bound, being the strongest crowd control in the game.
So a lot of expectations on the line here. Alter Ego is doing what they have done since day one of just going all out aggression. It's going all out attack in their composition. The only one that can go into the front line here for AE would be the likes of that combo fighter, or Shifu and Blaziken, along with a Greedent.
Yeah, the Greedent is just going to annoy them. That's what I can say. It's just going to annoy them. It's going to be the front line. It's going to be the defender of the Alter Ego here. And if Onyx Rise won't be able to deal with the Greedent, I don't think they are going to be able to have a fun time in game number 1. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Alter Ego versus Onyx Rise.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Alter Ego Onyx Rise still on the lookout for the second series win. And so far, everything would be quiet here in the early game, as these two teams are still hoping for that evolution, especially going to the likes of Alter Ego for that Blaziken, for the likes of Greedent as well. And Onyx Rise will keep up the pace. When Dario is already reached here, that will start to roam around the map, especially with Cerulean evolving soon enough, as well as Alter Ego evolving onto Espeon. That will give them that early game prowess that they're looking for.
Right, Charcadet almost at at the right level to get that it's like Psycho Cut, being one of the strongest attackers in the game, is what I meant. Jingdi though, trying to get its Combusken up and running in just a bit, but at the same time going down bottom, Ice here is just roaming around, getting its ability, essential passive ability here with its aura and berries, just to heal up and get some defenses, some shielding, and essentially just, well, again, annoy them. It doesn't matter, even if it's just like it's still a Scovet. It's just they're handling two Pokemon at the same time.
Yeah, and there's really strong come from Alter Ego. We mentioned this when Espeon is reached already at level that will start to accelerate the pacing of how Alter Ego wants to play this. Ever since their playstyle, their characteristic here in Pokemon Unite is all about aggression. Is all about keeping the pressure through for Onyx Rise.
And there we go. Ilna going in for that of the wood hammer. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like the moment it gets into Green goes in for the Cuvette, it's just going to annoy them because every time you get hit by the Cuvette, every time you get hit by the car running, you're gonna get knocked up. Though, yeah, sure, it's just a very small thing, right? For you to a very short moment, but that short moment is all it will take for Alter Ego to punish you very heavily. But speaking of which, though, going back into that of the central area, it seems as if they are getting squished down bottom.
Yeah, it's all about that pressure on a Rise. Yes, Alter Ego can have the top path, but they want the bottom path instead. You have the Miraidon, you have the Trevenant, so very sustaining and very high damage output for the Miraidon Trevenant combo in the bottom path to defend it. But Urshifu alongside with a Blaziken, if they have that consistent pressure on top path, it will be dangerous for Onyx Rise to have that hand-to-hand combat up against Alter Ego.
No, yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, again, I think they can handle Ultra Ego. I mean, at the very least, like they have the answer into that of the Green, being that of the Dodrio, right? Which can allow them to just go in and out, or maybe even score for their own. But they cannot let this Green be on the front lines for Ultra Ego if they want to take down Pokemon to the side of Onyx Rise. But with that being said, though, Dodrio is going to be taken out, and Shingdi might be taken out as well, getting a little bit of an overextension here. And that's going to be it, 1-for-1 trade. No, maybe actually no, 2, because the Trevenant is going to be taken out as well.
Yeah, it's just a lot of KOs going to the side of Alter Ego. They're putting a lot of pressure here, and Regice has one of the priorities. They want that HP, they want that buff to come through for Alter Ego. They know that when it comes to sustainability, they're lacking to it without a supporter. Onyx Rise putting up a pressure with top patch.
There you go. And, like Blaziken here just doing its best to repel away that of the Regieleki as the other into the side of Alter Ego is just, pushing away Onyx Rise, giving some time into Shingdi. But look at that, though. Boosted basic attacks is going to be popping up here with the Electro Ball. Still not going to be enough to take down, this Blissey.
And Onyx Rise still going in for the defense with Gwen putting down KO on Mew.
Yes, sir, Reed. It's going to be 1-for-2 trade, though, in favor of Alter Ego and allowing them to be able to destroy the first Surge Score as well. Chengdu does have 40 points. The question is, though, are they going to be able to put down this 40 points as Onyx Rise is just waiting for them, to go into that sector score goal for them to attack. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all strength alike. They're going to be able to put in those points, going to be able to destroy the secondary score goal up top as well. Total control up the top. Right now, it is destroyed.
Yeah, tier 2 goal zone was able to be reached by Alter Ego, just perfect. The only overcap, I believe, was only 1 AS energy. Really a clutch there coming from Alter Ego to bring down the tier 2 goal zone. But with that said and done, they now have the map control in their advantage, and that will make it so difficult for Onyx Rise to roam around their central area and to be able to reach the top path objective, which is the Regieleki, in a couple of minutes' time.
Oh, for sure. I totally agree with you 100% here. And even, especially, here's the thing, right? They don't even need to take the Regieleki at this point on, right? They can, and it will only provide them so much more. But they don't have to. It's not necessary for them because they can just focus down bottom. And as you can see as well, Greeden is just putting in, bits and bits of scores here. With goes for Cuvette, going into the top hat, joining in the team for another team fight here. But the question is, would Onyx Rise be able to rise up against Alter Ego?
Onyx Rise going through into the backside.
Yes, sir. Regieleki is going to be up as well. Ilna right now trying to get in some bonks here, but Bliss Assistance into that of Trevenant, allowing to sustain, but it's not going to be enough. The 1-for-2 trade in favor of Alter Ego, going to be able to take down another one as well. That is a Cheryl Edge, and of course the Miraidon is going to be taken out as well. Ilna, though, not going to be able to escape, not going to be able to live for another day here. So they're going to be able to be taken out here by Alter Ego, and that alone secures them the Regieleki. As I mentioned, it's not necessary for them to get the Regieleki, but it will provide them so much more, and that is what happened. Beautiful! You see that? Wow. Eject button into the Tor Beam just to reposition themselves. Beautiful stuff coming in from the Mew.
Yeah, and the thing is, Alter Ego went in for the Regieleki. The reason why they still stayed there, despite taking two gold zones already into the top hat, is just because they deny it away from Onyx Rise. It's much more having a better impact, having more impact to deny it out from Onyx Rise than to just focus into the Regi in the bottom objectives. It's a lot more important for them to deny it out of Onyx Rise.
Oh no, for sure, for sure. Again, it's not necessary for them to do it, but they can and they will, and it will only provide them so much more pressure against that of Onyx Rise. And to deny them, not allowing them to catch up, is a more, yeah, even more important, as you have mentioned, as you've noted down, is even more important for them to have.
Missed it.
Patel here was well, they just need to buy some time. They already know that they're gonna go down, and it's just that, you know. So what happened.
He missed his move over the wall. Really unfortunate stuff. But Anakrai still going for the defense. Alter Ego expectedly will be putting the pressure into the bottom pad, as it's the only one that is furthest away into the base at the moment, with no more tier 2 goals onto the top lane. Anakrai has to go consistently to put out a defense. However, Alter Ego also has to take note that Anakrai could sneakily go in onto the top pad and bag some points before the Rayquaza fight occurs.
See, here's the thing, though. The Reggie is going to be coming up, and Alter Ego definitely does have the time to take it out. But what they want to do here, I think, what they're going to be doing here rather, is just use the Reggie to take them up before the Rayquaza even comes up. And here we go. I think they're going to be locking in. Look at that, though. Here comes the BK. Is he going to be able to take down Miraidon into the Phantom Forest as well? But it's not going to be enough, though. They just made them use their Unite move. Now it's a -1 into the side of Dodrio. But another Dodrio goes in for another Unite move. And of course, Lucas is going to be coming up as well. But Alter Ego, PKZ, was able to get that Regieleki away from that Onyx Rise. It's going to be 2 down, however, 2-for-2 trade in favor of Noah. No make the 3. Now Alter Ego does have the advantage and the Regieleki as well. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Ultra Electric is going to be popping up as well. Another one is going to be down. That's going to be the Mew into the side of Alter Ego. But again, you know, Alter Ego does have their response up as well. Regieleki was able to reach 3rd tier score goal, and Ice.
Yeah.
Ice is just going to keep the engine running, gets the Kovat, there you go, and score in instantly with the
Did he make it? He does.
There you go.
Extra 100 points coming in for the side of Alter Ego. Yes, Ice will be KO'd, but it doesn't matter. It's Alter Ego who has to just buy time.
They don't need any attacks at all for the rest of the for the remainder of the game. Though they don't need that Green Ant rather, as all they need to do is now ensure that Onyx Rise won't be able to take this Rayquaza. And man, look at this. BKZ, Bubukat is now trying to prevent that from happening. Yes, the Ebon Fist, unfortunately, not enough of a, what do you call this? No follow-up, however. Onyx Rise might be able to take away this Rayquaza, and they did. And now they are going to be able to secure a possibly a win here if they can all score in, but Ultra Ego is not going to let that happen, and they're not letting it happen.
Yeah, and they have the Dodrio, so it is definitely possible for Onyx Rise to catch up a bit, just because of how quick Dodrio can set up and dump all those goal points.
Not quite yet. There we go. It's not gonna be. They need one more hundo to put this in. And yes, the Blitzy does have 50, but I don't think it does have the Rayquaza buff anymore. Unfortunate for them. They were okay. Never mind. There's another 16 here. Puts them in against Alter Ego. Able to catch up at the very last moment. Beautiful stuff for both of these teams.
Yeah, Onyx Rise with a clutch there at the very last second. Was able to change things up, but you have the last second duck there coming in from Urshifu.
Yeah.
Alter Ego still catch up though is the question. Will not. Onyx Rise will take the first game here in the series, taking the advantage away from AE.
That was so close.
Yeah.
That was a very close match. Honestly, I already thought that Alter Ego would have been able to like get that in, but with how mobile Eeyore is with that of the trio, you know, like yeah, sure, there's a lot of KO'd Pokemon well, in the field. All they need to do, especially with its passive ability, just run through. They still have their Unite moves, and they still have the Rayquaza above. And even if they don't have Rayquaza above, just with the passive ability of the trio allows it to, you know, segment it into 3 parts, allowing them to put in all the scores, no problem. And honestly, Eeyore definitely the MVP of that match, clutching in those points for their team.
Yeah, really amazing on how. Actually, even Alter Ego and Onyx Rise performed. Both of these teams were
Both of them,
performing
yeah.
at their very best. But Onyx Rise at the very last moment, thinking on their feet very quickly as well, done fancy footwork on what they have shown us at the very last minute actually, because it was a minute and 15 seconds wherein it was Onyx Rise who started the Rayquaza. Very
Right.
unfortunate how Alter Ego went in with a Greedent on dunking that point. Huge advantage for them. We're putting out a huge distance in the gap in terms of advantage, but that left a 4v5 situation in the Rayquaza pit where an Onyx Rise committed for the all-in.
No, for sure, for sure. That's what I'm thinking as well. And at the same time, I have to point out that Ice playing that Greedent definitely helped down Alter Ego. I think Alter Ego wanted to go in for the Dodrio, but since Dodrio was already taken out by Onyx Rise, they went in for the Greedent, which essentially does the same idea, the same job. And as I mentioned, price, especially with that of the prevent, again, it can knock up opponents. But then, process. But unfortunately,
As well coming down into ACL 2025, which has huge impacts prior into the tournament in the competitive scene. So I'm really expecting a lot of things to adjust, especially coming down into Alter Ego in terms
Right.
of the execution, the final period, because how Onyx Rise is thinking on their foot. They need to adapt as well into each and every single situation, which I definitely love from both sides.
again, this is what makes Pokemon Unite great, right? Like, sure, 80% of the time, if you have Rayquaza, it's over, right? 80% of the time. But we have to consider as well that the way, right, that like the road, the path to taking in that Rayquaza is definitely not going to be an easy one. And even if you are able to get in Rayquaza, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can score it in. Yes, 80% of the time you can score it in, but if you get defended just like Alter Ego did, it's still going to be a long road for you to win your games. But man, Eeyore, I really have to commend Eeyore at that game. Really commendable, MVP, clutching those points, clutching those 50s, hundos really into the score goals and getting them game number 1.
Yeah, and there's a lot of situations. I believe there was one scenario yesterday in day 1 of 25 we're in. One team was able to clutch up on a Rayquaza, but they continued on to the fight. They committed it, and after that, after getting the objective, everyone was KO'd. It was a team wipe. So pretty much even despite getting the Rayquaza, you're eliminated. You have no points to be able to
Right.
dunk on, and that just netted a win for their opposition. So really, these are some of the unique scenarios that can occur despite getting the Rayquaza. It's not definitely a win, but it gives you so much of a bigger edge just because of the amount of shield that you get from the Rayquaza and that instant dunk onto those goal zones with a double amount in the last 2 minutes.
I mean, again, 80% is not 100%. That's at the end of the day, right? It's not 100%. It's just 80% of you, taking the game, getting the Rayquaza, but it's not 100%. Going into game number 2, though, Onyx still at the right side, still at the orange side, and Alter Ego still at the left side. Now, are we going to be seeing some respect bans here, or are we going to be seeing the same set of bans? Thus far, it is mostly the same. The Mimikyu, though, is going to be the no ones here.
Yeah, so similar pattern where Shifu could be the priority here. Umbreon is still an option. Raiden is Ceruledge are some of the picks that has been having a lot of picks and bans all throughout ACL day 1 and day 2. And with the performance of how Onyx Rise performed there, Miraidon has showed up big time when it comes to that damage output.
For sure. And here you go, though. Again, still, like BKZ, Bubukat, with that of with Urshifu, still a very strong Pokemon. Very strong Pokemon in the hands of a BKZ. You definitely don't want that. And then of course we have the Mew at the back, and it seems as if they just want to go in for the same composition as game number one, because thus far it's still the same.
Yeah, you have Urshifu, then the Mew, and then again probably the Espeon and the Greedent if they still really want to go for it. But I want to see something of a different defender as well. This could be an alternative for them. Pikachu as a supporter for the team. Onyx Rise, exactly the same scenario. However, the change is the Dodrio will not be picked up, but instead having the priority onto Cerulean instead.
See, the Dodrio is already open, but they still go in for the Greedent. I do understand that, like I do understand the pros and cons of Greedent and Dodrio, despite doing the same job. As I mentioned, could go in for a lot of crowd control, go in for a lot of knockup. But the problem is on game number one, right? Like Ice wasn't in a lot of team fights, right? It might be able. It might be the thing though. Game number two that the execution, the change in the execution that they're gonna be doing is Ice would probably be on a lot more of team fights, especially that it does have, number one, it has the attack weight, and number two, it has Eos Cookie, which, increases, stacks its HP and its attack, allowing it to do more damage than it can. And then, of course, they have the potion, which, is a very, has a very short cooldown as well, allowing it to sustain itself for a very long time. And now, as I mentioned, Dodrio is going to be back, though. Actually, no, it's still the same. It's still the same set of Pokemon from earlier.
Exactly the same. It's a mirror composition from game 1 and game 2, and I think this is what Alter Ego has done yesterday. As it was earlier today, they lost game number 1, but they still committed into the same composition from game 1 on to game number 2, and they won it. So it's something that Alter Ego really commits time and time again, coming into the opportunity that, you're leaving our Pokemon open, the same composition that we thought about that can counter you, we're going to use it again. And that is the same process that Onyx Rise is doing here in game 2.
Well, again, I mean, honestly, their composition and the way they handle it is not... it's good, actually. It's not bad, right? So why fix something that isn't broken, right? So with this, I think, again, that's, I think, the only thing that they're going to be, changing up with how Greedent is going to be joining up the fray in this game, in this match.
Yeah, and now for Onyx Rise, it's pretty much the same thing a while ago. Alter Ego and Onyx Rise a bit more patient in the first minute of the matchup. It's Alter Ego who has to wait to get that evolution up and running along with the Espeon, and for Onyx Rise it's a similar fashion. Sarah Legend Dodrio would be the main damage dealer here, along with Miraidon that will come up and scale up in the middle of the match. So eyes on those Pokemon and eyes on those players all throughout game 2.
For sure, and here we go. Now Urshifu, BKZ, Bubucat, only Urshifu, now ready to get in on some action. KT also at level 4. Does have access to one of his moves this time around, so I think they're ready to get in. But you have to remember AXQ in that of the Miraidon is going to provide a lot of damage. So the Alter Ego, though, with Eyes being into that of the Greedent, is that what I'm talking about? Just to annoy them into getting knocked up. But at the same time, off cam though, we're gonna be able to see, Urshifu gonna be taken out, and I love that Onyx Rise knows their priority. They know which ones to take out first and then disengage.
For sure. And yeah, it's all about just having the winning condition set already. You know your pros and cons, you know what your advantage is in terms of certain compositions. Miraidon gonna let go drift away though,
and that's all they need to do, right? Just push them away, get in some scores, and that's what they did. Combustion's gonna be taken out as well. Gets the Surf though, but no response. They need they need some response for their teammates if they wanted to punish that. But here you go though. Alter Ego now down bottom. Onyx Rise does have the control. I'd say it has the control of the bottom path and the top path as well, as Alter Ego is still having some hard time into essentially asserting themselves rather into the side of Onyx Rise. However, though, Panthump is now a Trevenant.
And that would pretty much be a lot more sustaining as a defender for Onyx Rise. Greedent going in for a bit of dunk there. Alter Ego with 3-man rotation in the bottom path means that Onyx Rise has the advantage on top path.
There we go. Alter Ego, though, despite saying that, is now able to destroy the first serve score down bottom. And here you have it. Onyx still wants to push Alter Ego away up top. Gonna be able to destroy it. Not quite enough. They don't have quite enough score yet. But Ilona, though, with the Trevenant, does have 30. But they still want to take them all up before they can destroy this first, though. With Bubukat, though, gonna be able to take down the Sherledge. And, of course, the Trevenant's gonna be taken out by the Mew as well. Allowing them to push through, push away Onyx, and secure this Reggie Leggy for themselves.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Onyx Rise could have that possibility into gaining the tier 1 goal zone, but they waited. They wanted that overcap. They became greedy, and now they lost it with Alter Ego going in with a quick response on top lane. They got the objective, and now the balloon of the point lead for Alter Ego came alive. Blaziken will be shut down, though, by Onyx Rise as Alter Ego is patting themselves onto Reggie Rock.
They need to pat themselves in back for doing such a move here. Going to be able to punish down Alter Ego and taking down Reggie Rock for themselves. But the question here, though, is would Ilona be able to get away? No, not with the Wicked Blow. It is going to wickedly bring them back to the Pokemon Center. And now, look at this. Alter Ego wants to be aggressive. They are going in for the Bliss Assist as well to make sure that this Reggie is going to be able to survive. And Bubukat tries to get away with it. Eject button, but it's not going to be enough, though. It is going to be able to make use of the Meteor Storm to take down that of the Urshifu, and of course the Greedent is going to be taken out as well, and of course the Espeon that's going to 3 for non-trade here in favor of Onyx Rise. Sure, they might have been able to take down some Pokemon to the side of Onyx Rise, but they are going to be making sure that they have an answer against that.
Yeah, that's the value that they're looking for. Now Blaziken would be in danger. Alter Ego, you have to retreat. You have to find a way to go back, but Shing D will not be able to find that pathway to go back to his teammates. Alter Ego will lose Shing D.
Man, like Onyx is cooking, dude. Like, Onyx is cooking. I mean, they played well. They played well yesterday, but this time is a different beast. You know, they were the first game. They lost against evos 0-2. But this time, though, going against Alter Ego, this seems like a very different Onyx Rise than yesterday. Now, looking at it, though, it's they still don't have the lead in terms of the points, but in terms of the team fights, man, they are eating Alter Ego.
Yeah, and now Reggie Alecki will come up. This is what Onyx Rise wants to even out the playing field as Onyx Rise commits
into that wicked. Oh, unfortunately, not going to be able to do the Wicked Blow. Not enough. Reverend Rand is going to be taken down as well. There's going to be 4 down in the side of Alter Ego. With Greedent is going to be the only one left here, and you're not going to be able to annoy them because everyone else is KO. Ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike. Onyx Rise is rising up in this battlefield. Maybe even perhaps taking this Reggie Alecki for themselves. Quite fairly real estate here, and the Reggie bottom is up as well. They might be able to go down here and position themselves, taking that away from Alter Ego.
As we mentioned, Onyx Rise wants and needs the Reggie Alecki on top hat as they shift their eyes onto Reggie Steel. An objective open once again. Alter Ego will contest it just because they want the buff as well. They want to commit onto this fight, but Onyx Rise on a member advantage.
Here you go. Reggie still almost down. He's going to be able to take it. It is going to be the one with the eggs. That is the Blissey. But there you go. Miraido's going to be able to take down the Urshifu as well. And the Espeon is going to be going down as well. And look at this. The Greedent tried to annoy them. But no, they are the ones getting annoyed here. Getting down 4 KO. 4-man down. In the side of Alter Ego, Onyx Rise is just up top right now. They're the chef, dude. They have all the ingredients down the flavor. Man, it's not even served yet, and they are winning.
Yeah, they're rising to the occasion onto this game. We're in, you know what, consistently. Alter Ego at the very start, we're looking for that bigger edge. Has a lot of advantage. 100-point lead up against Onyx Rise, but Onyx Rise, after then, in 5 minutes into the game, they're constantly roaming around, standing on a united front up against their opponents. In Alter Ego, we mentioned this, no supporter, no sustain, so Onyx Rise was able to utilize that. Blissey coming through in that constant rotation with a lot of damage from Sarah Ledge, Mirai, and Dodrio around the map, constantly in those team fights.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now we might be able to see another team fight here. Oh, wow. Look, did you see that? How quick that was?
Yeah.
Man, Thunder into Electro Drift doesn't need no more. Just that. Taking out the Espeon. I mean, you know, favorably, Espeon is quite squishy, but still, that is quite huge here into the side of Onyx Rise, especially that, you know, Rayquaza is almost up, and if they want to take down Pokemon from each other, they need to take it out at like what, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, or maybe even 5. Lock in from there so that they won't be appearing, they won't be available on
Oh,
Rayquaza. Reverend Ren is gonna be popped up. They're gonna be able to take down 2 into the type of Alter Ego. Mew and Urshifu, one of the biggest attackers in the type of Alter Ego, is gonna be taken down as well. And look at that, Phantom Force is gonna be popped up as well, knocking off everyone into the side of Alter Ego. Gonna be able to punish them as well. Nobody left in the side of Alter Ego except for the Greedent. The Greedent is going to have a hard time here to take away this Rayquaza. Meteor Storm is gonna be popped up, and the Terrorledge is going to get that Rayquaza as Alter Ego now surrenders after that devastating attack from that of Onyx Rice.
yeah, Onyx Rise at that point was just setting up that sneak attack on top patch.
Dude.
We're looking at how Alter Ego wants to go for the Regieleki as expected, as they are on a point deficit. But on that 2v5, wherein Alter Ego didn't really take note of how Seor was there, how the rest of the team was there. They was just pincered away from that team fight, and after them with 3 KO for the side of Alter Ego, Onyx Rise just landslid out from that team fight.
Dude, it's that was a beautiful display of performance here coming in from Onyx Rice. Obviously, Alter Ego did phenomenally as well, but Onyx Rice, after that very close game number 1, right? After that very close game number 1, Onyx Rice took everything into account and made sure that they close all the openness that they have, and make sure that Alter Ego will have their egos up and punish them for it.
Yeah, it was really good coming in for the side of Onyx Rise, what they performed there. It was really close, actually, wherein it was Alter Ego who was on a massive lead at the start of that series, but Onyx Rise answered back. In game number 2, there was no breeding room whatsoever coming in for the side of Alter Ego. There was no sources of any EOS energy points and even experience. As you saw at that 2-minute mark, it was Onyx Rise, it was Sarah Ledge already at level 14, the rest of the crew at level 13 and level 11, with Alter Ego averagely going at around like level 11 only for the whole squad.
No, yeah, I mean, like, game number 2, right? Like, Onyx Rice had the momentum, had the control. Early game, mid game, Rayquaza, didn't matter. Onyx Rice had the control of the game. Alter Ego was, desperate to find an opening, but unfortunately for them, Onyx Rice just always prepared for them. And man, they knew how to deal with the Greedent. They knew how to deal with the never getting crowd controlled Greedent, and from there on out just punish them for it. I mean, look at this. They were able to take down everyone else. They know that, okay, you know what, let's just ignore the Greedent, just take it out later on. That's what they keep on doing, right? Like, take out everyone from Alter Ego, don't focus on the Greedent, and then take out the Greedent later on.
Yeah, it definitely is something that Onyx Rise was able to adapt into the changes and was able to really put out a huge impact at middle of the game and the latter stage of the game. And Alter Ego, there's still just a lot of pros and cons, right? When we think about it, that hyper aggression type of strategy, it works for Alter Ego. It has worked from them in the past, and they want to make it work once again against these opponents that they're looking for. But Onyx Rise knows the weakness to it. It's that sustain, that extra burst damage into the back lines that cannot go for that prolonged fight for Alter Ego.
Man, honestly, I want to see more of Alter Ego, but unfortunately, that's going to be the last game for them for this day. That's their second game of the day, but definitely we're going to be seeing them again on the next days of the tournament. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the first game here for for Onyx getting in the 2-0. If you want to see more Pokemon Unite action, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite!
Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Earlier on, we saw amazing matches coming in from Alter Ego and Onyx Rise. This time, however, is going to be Elevate versus, second match of the day for Full Sense.
Yeah, it's a lot of matches that we had all prior to this series, but Elevate versus Full Sense, you have evos Blacklist coming up right next, and then last but not least would be Onyx versus Elevate. So a lot in store for the viewers watching at home in terms of series of events for day 2 of ACL 2025. But going back, you have mentioned Elevate and Full Sense. Full Sense dominated up against Alter Ego earlier today, and they won their matchup yesterday. So currently they are sitting at 6 points already. If they win this, they're sitting at 9 points at the end of week 1.
Man, it's just really going to be really exciting because, we are currently down into the last 3 matches of the day, and it's been quick. It's been a quick day. It's been quite a short day for us. But obviously we want to see more Pokemon Unite action here from here on out. But Full Sense, we just saw the roster, and of course this is going to be Elevate. I believe this is going to be the first game of Elevate of the day. Yes, it is. And then they are going to be the ones playing as well at the final match of the day. So going against Onyx later on. So, but this time though, Elevate first game of the day. I'm pretty sure they have been waiting. They have been warming up since earlier, and now they are ready to put up everything, put everything out there. What they have been preparing for the entirety of the day on this match.
Yeah, surely. And yesterday they won up against Blacklist International 2-1, taking the lead up against Blacklist overall after that series. However, it will be a very interesting set of events coming in from Elevate because they have a match right now for Full Sense, and then They have a 1 series break, and then they will fight up against Onyx Rise right after. So a lot in store, or well, rather, a lot of pressure on the side of Elevate to really perform coming into each and every single series. Within the middle of it, only a 1 series break onto their next match today.
But I mean, like like it's that's like a 30-minute break at the minimum, right? A 30-minute break at a minimum. Has a lot of time for them to like catch their breath. If they do lose this, hopefully not. But Elevate, though, if they do win this, however, they're definitely going to be bringing up the momentum going into the game that they would have later on. Again, that's, I guess, like the beauty of having matches, right? Consecutively. Well, it's not consecutively. They have like one game of a break, but since the time of a break is very short, they can still bring their momentum from the first game up to their second match. So that's the beauty of it. If they do win this.
Yeah, surely. And the momentum, right?
Yeah,
If they're
yeah,
able
yeah.
to take the win onto FS, that will keep them at a huge amount of confidence going.
Yeah.
Last series up against Onyx Rise.
They're over, right?
Yeah, Onyx Rise, however, though, is on a good position, right? They won up against Alter Ego a while ago, and yesterday they were also able to win up against Talon. So when it
Right.
comes to that Philippine region matchup, it is Onyx Rise who understands how the Philippine regions plays, how the Filipino teams was able to really maneuver around Pokemon Unite. So that's something to fear about against Onyx Rise in Elevate's matchups a while ago. But we're talking too soon, right? Going back into the matchup that we have on our hands, it's Full Sense up against Elevate once more. And it will be a really interesting scenario on how Elevate will find that loophole, will find the weakness of Full Sense in this series.
I think we can say the same as with Onyx, right? I think we can say the same to Full Sense because just like just like Onyx, they already won, right? They won against Talon 2-1, same fashion. And earlier on as well, they were able to defeat one of the kings of Asia. That is Alter Ego. So definitely they have the momentum from earlier, and I'm pretty sure they are ready to take on Elevate as well. But speaking of that, though, we're going to be starting off with the Sableye and the Leafeon ban. Sableye being a targeted ban, I believe it was only Elevate, if I remember correctly, that used Sableye yesterday. And here we go for the bans coming in from that Elevate. It's going to be the Miraidon and, of course, the Mimikyu, bringing up the Umbreon to be open.
Yeah, who's the second pick is really the question here. Sarah Ledge, so that will mean that the likes of Urshifu will still be open for Full Sense to pick up. You know how strong it is, and Miraidon will be something that Elevate could pick up right after as an answer up against FS. So that is some of the things that we could expect for Elevate, and then picking up the likes of Hoopa, or even the likes of another supporter, which is a Clefable that can also give that extra sustain along with a Snorlax.
Well, this is I'm getting quite nostalgic with the picks here coming from Elevate. Clefable, Snorlax, they have been riding this well, and maybe perhaps well, there's the Dodrio, but they could have like went in for the Talonflame as well. There's not a lot of people a lot of teams who use a Talonflame, but they were the ones who can use Talonflame in a highly competitive setting. With that being said, though, like Full Sense here definitely has a completely balanced out composition. They have the backline damage, that is the Mewtwo Y, and of course we have the Bruiser, that is of course the Urshifu, and of course the Garchomp, and of course we have the frontliner, that is a Umbreon, and we have the support, that is the Blissey. But going into the side of Elevate, though, Lewis with that of Greninja is actually a very, very phenomenal combination as well. Absent with that of the Clefable, and of course Tempest with that of the Snorlax. And what do you call this, like Charlotte, a really amazing Pokemon, and Miva being very mobile is just going to provide a lot of problem into the side of Full Sense.
Surely. And at this point, looking at the composition, coming for the side of Full Sense, pretty much a bruiser-centric type of comp. So this is very hefty, wherein Elevate will have a difficult time into bursting anyone coming in from FS, except Mewtwo Y. But even then, Mewtwo Y is a Pokemon that has significant amount of defensive capability. Lines with Mewtwo Y having that Mega Evolution for that extra damage, and he doesn't need to go a bit further and overextend just because of the range and distance where he can deal damage from.
For sure. And here you go, though. This is going to be the first time they're going to be matching up against each other, and definitely the first game for Elevate as well for today. So really gonna be interesting stuff here. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. Elevate definitely is a very strong contender, but Full Sense having that win against Ultra Ego 2-0 from earlier today, that momentum is still going to bring them. It's going to be carrying over into this game. That's for sure.
Absolutely right. Now, in the early game, I feel like Full Sense has that better edge just because of that Urshifu and just because also having the Umbreon that could rotate around the map. But Elevate eventually would catch up quite quickly, right? Because this is our ledge that they have. So it's all about playing that patience game. Full Sense and Elevate will just create back and forth in terms of points in the early game.
Oh yeah, but here we go though. What's gonna be the play of the game here for Full Sense is if they can babysit, this this Gibble to be that of a Garchomp, because if they can't get this a Gibble to become a Garchomp quite early, then they're definitely going to have a hard time here. But fortunately for them, currently a 1 minute mark already a goodbye.
Yeah, Elevate and Full Sense already with a 20 points as well each, so very minute difference for both sides. But this is what we're saying: Full Sense gonna be aggressive early game.
Oh, this is quite interesting. It has been quite a while since we've last seen the Water Bear, but that is going to be the play of the game here for that of Full Sense. And like 90% of the time, like 90-1. A 9-1 ratio, people would just go in for the Dark Bear, Wicked Blow. But again, this is just quite an interesting decision coming in from that of Full Sense. Let's find out how they're going to be able to make use of this. Maybe because of the fact that they already have a Garchomp. That's why they wanted to go in for that of the Water Bear, go in for the DPS because they have a Bruiser. That might be the case here, but I'm not quite sure how that's going to be able to fare up against that of Elevate. But here it comes though. They're going to be able to take down the Frogadier into the side of Elevate.
Yeah, and so far, Dodrio very late in terms of that evolution. A level 7 for in comparison to a level 5 Dodrio. So Elevate right now and a big gap up against Full Sense, but 1 KO already.
Ow. There you have it. Elevate gonna be taken out as well in the process, and Clefable not gonna be able to do a lot here. Not gonna be able to push them out. Not even. I don't think it has gravity yet. No, not quite yet.
Yeah, and right now Full Sense just really having that full control over the game. A massive gap in terms of experience and levels across the board in average for Full Sense. They're already at level 7. In average for the opposition for Elevate, they're just level 5, level 6. It's a big difference in terms of that power that Elevate can provide, and it's not a match for Full Sense at the moment.
No, not quite. Yeah, definitely not in the early game, just because of the fact that Elevate, they have a lot of attacking prowess, but the problem is they are quite squishy. Even Greninja being one of those Pokemon that has the lowest HP in the game, even at level 15, it's quite a deficit for them not to be able to have it online as early as possible. And Full Sense is making sure that it doesn't happen as early as possible. But look at this though, Elevate does have the level 9 Sterile Edge, but the thing is it going to be enough? Is that one Pokemon with one Unite move in their team going to be enough to take down Full Sense?
Now Garchomp in the front, they're going in aggressively up against Elevate, and now Blissey or Wildrat Clefable will be caught up.
Yes, sir. You're going to be able to take down that Clefable as well. And there you go. Look at the Garchomp with the Dragon Rush and the Dragon Claw as well. We're going to be able to see that Reverend Rand going to be able to do some damage, but not quite enough, though. Urshifu going to be taken out here. A little bit of overextension here, but at least the right here, like, it's now up. They're going to be able to put in some damage as well, some scores in. And look at that. Another hyperspace, not hyperspace, or rather, but a heavy slam, rather, is going to put up some Pokemon flying up into the air, allowing Full Sense to put in some damage. Beautiful stuff here coming from Full Sense. They know, sure, it might look like they are overextending, but they know they can. They have calculated everything that they are going to be doing and making sure that they can punish Elevate for even trying to get into them.
Yeah, and now Elevate is scouring for a couple of points here. Still double the amount for Full Sense in terms of advantage. They have to balloon their strength at this stage because every single one already reached their final evolution. So they have to find some pivot points. They have to find something that can turn the tides in their favor.
For sure. And look at this though. Like Full Sense definitely does have the full control of the map as of the moment. Gonna be able to destroy the first score goal. Both of them has one score goal down. Elevate was able to take down the bottom one, and Full Sense was able to take down the first one, the top path one. But here's the thing though, Full Sense will definitely have more control just with the fact that they can take in that Reggie like immediately into that of the second tier score goal in comparison to Elevate, which Full Sense still does have their first tier score goal up top.
Now Reggie comes out in the bottom. It's a Reggie Rock. We're in Full Sense now, starting it, but Elevate wanting to contest it as well. They're preparing. They have the Ignite moves up and running, but Dorio in danger on top path with Garchomp chasing him down. It's pretty much a 4v4 into the bottom path. We're in Garchomp now being targeted by Dorio.
Oh my goodness, Reverend Ren is going to be popped up as well here, but it's not going to be enough though. Here comes Power Nap coming in from that of the Snorlax, and a Heavy Slam as well, just to try to get away. Not going to be able to defend, not quite yet, but it looks like it is going to be absolutely going to be able to take down that Reggie Rock for themselves. They now need to get away because they are getting outnumbered right now, but Greninja is now here to help them. Water Shuriken is now going to be popped up just to push them away, put a little bit of damage to ensure that they survive another day.
Yeah, Full Sense still on that massive lead up against Elevate. 269 versus 129 in terms of points. And yes, Full Sense is getting another objective of their own into the top path, so extra pressure. There's no more tier 2 goal zone for Full Sense to capitalize on the Regieleki, but then that pressure for the Regieleki can pivot themselves into the bottom path, or in tier 1 goal zone still available for themselves to gain and dunk more points.
Right, and dude, this is a... Oh, man. Full Sense still has the control here for this game. Elevate is really grasping, right? They're really grasping straws here for them to be able to catch up. And look at that though, Garchomp, Mark God, still gonna be able to put down 2 once again, 3 in total for Full Sense. And now they're gonna be able to destroy the first score goal down bottom as a Blank tries to score in, but unfortunately going to be attacked here, going to be marked here by that of the Umbreon, not going to be able to put down that 42.
Yeah, and this is what we're saying, right? In terms of that power coming for the side of Full Sense, the Regieleki doesn't matter. They're not capitalizing it to gain more points coming into the top lane, but what they want is to pivot down into the bottom path. Once they did, they get that 20 points in and then overcapped it with that 38 points. So overall, right now, in a very good footing for Full Sense in a 200-point lead.
Oh, Full Sense is a very good footing of the game of the match right now. All they need to do is obviously be careful and Elevate. However, they have a lot to catch up on here, and at the very least, right? Like Miva is eyeing them out, marking them down. That hey, they are down here. We can probably take this one up against them. Maybe steal this one up, or at least try to make sure that we can position ourselves going into that of the Rayquaza. But it is going to be Taro up. It's going to be able to take down that of the Regice and allows them to get a bit of a buff before the Rayquaza.
Yeah. Now Full Sense already a massive lead. The Regice as well. Already Reggie buff actually giving them a huge edge up against Elevate. As Elevate is now positioning towards a Rayquaza pit. Dorio wants to set up the plays with that 16 points. Double the amount to at least close down the distance and at least give them a couple of points before the Rayquaza fight. Gave them a bit of a closer gap against Full Sense. But right now, Elevate goes for the Heavy Slam.
Dude, that is going to be the initiative of Elevate. But unfortunately, they are getting punished for it as well. They have JR absent into that of their priorities, and they have it straight. Going to have 2 KOs in the process. Cheryl is going to be taken out as well. Tempest tries to get away with Yon. Was able to get away though, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Though tries to get back into the base to recover some HP, but unfortunately not going to be the player of the game here. Gets the triple trample as well. Oh! The Rayquaza for themselves. Elevate was able to secure the Rayquaza. The question is though, would they be able to put this one down? Here we go. Hondos is now down 120, another 20, and another one here. They still need 20 more points in order to catch up against Full Sense. I don't think they know this. I don't think they know that. And now Full Sense puts in another one here. They are currently still in the lead with 19 points.
Not anymore. One
Not
point
anymore.
difference here. Elevate now on the lead. Full Send still has to defend and has to still look for points off their own because Elevate is now in the lead. 30 seconds remaining. Full Send has to do something about it.
Point.
Greninja is
One
just putting
point.
a lot of pressure on the top lane. But look at what Full Send is doing. They're pressuring the bottom lane. They're wanting to go in for those points. But Elevate wanting to defend. They have 3 Pokemon going for it.
Oh, this is beautiful play coming from Elevate. They are taking advantage of the. Oh, look at that 3, no 4, KO 5. What an oh, my goodness! I love. My apologies. I love what they did. I love what they did. They know that they couldn't control the Rayquaza. They can't control the Rayquaza. They can't control the game. So they took advantage of that. That Pulse has the control of the game. That their disadvantage is now their advantage. That make sure that okay, you know what? We're just going to take the risk, take the Rayquaza, and then from there on out, just essentially take everyone out as well in the process, and then score in. Though it was still pretty close, I do like the decision here coming in from Elevate to take the game for themselves at the very last moment. It was quite a huge risk though.
And I believe it was Miva. He
was Miva.
deserves the MVP of stealing away the Rayquaza. It was insane and phenomenal to watch just because of how Rayquaza was already at 1 HP and Miva just came right running through and just stealing it away under the hands of Full Sans that just won them the game. And then Greninja was sneaking his way up top on the top lane and getting the 100 points and then more and more until the distance closed and Elevate got the advantage.
I do like the fact that the timing was very right for Miva because if Miva used triple trample a little late or a little earlier, they wouldn't have gotten the Rayquaza. That's for sure. And the moment calculating that right after using a triple trample, it went around the Ray Pit because it couldn't push through the walls of the Ray Pit, I guess. And from there, it was very amazing time. See, look at that. It went around the Ray Pit before it actually took in that Rayquaza. Taking into account that just allowed them to take in the game. And honestly, this is a very good defense as well coming from that Elway, because if Full Sense was able to take them out there, then it would still have been Full Sense's game. But still, Elevate was able to elevate up their game at the very last moment and take the game away from them.
Yeah, it was perfect timing. It was perfect timing. I think that is one of the closest matches so far that we had from day 1 and day 2, and I love it. I want to see more of that. But right now, Elevate with just that one objective win, now they will be on match point up against one of the strongest teams that we are currently seeing. The one who was able to bring down Alter Ego, the one was able to bring down Talon yesterday as well. And Elevate is showing that they can do it too, that they can be as strong as their opponents can be here in the top 10 in ACL.
But it still begs the question, right? Like, we have to consider that for the entirety of the match, obviously, with the exception of the very last moments, the last half minute of the game, right? Full Sense had full control of the match. The early game, the mid game, into the Rayquaza, right? So definitely, we still cannot dismiss the fact that Full Sense is still a formidable foe. So if Elevate really wants to take this win, possibly a 2-0, or if not a 2-1, I mean, it's either 2 or 2-1, right? They really need to do a lot here. They cannot let Full Sense take control of the game again. They have to take more risks. They have to be more aggressive going into game number 2 if they don't want to let that happen. Because Full Sense had a great sense of how Elevate played. That's how they were able to control the match, up until the late game.
Yeah, it's all about keeping up the pace and keeping up the pressure from the very beginning up until the very end. It's just one opportunity that Elevate was able to get. It's what we're saying, right? It's all about finding those loopholes. It's all about finding those opportunities and getting the most out of it. And Elevate was able to do that. But now, jumping into game number 2, picks and bans, swiftly going through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the same bands here, the usual ones. Sableye, they don't want Elevate to have the Sableye here. And of course, it allows them to get the Umbreon as a priority pick as well for Full Sense. And now, Elevate is going to be able to answer back here with that of the Dodrio and of course the Ceruledge, which we all know for a fact is a very strong Pokemon. it's one of the Pokemon that we've been seeing that isn't in one of the games, especially today, right? There's some games that we didn't see Ceruledge yesterday, but this time though, it's always in the game.
Yeah, it's just so strong. Ceruledge's Unite move, along with that constant amount of damage, is just insane to think about. And also, the power spike for Ceruledge is very quick as well. A couple of minutes time, 1 minute to 2 minutes, he's already good. So having the Ceruledge puts them at a good advantage, along with the mobility in mind. But so far, the composition for Full Sense looking quite similar from game number 1, and Elevate changing things up. Hopefully and potentially the Armorage to come through as well, along with the Ceruledge.
Right, and here you go though. We're gonna be seeing a bit of like the same set of Pokemon as earlier. Still, Greninja. Well, Greninja was able to do a lot here though. Greninja is definitely able to do a lot for the previous games, and I have no doubt that Elevate is going to be able to maneuver quite well with the Greninja as well. And then, of course, Full Sense, almost the same thing, almost the same set of Pokemon that I've been using since earlier, and it all will just boil down to how they're going to be able to, again, control this match away from that of Elevate. Elevate still has a lot to climb here against them.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, if Full Sense wins this, there's still one more game where an Elevate would have that purple side selection. So right now, it is all stacking in favor for Elevate. It's all about just utilizing their advantage here. It's a pretty much CL occurred. It's all about Elevate. It's all about Full Sense to do something about this year.
Yeah, it all boils down to the execution. I mean, I totally agree with you. They wouldn't be using this Pokemon if they didn't practice it, right? So definitely they know how to use this, but it all boils down to how they're going to be adjusting their executions from against each other. Again, Elevate was only barely able to win game number 1, and if they do want to win against Full Sense, they have to change their playstyle drastically against that of Full Sense.
Yeah, and now Full Sense and Elevate, we talked a bit about on their advantages and pros and cons, their strengths and weaknesses early game, when we can expect them to evolve. So those are some of the things that we have to keep an eye on. Full Sense had full control a while back in the early game, and they will be able to actually keep up the pace there just because they have their Shifu. They have the likes of the Umbreon as well that has strong power in the early game, but Elevate and a bit of time in the middle of the matchup, if they can close down the gap, because that was one of the problems a while ago in game number 1, right? It's Full Sense who had so much AOS energy, who had so much experience, where an Elevate had a big gap in terms of level.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's man, Full Sense. They want to force the issue. They always want to force the issue, and the thing is, for them, it always works out. They always win their team fights, and Elevate wasn't able to answer back against them, and I think they're going to be doing the same thing again over for this game, because it already worked. Why won't it work for the second game, especially when everyone else is using the same Pokemon, right? So now we see that Urshifu now is online again, does have access to that of Surging Strikes, which I believe is still quite a surprise given that we haven't been seeing the Water Bear in quite a while. But look at this though, Miva tries to invade, but might as well be punished here. Do they have the mean look now? I don't quite think so. Not quite yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. Miva in danger already, being isolated. It's a 3v1. So trying to run away, just getting space and buying time. That was at the very least you can do. It's to buy time for the team.
Right.
60 points already for Elevate and getting a lot more points in the bottom path. So now they're closing down the gap. A while ago, it was so massive of an experience difference. Now Elevate is catching up the pace.
It looks like, okay, never mind. I'm just going to mention that later. But look at this, though. Charlotte's going to be taken out here. And Tempest not going to be able to reach the Citrus Berry despite having activated its passive ability, Gluttony, allowing it to run faster near a berry. Now, what I was trying to mention, right? It seems as if this Umbreon is not actually using mean look, but instead using foul play for more crowd control. It can actually, it can do a bit of like a 2 Pokemon, I believe, to push back down into its teammates so that they can, it can essentially allow them to, put in damage, especially with this Garchomp as well with the Dragon Rush and Dragon Claw, which can reposition everyone in the game. But look at that, though, Miva almost taken out. However, it's still not going to be enough to do and, finish the job. And look at this, though. Goodbye is going to be taken out as well in the process. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade for, to no one's favor, but still, Elevate does go in no longer for Yawn, but instead goes in for that of the of the block just to push opponents away.
Now Elevate still going in with a Reggie like the security objective, but Full Sense going to the backside.
Yes, sirree, and here we go. Another one. Oh, the Reverend Ren wasn't able to do a lot here against that of Full Sense, and man, they knew how to disengage and just allowing the Reggie Lecky. They know for a fact that the moment that Reggie Lecky goes into the score goal, it's going to destroy it. They just allow it so that Elevate won't be able to overcap anymore. Beautiful micro decision coming in from that of Full Sense.
Definitely so. Now Elevate. Full Sense was still able to come back though with that point disadvantage a while ago. Only a 2-point difference this time around. Much closer between these two teams.
Right.
As you have the likes of a Spoo going in and dunking the tier 1 goal zone into the bottom lane. Now it's very difficult for us to be able to, very difficult for these teams to know the difference, but this is so close. It's very minute. It's very, very minimal in terms of that matchup. So every single fight will be important.
Yes, Livid Outrage is going to be popped up here as well, but beautiful fly RNG Unite move coming in from that of the Clefable, allowing it to survive, making sure that Market S is not going to hit anyone at all, possibly just going to waste that Unite move. That was a beautiful RNG gotcha coming in from that of the Clefable. If it was anything different, maybe Block would have been good, would have been okay, but Fly was definitely the best outcome that would have been able to go for that Clefable at that very moment.
Yeah, for sure. Just saved himself out the way to go back into the safety, and now you have the Snorlax going in for the block as well, pushing them and isolating those targets as Lewis is trying to catch up, but Full Sense will be able to treat unscathed their Elevate, going in to defend the top patch at that 60 points. So close already. Now will be another KO, but Dojo will be able to catch up. Will not be enough as Full Sense will be able to go down with that tier 1 goal zone.
There you go. Heavy Slam is going to be popped up as well, coming in from Tempest, and there you go. Another Reverend Rand is going to be taken out, going to be popped up as well, but not going to be enough to take out Mark Godass. And of course, this Clefable. But look at this, though. Another Dragon Rush into Dragon Claw, going to be able to take them out. Clefable is down, and of course, Snorlax is down as well. Beautiful sustain coming in from that of Nautiza with that of the Blissey, ensuring that this Garchomp can do the damage for the longest time possible.
Yeah, and Full Sense still keeping up with the advantage. Both these teams have two goal zones each, and that is just power plays from both sides here. But Regieleki will be available, and it looks like Full Sense would have the first touch on the objective. Looking at it, Elevate, going for the chase on the Spew.
And you see the difference of how Full Sense is playing here. They are now more... they're securing objectives even more now compared to the last game, just because of the fact that Elevate was able to level up their game. Whatever Shuriken is going to be popped up here, Livid Outrage once again going to be popped up. There you go, Heavy Slam to nothing. It's going to be taken out in the process. But look at this though, it is going to be Miva going to be taken out here by the Mewtwo Mega Evolution, and the Clefable is going to be going out as well. Regieleki is on the second tier score goal, allowing them to destroy it with an overcap as well of I believe that's 23.
Yeah, around 20 to 30 overcap coming in from Full Sense from the top patch, just because of Garchomp dunking it through. It's quick math coming from Full Sense right out of the gate there, but now it's them who has the 150-point lead. The left side definitely has a huge lead here in the last 3 minutes into the game, and Elevate has to act up.
Right, so, a side shock, sorry, I think it's side strike. Yeah, side strike into teleport instead of recover is actually a very good thing here coming in from that of Full Sense. To allow them to, dish out some damage from the back lane as well. So, Full Sense, they just need to be careful here if they want to go up against Elevate, because Elevate, man, they are winning these team fights.
Oh, look at here, what? just waiting for the opportunity to go for the face check as Full Sense was able to have eyes on Clefable. Now the Regirock will be the target of back.
Final major objective before the Rayquaza. Let's find out if they're going to lock in here. Full Sense has the positional advantage into that Regirock. One of our Shuriken is going to be popped up as well. Let's assist this, but it's them going to be, Tampa is going to be able to secure this Regirock as well. Unfortunately, though, for them, they're going to get punished, locking in 2KO in the process. They'll make a 3. No more attackers into the side of Elevate, as only the Drio and that of the, Snora is going to be the outlet. But again, we have to remember, they can still triple trample. Not going to be enough. It was a little bit too early for them to take down this Rayquaza, but never mind, though. Tempest. No. It's still Miva. Miva was able to take away this Rayquaza, but unfortunately for them, not everyone is alive as when they were able to take in this Rayquaza, so they are still going to have some hard time here to put down these points. Now, the thing is, would they be able to put this, though? That is the question, because if they can, just one is all they need, they can catch up to Full Sense.
Yeah, they have to commit to it. Look at the positioning for Full Sense, however. Look at Blissey just waiting for the catapult. If ever Elevate goes for the dunk, there's a lot of deny capabilities coming for Full Sense. Double type of setup. It's a 2-1-2, wherein one is going in for the catapult for that instant response. If Elevate wants to go for the dunk, so Elevate has to force out an issue and has to force out that fight. Heavy Sam on the Garchomp.
Oh! Wow, the isolation coming in from Tempest, but unfortunately coming in with the Dragon Rush and the Dragon Claw, they were able to get away. But unfortunately, though, here comes the Dodrio just waiting for the right time. Just the right time to put in some scores, but they know for a fact that they are getting weighted here. 2 Pokemon trying to score in. There's a 68! The 68 coming in from that of the Absent with the Clefable, but is this going to be enough, though? Dodrio needs to put in more points. Here comes the block here coming in from that of Tempest. Are they going to be able to do it, though? Look at that. Urshifu is just waiting up top, making sure that this Dodrio won't be able to do a back cap.
20 seconds left. Full Sense is still going in for the full-on defense. Elevate has to do something about it. They have a lot of points already stored up. They have to commit.
Oh, here you go. They're pushing them in, but unfortunately for them, they need to do more. Oh, look at this. Tempest pushing them away, and they're going to be in. Is that going to be enough, though? Not quite yet. There's a 30 point now down, but they need, I believe, like 60 or 80 or something. I'm not sure if that was enough.
It wasn't. I believe it was Full Sense was still able to win it through and through with a 40-point lead up against Elevate, and that win coming from half fast. We're going to game 3.
Man, that was very close, but they had all the correct plays. You cannot tell them otherwise. Everyone had the correct plays. Tempest waiting for the block, waiting for Amoeba, waiting for Absent, waiting for them to put in the points. It's man, pushing them away, but unfortunately, it was a little bit too late. In terms of like the seconds, the timing wise, right? The block wasn't able to go to be popped up, to be used. It was just a little bit too late, but nonetheless, it was the right kind of play. It was just quite unfortunate that it was a little bit too late for them to be able to catch up into Full Sense. Again, they needed like 60-ish point, and now they ended up being 41 points short.
They definitely were. It was just so close for them. If Lewis was able to go for that dunk on that final one, because he was so close. He had 100, well, he had 50 already down onto the bottom path, but someone denied it out of him. I believe it was Garchomp, but it was a knockout. Yep. It was a knockout. It was someone coming for Full Sense who was able to go for that suppression onto that tier 2 goal zone into the bottom path, denied it away from Elevate. That was really clean. And Tempest with that heavy slam, however, on denying that Rayquaza, they're still up on that fight. Almost won that game.
Regardless, though, again, everyone was playing so. That's what I'm talking about. That was the moment, right? Like Tempest was just pushing them away with the block, allowing their teams to score in. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough of a points for them to catch up into that of Full Sense. But nonetheless, again, beautiful play, phenomenal play for both of the teams, and honestly, it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone onto the side of Elevate or even Full Sense. That Rayquaza really changed things up for the better for the side of Elevate, but it wasn't enough. The teammates for Elevate was pretty much sent to the base, still recovering, and it was really an unfortunate timing. Wherein
Mm.
they were able to get the Rayquaza, but Clefable came up right after. It
Mm.
was so close. It was so close. But now, going into game 3, it's the decision matchup between Elevate and Full Sense. It's down to this. Who wins this game would gain their 3 points away from this match.
Oh, for sure. And here you go, though. Final game could be anyone's game. Again, this game number 1, they have been bringing up their A game, and they're on equal footing now. They're still on equal footing. Could be anyone's game, and honestly, I don't know who to root for in this match.
It's difficult, right? Because the thing is, both these teams understands how it goes. But
And
this
how
is
do
what
we
I'm
do?
saying. But that's what I'm saying, right? Elevate, if they lost game number 2, they will still have the priority of the purple side selection. So in terms of that composition, in terms of the draft, they still have that advantage. Now with the Miraidon and Sarlage ban away, Urshifu can be the priority with Mimikyu and Umbreon as the target of Full Sense. The question is Elevate wanting to go for that Urshifu or the
Ooh.
Leafeon Piva?
Well, there it is. The Leafeon coming out with Miva, dude. That's one of the Pokemon that you don't want Elevate to have, right? I mean, honestly, every team, you don't want them to have Leafeon, but not especially into the side of Elevate, because that's going to be quite a terrible opponent, honestly. But here you go, though. Hovering up into Hoopa, rather, going to have a lot of sustain here. And blank with the Machamp, we've seen them play the Machamp quite a lot of disruption with the submission, but no, they're going to be sticking their guns into that of Tempest. Tempest, I've been playing very beautifully with the Snorlax since earlier.
Yeah, the blocks of Snorlax, the yawns, even how Elevate changed things up in game number 2. Now the question is, how would they go for their last rotation of picks? Because so far they still need that bruiser, they still need that damage dealer, and having the Leafeon and Glaceon, if they lock this in, they're fully committing to that early game. And we all know how double EVs have been performing in the past day, have been performing earlier today, not as strong, coming into that Rayquaza fight that constantly loses them that matchup. But Elevate is going for that risk, is still committing to that early aggressive composition.
Wow, this is quite interesting, right? This is quite interesting coming in from that of what do you call this? Full Sense. Coming in from that of Elevate, they have the Snorlax, they have the Bruiser as well. It's never going to be going out, right? They have the Machamp, and of course they have the backlane damage. That is the Glaceon. You know, albeit Leafeon is this, I'd say, quite the stronger Pokemon, but nonetheless, Glaceon is still a formidable Pokemon to be taken up by anyone, honestly.
It's still strong. It definitely is still strong. Leafeon and Glaceon still has that massive amount of damage. This is the meta before that we had seen back in ACL 2024 PH qualifiers. This is something that Elevate really understands to come back their hand. And in addition to that, you have matchup with Snorlax for that extra defensive capability. But considering that they went in for the double EVs, they went in for the Hoopa, it's early mid-game. It's all about playing towards your winning condition. You want that bigger edge. You want that big advantage in terms of EVOS energy points, in terms of those goals and dunks. Now, Full Sense has to really play patiently here, has to wait for time, has to wait for the mid-game up until the late game to be able to match up against Elevate.
As I mentioned, right, like having EVs here, having level 4 Pokemon, you know, having level 4 Pokemon requirement only to be online is going to provide Elevate quite an extensive amount of like playing plans here, right, against that of Full Sense. Just because of the fact that, you know, they can go in, as you have mentioned, early game is going to be the key factor for game number 3. Because if Elevate is going to be able to get early game, I think they would be able to control the mid game as well, leading to that other Rayquaza.
Yeah, it's all about utilizing that. However, we've seen a couple of times where you have the double EVs, but was still not able to capitalize onto the early game advantage, and that is a big problem, right? So if Elevate was able, or is able rather, to alleviate some of that pressure from Full Sense and pierce through the defensive capability of this composition, of this capability of this comp for Full Sense, that will really balloon them to a bigger advantage, because so far they're only winning prowess coming in from the prior 2 games is their steals onto the Rayquaza. It's Full Sense who constantly gains control all throughout early up until late game.
Oh, for sure. I totally agree with you. And that's what we have been saying since earlier. Elevate needs to level up their game. They did, however, on game number two, quite late. So hopefully going into game number three, they are able to do those changes immediately, right from the get-go. And I believe that's also the reason why they want to go in for double on evolution kind of composition against that of Full Sense. But Full Sense though, there's no question about it. They would give a hard time against that of Elevate, a difficult time to be able to go online, even if they do have evolutions.
Yeah. So I'm really excited here. GG Crew, the decision matchup between Elevate and Full Sense. These two teams are looking for the second win, and I am excited to see who is going to take the bag, who is going to take the win and dub here today for this series. Full Sense right now is potentially one of the favorites coming down to it, just because of the performance that they have done earlier today and yesterday. Pokemon Unite ACL has so much in store for the Pokemon Unite fans, just because of how much game number 3s that we're having, how much series that we're having per day in the group stages.
Again, we have 8 matches a day. We are now currently on our 6th match of the day and going into game number 2. But as of the moment, we're just going to be waiting for them to, load up their games before we head into the game. Again, let's just have a little bit of a recap of our matches thus far, leading up to, Elevate and Full Sense. So we had game number 1. We have Full Sense, the ones playing right now, going up against that of Alter Ego, winning 2-0. We have BRU, or Buriram United Esports, going up against what do you call this? Miran Sejong, there we go. 2-1. We have Paper Rex going against Blacklist International, winning 2-0. And of course, Talon going up against evos. What do you call it? Going against evos, 2-1 as well. And then of course we have another game for Alter Ego against that of Onyx, though it was Onyx who won that 2-0 as well. So for today, right, Alter Ego hasn't won a single game, and now leading up to this, we have Elevate up that against Full Sense. Again, we're just waiting for game number 3 for it to end, so that we are going to be able to see the what's the term here? The conclusion of this matchup.
Yeah, a conclusion of the series. I mean, it's a decision matchup. It's only one game away to conclude it, and I'm really excited because it's 1-1 for now for both Elevate and Full Sense. And right after that, we have a matchup against we have a match with Blacklist International going up against evos, and then you have Onyx battling up against Elevate. And so far, in terms of this composition, it's very, very standard for both sides. We have seen this already happen. So yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, that's pretty much the statement of it. We'll be the ones to dictate who takes the 3 points away from this series.
And here we have it, the final match of Elevate and Full Sense. It seems as if, Elevate is going to be the one on the left side this time around, and Full Sense is going to be the one on the right side. There you have it, the orange and the violet positions for this game. Again, game number 3 for Elevate and Full Sense.
Yeah, game number 3, Elevate, is already at level 4. So this is where we start to see those ramp-ups occur for Elevate, especially how Miva, who has to step up and deal a lot of damage into those rotations, into those roams. It will be quite crucial for Elevate's winning condition to have a massive lead in early mid-game.
Yes, sir, and here you go. Man, at the very least, right, what we can see at the moment is that both of these teams are no longer taking that much of a risk. They are playing carefully, watching each other's plays, and essentially just react to it. And now, Full Sense, yes, sure, they might have had the first scores, but just 9 points. But look at this though, Elevate able to take down. Full Sense was able to take down this Glacian. Again, this is what you have been saying. They might have the evolution, they might have the early game play, but it still might not be enough, as Full Sense was able to essentially delay for just a bit, though it's still the early game.
Yeah. And the Full Sense right now with a 35 points. Actually, this is not looking that good for Elevate. It's already 2 minutes in. We were looking for Miva to step up and looking for that massive amounts of impact into the early matchup. But Full Sense understands their constant rotations really hinder Elevate's potential into really looking for those loopholes and looking for those weaknesses to overcome up against Full Sense.
Oh, oh, indeed, indeed, indeed. But like like full sense here still does have the advantage. They are making sure that while they are not giving up some XP against that of Elevate, they make sure that Elevate don't get any points here at all. So here we go though. Gonna have a bit of a skirmish here up top, making sure the full sense is going to push in as well. Elevate though is going to repel them out.
Hmm. In full sense, this is really what I love about them. Their capability to adapt into those situations, right? If you see how Elevate is constant rotations, they want to utilize the Glaceon, the Leafeon for the extra strength in the early game, but Full Sense is mirroring those rotations, right? They're going in for those farmhand rotations where in Full Sense really has that stronghold that, you know what, we're gonna play patiently, we're just gonna defend our goal zone. If Elevate pivots themselves, stunning at the United front, going 4 or 5 man rotations, they're going for those dunks. They're going for those points. And that is the reason why Full Sense was able to stack up 69 points already in 4 minutes.
Right, and here we have it. The early advantage is that whoever's going to be able to take down that first set of major objectives, and it seems as if they have a bit of a trade here. Wolfens took the the Reggie Elecki, but Elevate was able to take in that Reggie Rock down bottom. Unfortunately for Full Sense, they weren't able to utilize it as much as they wanted to, not being able to allow the Urshifu to put down that 30 from Mark God S. But here you go though. Oh my goodness, this Dojrio is almost taken out. It seems like Tira here is not the one driving the Urshifu this time around. They might have changed some roles for this match in specific.
Yeah. In tier 1, that was so close. He was able to just retreat, elevate. Now getting a couple of points in. 127 points for each side. As to force out the eject, they're coming from Spew with a heavy stamina from Tempest setting into place. But so far, so good for both these teams, though. But Urshifu into the backside takes down Leafeon.
But that's good, though. Like, Tempest had an answer, had to use a block just to be able to, so that their team would be able to, like, get away as well. So Full Fence now trying to secure all the XP. Tira here at the bottom path, able to secure the birds, and at the top as well, we have Markad as with that Urshifu taking down that of the birds. On that path. So, this is the first time that we're going to be seeing Urshifu in the Dark Bear in this match, since earlier we've been seeing it as the Water Bear. So maybe that's also the reason why they changed up whoever's going to be playing the Urshifu so that they can play a different kind of like Urshifu up their team.
Yeah, for sure. And this type of play is coming for Full Sense now. It's just matching up the pace of Elevate. 5 minutes into the game already. It's a close battle indeed, and only a difference of how many points. It's just like how many? Like 15 points in favor for Full Sense. And considering how the Tier 1 goal zone is still available into the top side for Full Sense, I'm thinking that Elevate wants to pivot themselves into gaining that Regirock to get that advantage onto the top side, considering they have the Hoopa, so Hyperspatial can be set up. And there you go, the bait is there already. You want the Regieleki into the top pack.
Yes, 30, and there you have it. That's what they're doing right now. Elevate was able to secure the Regieleki, though, in comparison to Full Sense taking that one up. But even when they would take down that Regieleki, at the very least, right, like, we have Markat here getting in some back caps here with 40 points. But here you go, though, Hyperspatial just to bring them back down the base and recover some HP. Markat, though, still not done. Wants to put in more points, but that is a bit of an overextension here coming in from Markat.
Yeah, and so far, if you saw what Full Sense did there, Urshifu coming in for the back end and then gaining that 40 points, it's a battle of wit. It's a battle of how much points you can dunk in all throughout these games. It's very important for them to take those advantages in through and through. The difference right now is 13 points, approaching 30 minutes, so close. But Full Sense will now start to ramp up. Remember what we mentioned during the draft, Full Sense, their strength is coming through into that final fight. Elevate needs that advantage into the early game, but so far we haven't seen that advantage come to life.
I mean, they have had some moments where they won against that of Full Sense in Game 3, but unfortunately not one that would put them in a huge gap against that of Full Sense. Not quite yet, though. But they are currently winning in terms of like a team fight as of the moment. But as I say that, they were able to take out the Machamp coming from Elevate, and Through, though, is going to be taken out as well.
Yeah, and that is very dangerous coming into the side of Full Stance at the very least, because if you're giving these KOs away from Elevate, they're finding
Ooh.
these eliminations where in Stance could capitalize instead of the plays. Remember, Reggie Aleki will come up in 20 seconds on top. So if they're able to get it, either of this team, they will put that pressure on tier 2 gold zone. And now they can pivot themselves into a good position, a better position onto the Rayquaza pit, or even the Reggie buff into the bottom path if it comes back alive at second time. But unfortunately, it won't. I don't think it's going to be enough time. So Reggie Aleki will be the priority here this time around, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
For sure. But here's the thing, though. Like, nobody's there. Nobody's up top. Nobody wants to get
Yeah.
Reggie Aleki, unfortunately. But I think what they want to prioritize is just reposition themselves, into, get ready and position themselves into that of Rayquaza, as we can see right now with that minimap. Nobody wants a Reggie Aleki. Nobody wants to take that one up for each other. Unfortunately for us.
Rayquaza is now up. It's both these teams who doesn't want to go for the Reggie Aleki, but instead wants to position themselves into a better spot into the Rayquaza fight. It's all about setting up the plays here. Look at Leafeon's position down into the bottom. It's just all about waiting patiently and just going to gain more points to stack up for later on. Once the Rayquaza occurs here, remember it's Elevate who is still at a massive disadvantage. Well, at least a minor disadvantage in terms of point allocation. Someone has to give. Someone has to push through and force out the fight.
Sorry, just someone has to give, definitely. But here's the thing, though. Like, nobody knows who's in the league right now because of how close the gap is in terms of the score. They all know that, what they all know is that, okay, it's the score is very close, but they don't know which one, who's the one leading. Now, here's the thing, though. Lethal stage is going to be pop up into the rings and down as well. Triple Champ is going to be pop up as well. They want to take in this Rayquaza. It is going to be Full Sense. They're going to be able to take them out, as well as a team wipe and Full Sense. Waiting for that very last moment, going to be able to secure this game for themselves, putting out down the scores, and I don't think Elevate is going to be able to stop this. They are not in the game. They have to get back here, but unfortunately, more Nurse Joy is still taking care of them so that they will be ready for the next game.
And this is what we mentioned. Elevate has the advantage in the early game, but when it comes to that final 2 minutes, it will be Full Sense who will dominate. And that is exactly what we have seen here in game number 3. When Rayquaza fight hit, it's Full Sense who just crushed Elevate and sent them all back to the base.
And 15 minutes is not going to be enough for them to, to catch up. Not especially they don't have the points as well. So Full Sense, though, it was quite a good run here for Elevate for this game against them. But Full Sense, well, they've been playing quite dominantly since earlier, and it wasn't much of a surprise that they win this game number 3 as well. But at least for Elevate, you still have a chance to get in more points for the tournament, for the league, going against that of Onyx later down the night. But here it goes, though. 2-1 in favor of Full Sense. They're going to be winning, I believe, like 6 points total for today. Is that right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
They won up against Alter Ego and they won up against Elevate right now. So that's 9 points total, including yesterday's matchup.
Yeah, 9 points total across, but that's only because they only had one game yesterday,
Yes.
and today they had 2, so they were able to catch up into Paper Rex in terms of points. I believe they are both sitting at 9 points each.
They definitely are. Paper Rex 3 points a while ago, 6 points yesterday, so they are pretty much very even across the board in the rankings as we speak. But we still have 2 series to have a little bit of that change in the leaderboards here in ACL for day 1 and day number 2. But this is the problem, right? We were able to touch on to the pattern so far of the composition, but the double EVs is not going to work anymore. So far, from what we have seen today and yesterday, those double EV compositions, yes, they had that massive lead coming into the early game, and they were able to gain some points, gain a bit of edge, but it's not for long. Those Rayquaza fights always changes in the tide of the team. Doesn't go for that double EV that has those late game comps.
Would you say that it's quite similar to that of good out of Absol. Absol is a really strong Pokemon in the early game, right? But when it comes to like the late game, going into the Rayquaza, it kind of falls off. I'd say that like EVs are like the same. They're really strong in the early game, the late into the mid game. But I'd say like sometimes they're well, not sometimes they are still really strong up into the late game. That's why people pick the evolutions rather than of the Absol. But unfortunately, you know, if you have a lot of like EVs in your team, you might make it work. But all the more reason that there's a lot more compositions that would be more well, I'd say stronger, you know, than having multiple EVs, you know, let alone three, let alone two. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be the 3 matches for Elevate and Full Sense. For more Pokemon Unit action, we will be right back with EVOS and Blacklist International. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite! Pokémon unite!
We are now at the last two games of the match for the day. It is going to be Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. This time, it's Evos Onyx versus Blacklist International. It's going to be an exciting match here. Blacklist unfortunately did not win a single game earlier, but they are now back. At the same time, Evos is on part of a losing end as well. Talon winning 2-1 against them earlier. So this is a chance for one of them to have a comeback to get some points for the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Blacklist International still has it in him. I feel like they can be aggressive. They can play aggressive. They have done it before. They have done it in the prior years, and they can bring out the best of them. You have Sant, Ryu, Dreamt, Su, and Lance coming in from Blacklist International. And undoubtedly, you know what? They might have lost earlier today. They might have lost yesterday, but they can find their footing. They can understand how these teams play, and it's pretty much just on that learning curve for now here in week 1 to adjust, to be able to get that momentum, to gain their edge once more and gain those wins.
But see, that's the thing though. Like there's not any more time for them to get back up. But this time they have to win against Evos Onyx, just because of the fact that if they lose this one again, it might be second to impossible that they can catch up in terms of points for the ranking again to be able to qualify for the playoffs. So again, if there's any point in time that they have to win, it's this one.
Surely. I mean, it's only the top 8. Only 2 teams will be out into the playoffs contention. So Blacklist International still has that opportunity, because the following week you also have the matchup for Blacklist up against FS, which will be a difficult obstacle to overcome in Miran Sejong, but they still have those opportunities to come by. They still have talent to fight up against, along with Onyx Rise in day 6. But going on back into the matchup that we have on our hands, it's Evos Onyx up against Blacklist International, jumping into game 1 draft.
Oh yes, sir. I mean, Yankee here. Oh wow, actually no. Once for a priority pick here into that Leafeon. Obviously it's open, and it's one of the biggest Pokemon in this match. Anyway, so in this tournament is what I meant. So here we go. The answer back here coming from Blacklist, definitely going to be the Sterilege. Is never not going to be in any of the match, but at the same time with that of the Blaziken.
Yeah, and then you have Leafeon as well as a priority. I think this is one of the patterns that we have seen so far across the board for Philippine teams, that they want the Leafeon. They have the hyper priority on the Leafeon just because of how comfort is for the Filipino teams already. They know it like the back of their hands. As for Blacklist Internationals, however, or well, rather, it's flipped up just because of how strong Leafeon is, right? But this is a statement that is a fact. Leafeon is something that is very comfortable for the Filipino teams. However, Blacklist International slowly adjusting on their composition, going in for the double fighter, having that double front line with that damage on Blaze against our ledge, and following it up with Greedent and Sableye.
This is quite an interesting pick for Blacklist International, because number one, Greedent. And then we have the Sableye as well. The Greedent and Sableye. This is more of a high-risk, high-reward kind of like composition, right, as of the moment for Blacklist, because again, they want that of the vision, they want the information, with the help of the Sableye, that is going to help them out. But the thing is, it might not be able to help out a lot in terms of the team fights. Sure, it does have confused, but
sorry.
No, I understand.
Okay.
It's I'm not quite sure what to make of this composition coming from Blacklist.
Yeah.
Sableye, Greedent, and then Zoroark. Maybe perhaps if there was a support, but then again, I mean, there's the Sableye as the utility. But I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to survive team fights, especially against Evo's Onyx.
Yeah, it's really interesting because so far, from what we have seen prior, is that you have the Zoroark and then you also have the Comfey. That is really strong just because it gives you so much sustain with Zoroark just going in and out of those fights, because Zoroark is a very squishy Pokemon. If you made that cannot stand alone in those prolonged fights, he will get bursted down. That is the reason why he's constantly having those Comfeys in terms of a composition with the Zoroark. But nevertheless, you know what? If anyone can make it, if they're going in for this type of composition, surely they practiced on it, right?
Obviously.
And they're going in for the type of situation wherein it's all about those damage, when they have the Blaziken, Ceruledge, along with the Zoroark. So burst damage would be the name of the game here by Blacklist.
Oh, for sure. But let's find out though how they're going to be able to manage this composition against that of Evo's Onyx. But here you go, game number 1, Evo's Onyx versus Blacklist International. Let's find out how they're going to be able to use this and win for themselves.
Yeah. So now for the side of Evo's Onyx, since we have been focusing a bit on the Blacklist International's composition, let's look at Evo's Onyx. They went into Leafeon, they went in with the Mamoswine rather, Miraidon, the Garchomp. So this is a very hefty composition wherein your frontliners would be the Garchomp, would be the Mamoswine, and we all know those impeccable Ice Fang setups are huge. If Evo's Onyx could set up the plays and follow up with Mamoswine to set, they would be good, especially with the squishy targets of Blacklist International's comp.
Look at that though. Ryu was able to seal away the violet buff here into the side of Evo's Onyx, ensuring that this Gabite won't be able to get its XP and delayed it as early as possible. I believe this is what Blacklist International is gunning for. They want to take it to early game so that they can maintain it up until the late game and make sure that all the attacks from Evo's Onyx is going to be delayed as much as possible until the point that they can just steamroll all over them. But the thing is though, they are leaving behind this Miraidon alone down bottom, and that might just be a problem. The problem that they don't want to have this time around. And look at that though, Electro Drift, immediately amazing damage into Ryu.
Yeah, and now Blacklist International looking for those KOs. Gabite will be brought down. With how much burst damage that Blacklist has, they're able to do this. But they have to look for those edges. They have to look for those advantages here in the start of the game, because coming down sooner or later, their defensive capability will drop.
No, for sure. I totally agree. And that's what we're talking about, right? Like Kane able to take down this Ceruledge. And here's the thing though, like the moment that Evo's Onyx is able to take down, well, number 1, obviously the Ceruledge, and then the Zoroark. Sure, there's still the Blaziken, but Blaziken alone is not going to be able to do as much. Sure, there's Confused Ray as well coming in from that of Sableye, but there's, they have a way to sustain themselves even if they get hit by that.
And now for Evo's Onyx, it's all about buying time here. They still are waiting for Gabite to reach the final evolution onto Garchomp, wherein Gabite will start to get hefty, will start to gain those defensive capability onto going for those 5v5 fights. That is something that they want to bank on, but now Ceruledge just came in at the right time with a KO.
Oh, beautiful hit here coming in from that of Blacklist International. Stay here with the Sableye was able to buy some time for themselves to be able to catch up into Evo's Onyx and bait them out as well, taking down 2 in the process. Beautiful play here from them, and I think again this is their play here. And look at that, Gabite still not at level 9, still not Garchomp. And again, as I mentioned, this is their play. They want to be able to delay XP from that of Evo's Onyx as far as possible, and they are doing it quite well. Blacklist International does have the lead in terms of XP and the points at this moment.
Yeah, and that is what we mentioned, right? These type of comp coming from Blacklist International, they have massive amounts of damage. It is a glass cannon composition, but once those Evo's Onyx damage comes through, they are going to get shredded down. Now, Blacklist International wants to answer back, Sableye in front.
Oh, look at that. Chaos Glory is going to be popped up as well, but no follow-up, unfortunately. And the Sable is going to be taken out. And that's what we're talking about. It's very squishy, but look at this persistence into that of the Pile Swine. Still going to be able to help out with the Ice Fang, High Horsepower as well. But look at that, though. Electro Drift going to be able to take down that Blaziken. And this is what we're talking about earlier. The moment that the Zoroark and the Blaziken is down, the what it calls the Cerulege is going to be up next, and they won't have a lot of damage here. But look at that, though. It is going to be the Bleaches is going to be taken out here. No, make the two with the grid, then taking out the Miraidon as well. And Ginkis is just trying to buy in some time here for their teammates to get away. But unfortunately, nobody needs to get away anymore, and they have just been taken out for nothing.
Yeah, now Blacklist International at a very good state here. You have Su was able to get a bit of points coming down. And I think that's the strength with Sableye, right? The invisibility that can roam around the map and surprise and have that surprise factor into those team fights. Like right now, Sableye going in down. Stop.
Yeah, that is definitely a good game here. Blacklist International, they know for a fact that they are not going to be able to win in a team fight. So what they want to do is just ensure that they can take them on one by one. And as I mentioned, you know, invisibility here coming from that of Sableye will definitely give them, as I mentioned, being the ward of the team, being able to give them some information of where, with the whereabouts of their opponents. But unfortunately, you know, they cannot be in too much close, right? Because they will be notified that the Sableye is quite near.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's Glory once again.
Blacklist International has to be wary of the situation because really their best capability would be this early game. The first 5 minutes would be their best chances of taking that lead, but Sableye will be KO'd.
Yeah, again, early game is where they are putting everything, you know, putting their eggs in the basket at that of the early game, and they cannot let evos get their XPs, cannot let them go online. But unfortunately for them, evos is slowly but surely scoring in some points. But see, here's the thing though, like we have the Griden as well, just racking in some points, just like a Dodrio would, just to be able to put in some damage, and definitely going to have some back tapping as well later on when the Rayquaza is up. So that's going to be quite annoying for evos to deal with. But look at this though, Very Flop is going to pop up here, just buying some time for the teammates, allowing this Blaziken to repel away the Reggie Alecki. But here comes the Covet as well. There we go, beautifully buying time. It did not get KO'd quite quickly. Beautiful stuff here coming in from that other Griden.
I love how Evos Onyx goes in for the Electro Drift for Miraidon. They understand that Blacklist International is a very squishy composition. They have the Cerulege, Zoroark, along with the Blaziken. So in terms of the composition, the winning condition of Evos Onyx here is to wait for those team fights to go all in. And Emerald 2-step brings down one.
Yes, sir, but it's not going to be enough, though. That is quite a huge trade here. Blacklist International was able to punish down that Leafeon and at the same time take in the Reggie Bottom as well. But here's the thing, though. I'd like to point out, you know, that Electro Drift is such a beautiful pick here as well because of how mobile, right? How mobile the opponents are, especially the Sableye, the Griden, and of course the Zoroark as well. So they really need to have some sort of like very quick and easy move in and move out kind of move in comparison to Charge Beam where you're stuck there for eternity.
Yeah, now 3 minutes down into the very first game that we have. Blacklist International showing a lot of promise here compared to their prior games, compared to yesterday. But this is where it changes. Evos Onyx will now find their footing, will find those team fights wherein those 5v5s are going to be in their favor just because Blacklist International has a squishy comp. We already mentioned this. This is a glass cannon composition. Look at Susu's position though. This is really good when it comes to those sneak attacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Again, this is more of a a utility Pokemon here. They just want to get in as much information as possible to provide to their teammates, and you know, just cannot be too close, or the opponents will be notified that there's the Sableye as well. But here's the thing, though, like they're not gonna be able to take in this Regieleki, and they're just gonna be waiting for that Rayquaza to come up. But that's a good thing as well. They know that they cannot hide into the Ray Pit because of the threat of Sableye.
And now Blacklist International poised and positioned already onto the pit.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Another team fight here. Limited outrage might be used here. Not quite yet. Mirror Stone is going to be popped up as well. Overall 2-step. And there we have it. Not much of a damage for both of the teams here, but it seems the Vinny is going to be taken out as well. It's going to be the line, and the Blaze is out, and the Garchomp is too. And only the Miran is going to be up left here. We might have doubted Blacklist International in terms of their composition, but they are showing us how wrong we were in this match. They're able to wipe down Evil's Onyx, and now has a free real estate for the Rayquaza. But let's see if this won't be able to get the eggs down here. They will not be able to throw down the eggs to steal that Rayquaza. But even then, right, they would have some ample amount of time to score in some points. But this time around, at the very least, securing that Rayquaza means that they secured the game as well.
Yeah, and that is what we mentioned about Blacklist International. This is a glass cannon composition. Get that good set plays, and remember how Mammal Swine was trying to go in with a Mammoth Mash as well as that Ice Fang, but it did not connect. Yes, you had a double knockup, but where's the follow through? There's no damage left for Evos Onyx just because the Leafeon's gone, Miraidon's occupied, and Garchomp is occupied as well, and that will be another deletion as Blaziken go for another KO.
Oh, for sure. And again, beautiful play here from Blacklist International. They knew their win objectives. They knew that they had to take them out one by one. They knew how to utilize the Sableye. And honestly, I think a respect ban should be in place.
Yeah, for sure. This Sarilege from Blacklist International is doing a lot of work. If you saw how much damage those Revenant Friends have done a while ago, it was insane. And now Evos Onyx now scouring away. It's Blacklist International cleanly swipes game number 1 away from Evos.
Yeah, and again, this, as I mentioned, if there's any game that they need to win, it is this game. Because again, if they lose this one, they lose this match, it's going to be quite second to be impossible for them to be able to catch up in terms of the points. I'd say that. But winning this one against Evos Onyx of all teams would definitely bring about a lot of momentum for Blacklist International.
Yeah, and considering how Evos Onyx went into the purple side selection and lost it, surely coming down into the next game, stick to the purple side. But the priorities would be different. The bans should be respected here away from Blacklist International. Sticking with the Sarilege along with the Blaziken has huge impact coming for the team here. That was the one that brought them the win in this game. Especially speaking about Sarilege, who had brought out so much damage in game 1.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Sarilege was able to do a lot of damage, that's for sure. But I don't think Sarilege should be the respect ban here. I truly believe that it is a Sableye. So it's a Sableye, they couldn't even hide. Right? They couldn't even hide in the tall grass in the Ray Pit. They weren't able to position themselves quite well, just because of the threat of the invisible walking ward that is the Sableye, which enabled Sarilege to do whatever it wants to do. So if there's anyone that Evos Onyx should respect ban here, it's definitely going to be the Sableye. The Grident, though, not much of a problem than that of the Sableye, because they were able to, at the very least, right, do something about the Grident. But it's just the Sableye that was very annoying for them.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, because right now Blacklist International is on a really, really good showing in this matchup, in this series, already taking the advantage and now on match point. 1 game away to taking down the series away and getting those 3 points here in the first week.
Finally, right? Finally going to be the first points as well for that of Blacklist International. Again, they have won the first game for today, and at the same time, this momentum from that game number 1 is definitely going to be carried over into game number 2. But I'm pretty sure Evos Onyx here will have a hefty amount of time to catch up into Blacklist. And as I have mentioned, they definitely have to respect that Sableye, so that they can do what they wanted to do. That Sableye definitely allowed them, disabled them from doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah, for sure. And now looking at a ban, Sableye, as he called it, this will be one of the respects that Evos Onyx is going to do here in game 2. Mimikyu Umbreon as the answer for Blacklist International. Now, Evos Onyx has a lot of things that they could prioritize, or Shifu would be one. Sarilege will be left open for Blacklist International.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, again, without the ward, right? Without this ward, I think Evos Onyx would be able to move out more than they did on game number one, especially with this mobility. They are now currently hovering up into that of the Hoopa with that of the sustain. But at the same time, we have to remember Blacklist International does have access to the Cerulege and the Leafeon, and that's quite huge.
For sure. That will give them a lot of damage, though, very similar to what they have done in game number one. But EVOS Onyx wants an answer. They want that early game as well. Yes, Blacklist International can have huge impacts in terms of having the similar fashion of a glass cannon composition, but they have taken Hoopa. So Blacklist International has to pivot to something else, going for the Crustle and Blissey for that extra sustain.
Ooh, Miraidon and Miraidon and Garchomp can actually provide a lot here into the side of EVOS Onyx, and that would also allow the Miraidon to run in Electro, what do you call it? Electro Shift as well instead of the Charge Beam. Especially this time around, because there's not a lot of like mobile Pokemon into the side of Black International, with the exception, of course, of some Unite moves. I'd say for the side of Blacklist, Reverend Rand, and of course we have Rebel Rouser into the other console.
Yeah, and now Miraidon with a Metagross. Blacklist International going for the double EV again. We talked about how double EV works. It's really strong coming down into the early game. And Blacklist International coming down from game number one had a huge advantage. Was able to accumulate at least 100-point advantage up until 200 points. So having this triple strength in early mid game, if Blacklist can capitalize on it, they could take this series away.
No, see, here's the thing though. Here's the difference with Blacklist International using the double EVs here. They have a sustain. Number one, they have a sustain. They have a crowd control sustain that is the Blissey, and they also have a frontliner that is, of course, the Cruttle. And then, of course, if we go over to the late game, there's still a Cerulege. They can still bring them over while allowing Leafeon and Sylveon to dish out as much damage as possible as they can with these Pokemons supporting this two Pokemon. That was, I think, that is the biggest difference with this the double evolutions for this game and the previous match that we've had. But speaking of EVOS Onyx here running into Urshifu, Hoopa, Trevenant, Metagross, and Garchomp, I think is a very good pick here, especially that we have a Trevenant here that can essentially position themselves, reposition everyone, which allows Urshifu to do a lot of damage, and alongside Garchomp as well to bring them back up isolation to have them free hit everyone else in Blacklist International. So definitely a good change here of composition from EVOS Onyx, but at the same time, Blacklist International, again, we cannot discount, they have the advantage, and they do have the advantage over that early game as well with the double EVs.
Yeah, now EVOS Onyx, Blacklist International, they're a second game of this series, and so far, Blacklist International, once again, capitalizing that early game. EVOS Onyx, though, expectations are going to be here that Urshifu, once it comes into the final evolution, will start to roam up, but they still need time. Metang, or well, Beldu needs time to be able to scale, and also Trevenant needs those levels and needs those XPs.
Oh, for sure, but here we go, though. Early game prowess, Phantom is going to be taken down here with that of the Sylveon, and that's what we're talking about here. Since earlier, evolutions only level 4, and they will go online, and that is what happening. That's what's happening here. Which then, since there's one EV per lane, it allows lands with that of Cerulege to just freely take their XP as much as they want, so that they can be prepared for the first set of objectives, and consequently for the rest of the match.
Yeah, for sure. And now EVOS Onyx is still really just holding fort on their tier 1 gold zone. They do want to give it away that quickly onto Blacklist International. And if you're looking at the rotation so far for Blacklist, they're constantly looking for those trades now. They're constantly looking for those KOs as a sneak attack with Sylveon, like roaming around the bottom path. And you also have Leafeon stacking up on experience and levels in the central area.
For sure. But here we go, though. 8 minutes into the game, 8-minute mark right now. The first set of birds are now up as well, but we're going to be seeing the birds up the central area. Let's find out who's going to be able to take it. It seems as if it is secured by that of Blacklist International, but there's going to be a force of issue here in that of the bottom, into that of the central area. But let's find out who's going to be able to get the win here. Here comes the isolation. Dark Bear might be able to take down one Pokemon. There you go. That is the Sylveon going to be taken out, but the Hyperspatial will allow them to get their XP stuff. There's going to be 2 down. Blacklist might have overextended here just a bit and getting punished for it.
Yeah, and now you also have Sarah trying to run away as their teammates to really support him coming down from that fight. So they have to pay respects for now as Evos Onyx gains and dunks a couple of points in. Already a 60-point lead.
Yes, sirree. And, still, at the very least, right, like, Blacklist International is catching up in terms of like their XP, so that's a good thing. So that I guess they're at least ready for any team fight. Oh, beautiful! Did you see that? Did you see the timing of the egg bomb, not allowing the Hoopa to get back up? That was a very amazing timing on the egg bomb as well. Now here you go though. Evos Onyx still wants to force into issue. Ebon Fist into the amazing attack here. Wicked Blow going to be able to take down the Ledge as well into the side of Blacklist International, destroying the first Go up top.
Yeah, and now Reggie Alecki will be the next target by Evos Onyx here as Blacklist International's eyes on them, but there's no damage dealers up top. You only have Ryu and also the Blissey to deny it out of them, but this will not be enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Like, Evos Onyx is now awakened. They don't want to have another loss here. They want to win this away from Blacklist International, and they have to force in this issue every time, every chance they got. And look at this, though. Blacklist International just trying to repel away the Reggie Lucky as Evos Onyx is now getting in some free XP.
Yeah, definitely free XPs here. You also have Evos, however, also getting a bit of value into the bottom path, getting a bit of points there. So Evos Onyx still on a massive lead here, and Blacklist International still fighting for those trade backs here in the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, and quite a mobile move as well. Choke chop, but it's not going to be enough though. Computer and Crash going to pop up, but there you go. Blitz assistance once again. Blacklist International going to be able to take down 3 in the process, but are they going to be able to secure the first tier score goal though? Are they going to be able to do it? Yes, they will, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike, they have now finally destroyed the first tier score goal from the bottom path and the top path alike, and Blacklist International once again on the advantage.
Yeah, they will get a bit of advantage here. 40-point lead up against Evos Onyx, and they're able to bring down 2 tier 1 goal zones already. So they have the map control moving towards the 5-minute mark, and now the Reggie will come out in the south area. It will be something that Evos Onyx will contest though, and they will really get foot as an advantage there. Remember, you still have the Ring Sun down to keep up the teammates into that objective quite quickly.
And here you have it. Regibot is now up. It is going to be the Regirock here, but would Blacklist International be able to take them one up? It is going to be able to be brought back into the base, but they have now outnumbered Evos Onyx. But there you go. Rings Unbound getting popped up so that everyone is on the field as well. Evos Onyx was able to push away Blacklist International, securing the Regirock for themselves. But the question is, would they be able to destroy the first score goal down bottom for Blacklist International? Let's find out together. As it is, the Unbound form still up here no longer, but there's the deny going back to the base, and a beautiful timing once again coming in from here without the egg bomb, disabling them, not allowing them to go back with that of the hyperspatial. Beautiful stuff from Blacklist International.
Yeah, and that Rock Tomb denied that retreat. You have so much denials coming from Blacklist International, coming in from that final fight. You had the hyperspatial denied, you had the retreat back to safety denied, or Shifu was gone, and Dusted coming in from Blacklist International, and so far they just need to hold up. They just need to hold their advantage moving forward as we are nearing the conclusion of game number 2. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left into the game.
Dude, I'm not in as of this moment, right? I'm not sure who to give the MVP though. Like it's either the Blissey to here or Ryu, because definitely they have been playing so well, which allows their team to be enabled. Honestly,
Funny. Ryu just went in, have eyes on Hoopa, and they just made a staring contest for a second. Anyways, going back to our conversation. Yeah, it's very difficult, right? Because Blacklist International had a lot of things that they were able to manage. They were able to adapt coming in from the earlier game that they had today. Every single one of them is providing so much value.
Mm. And now there we go. They're not going to be gunning in for the Phantom Force, but instead, actually runs what do you call it, flame charge, a bitter blade flame charge instead, not Phantom Force, for that of the what do you call it, Cheryl Edge. So have a bit of a mobility, two chargers as well, but that also means to say that they can still be able to just get in, get out, put in some damage, and then use their unite move as well, Reverend Rend. But again, Ryu here, very beautiful play here with that of the Rock Tomb, and then of course the denial coming in from that of the Blissey with the Egg Bomb. So Evo's Onyx definitely on a deficit right now, not only in points but also in team fights. Look at that amazing isolation once again from Ryu.
Yeah, for sure. Now Blacklist International, 2 minutes into the game already. Rayquaza will be the next target here. However, look at the different in terms of levels. Evos Onyx, level 13 across the board for Metagross, Urshifu, and Miraidon. And Blacklist International, their XPs are spread apart, but Leafeon will be the main damage dealer this time around here for Blacklist.
Oh, look at this though. They are still making sure that Evo's Onyx won't be able to do a lot here, but beautiful isolation. Going to be able to remove that Blissey away from the play. And look at this, a computing crash is going to be popped up here. And another one here, that is going to be the Meteor Storm. Going to put up 2 in the process. And just like that, Evo's Onyx now has the advantage, has the positional advantage instead of Rayquaza. But the question is, will Blacklist be able to secure this for themselves? Not quite. Oh, no, not quite yet. Emerald 2-step was a little bit, a few pixels away to hit that Rayquaza, allowing Evo's Onyx to secure that for themselves. And just like that, they are now running to get in their scores and now going to have that gap be wide enough.
Yeah, and now we're going to game 3 for sure. Evos Onyx getting to 500 points, getting a massive lead up against Blacklist International. And we once again talked about the pros and cons of having these double EVs. Yes, they were strong. They got that early lead, had that massive advantage up against Evos Onyx. But when it came to the Rayquaza fight, it was just too squishy.
I mean, honestly, I don't really think the squishiness of these evolution was the problem for this specific instance of the raid fight. It's more of the positioning advantage, right? Like Evo's Onyx, knowing the fact that they were able to acknowledge that Blacklist International wasn't complete, or at least, well, they were close together, but not close enough that they can dish out damage, against that of Evo's Onyx. Acknowledging this, they went and they locked in and just ensured to take down Blacklist International until they can wipe them all out and secure that Rayquaza for themselves. Unfortunately for them, though, as they are scattered around, they are not able to steal away this Rayquaza for themselves, giving Evos game number 1.
Yeah, well, it's their first game win for Evos Onyx in game number 2, bringing this to the distance. 3 games, baby, let's go. It's more content. It's more Pokemon Unite action here in ACL 2025, and we welcome that sight. And so far, Blacklist International so close onto their first series win. One game away. Can Evos Onyx deny them out of it?
I mean, honestly, it was a very close game as well. It's just really the Ray fight that they kind of had a bit of a problem, I'd say. Didn't have much of a what's a good term here? They didn't have much of a I'd say communication. They might have had a bit of a miscommunication in their game plan here. They were scattered around the map and they got punished for it. And I don't think those kinds of things are the things that you don't want to have against Evos Onyx. Evos Onyx is just going to punish you, just like what they did against Blacklist International. Because again, as you have mentioned, right, like they have Blacklist International had the control of the early game into the mid game, and then the Rayquaza happened.
For sure. And now looking at the replays, right, Blacklist International at a disadvantage of 5 minutes, but they were able to come back with a series of battles, with a series of fights that they were able to win up against Evos Onyx just because of how much damage. And I feel like Ryu became one of the forefront runners in terms of denying a lot from Evos Onyx in early to mid game. If you're looking at those retreats, those rock tombs were phenomenal placements onto Ryu. But it's really just unfortunate. You mentioned this, right? The Rayquaza just changed things up and allowed Evos Onyx to take the lead, take the charge, and take the win.
I mean, again, like, it's amazing how this composition this composition for Blacklist International was not wrong whatsoever. I think it was a pretty good pick. I think they played pretty well. I have to commend again Ryu and Sus with the Blissey and of course the Crossel. They played phenomenal, but unfortunately, they were scattered around at the very last moment, which allowed Evos Onyx to take down their attackers. And we all know for a fact that Crossel and Blissey aren't able to do a lot as well. And at the same time, Blissey wasn't even able to use their Unite move. They were the first one to go for the Ray fight, and from there on out, it just went all down to pieces.
Yeah, for sure. And I think coming down into the next game, there's still a lot of options that they can. But you called it right, and I echo your thoughts there that when it comes to the composition, it's not really a matter of there's a right and there's a wrong coming in for Blacklist International's comp, because they got the advantage, right? The final 2 minutes, they were already at the lead of around 60 points, I believe. But coming down into the Rayquaza, being taken by Evos Onyx, having that extra bruiser and having that extra defensive capable Pokemon in their comp just allowed them to be much more sustaining, much more capable into really surviving that prolonged fights at the very end.
No, see, here's the thing though. Like, I think they have a huge leeway. They have a huge window here to be able to use the same composition. And if they do use the same composition, I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to play, differently. I'd say they would be able to play differently than that of a game number 2. Mainly because I know for a fact that Evos Onyx would be respect banning still the Sableye, and they did as well. They banned the Sableye because it was quite a huge problem for Evos Onyx, so that they cannot afford to not ban this Sableye. And now, like Blacklist International again. The main difference though is that they're the ones on the left side right now. So Evos Onyx can steal away the Leafeon from their hands.
Yeah, and see, right, the Urshifu going to be the priority this time around, and Evos Onyx can now go for the Umbreon, can also go for Ceruledge if they want to, but the Leafeon would be for Evos Onyx. Now, Blacklist International, with answer with their Trevenant, they have a lot of options for supporters still. Blissey and Hoopa would be the option, but Hoopa is the lock-in by Blacklist.
Ooh, that is the... It seems as if they're just like changing up their Pokemon, isn't it? Like, it's same Pokemon, but different. But as we are right now, we have Leafeon and Umbreon into the side of Evos Onyx. Again, a double EV here, sure, but again, it's Umbreon is one of the top picks here for a good reason as well. A very, very amazing defender, but they're going to be gunning in for a double defender composition here. With that of the Umbreon might actually be running a foul play instead of mean look, with the repositioning disruption here coming in from that of Mammothland with the Ice Pack.
Yeah, and now you also have the Pikachu and the Gyarados going to be locked in by Blacklist International, since it's all about those team fights that they're going to look for, because these Pokemon are so strong in team fighting. You have the Phantom Forest, the Thunderstorm, or Shifu's very strong in terms of going for those fights and putting up a huge amount of damage, and Gyarados Dragon Strength would lead Blacklist International to gain that upper hand in the team fights. But Evos Onyx going in for quite a hefty composition, to say so myself.
Now, I have a question for you, NP. Do you think this composition coming in from Blacklist International is going to be quite enough in terms of attack prowess? Because the way I see it, sure, there's a lot of like utilities into the side of them. Like we have the Pikachu as well, we have the Hoopa. Yes, they would be able to survive, they would be able to like sustain themselves, but the question remains, would they be able to provide a lot of damage against that of Evos? Because yeah, sure, you may be able to like sustain yourself, but if you still can't put out the damage, then what's the point?
Yeah, the thing is, their comp is dependent solely on those Unite moves, right?
Right.
They will be the ones looking for the team fights. It's not necessarily that if you can produce enough damage to go for the ganks. That's not the game plan here for Blacklist International. They went in for the Trevenant, the Pikachu, and the Gyarados. They want those prolonged fights. They had the Hoopa for those resets as well. So the game plan is to really just go for it in team fighting. For Evos Onyx, right? If you're gonna look at it, they have the Mamoswine, they have the Garchomp. So these are quite hefty Pokemon alongside with the Umbreon. Double defender, one all-rounder, an attacker, and a speedster. So these are hugely different comps. One would be more on a very defensive, a bit of balance with that attack, and then for blacklist, you have that team fighting. You want that unite move dependent comps to go for it in those 5v5.
So definitely we can say that Blacklist International here would really risk everything. Would really risk everything for that Rayquaza fight, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, sure. I think that will be the game plan here because that's the thing, right? Blacklist International constantly loses in the Rayquaza, so why not go in for a comp that would lead you to a bit of advantage in that Rayquaza fight later on?
Right, and here we have it though. Early game, Evos Onyx does have a bit of a lead here. Have a bit of control, putting down some points here. But like Pikachu gonna be able to take down Char Cadet as well. In the process.
Yeah. And for Evos Onyx, we're waiting for those level 4s. You're now going to see Leafeon and Umbreon get those evolutions up and running. This is really, really strong coming from Evos Onyx to have that standard stronghold in the early game. As for Blacklist International, they're still waiting for Trevenant. They're still waiting for Magikarp to evolve into Gyarados. So it will take some time here, but Blacklist International could start pacing up in terms of those points and XPs.
Now, this is the kind of this is the kind of thing that Blacklist wants to do. They want to ensure that they're not going to be pushed away here by their opponents, and just make sure that they can do right. They can put in some scores and just try to survive. Just try to put their feet on the ground against the other team. And from there on out, they can just go online all the way, all the time that they want. And here you go, though. Blacklist International still trying to push away Evos Onyx. As Evos Onyx is now pushing themselves into their 4 goals.
Yeah, and now Woodhammer as well to go up. Ryu will be able to get that KO. Evos Onyx trying to retreat. Blacklist International hoping for those dunk on points so far onto the top pad.
And here you go. Bounce. Just trying to get a bit of a, what do you call this? A bit of a bait here into the side of Blacklist International. Gonna be able to put in some scores as well. Down bottom, that is Evos Onyx with 10 points. Similar to Garchomp though, it's not gonna be able to help out as much as it wants to. But Blacklist International definitely putting up the pressure into that of the top path.
Yeah, and Evos Onyx with the 80-point lead so far up against Blacklist International. They have still yet to find their footing here, but Evos Onyx capitalizing on the advantage where in Blacklist International solely focusing on top side, Evos Onyx can dunk some points in the bottom path. They need and they want as much as possible to get the value time and time again.
And here's the thing though, another thing that they are neglecting aside from the bottom path is the Leafeon. See, the Leafeon was able to secure was able to secure their own central area. They were able to peel away the central resources. And from there, I mean, look at this. Already at level 8 is going to be quite devastating for the side of Blacklist, especially if they still don't have a level 8 of their own. Definitely don't have a Pokemon with Unite move in comparison to Evos Onyx, which already has the Garchomp up.
Yeah, and the Garchomp would be a huge factor here for Evos Onyx, right? He has a lot of potential to go in for those chases, especially how Blacklist International has a bit of mobility with those bounces, with Trevenant's Horn Leash, with Pikachu who's able to really just go in and out of those fights. Evos Onyx has the capability to push them back, and those Ice Fangs are going to matter later down the road for Evos Onyx in those team fights as well. So it's all about who starts things first, who's able to set up the play better here for both sides, because these two teams have massive potential in team fighting.
Right, but you have to remember as well, Evos Onyx still does have the advantage. Look at them. They already have like 4 Pokemon with Unite moves. 1 at level 10. For Blacklist International, it's just Evon Fist with that of their Shadow. So definitely they don't want to be on a team fight with Evos Onyx as of the moment.
Yeah, for sure. But now we'll see what Blacklist International can do here, because Evos Onyx is now putting out the pressure with Kane going in on, producing a lot of damage, but the answer back for Blacklist.
See, yeah, they don't want the team fight just yet. But if they can pick them off one by one, they're more than welcome. And that's what they did. They were able to take down Paloswan. They were able to take down the Sherledge as well. Taking down 2 for the price of 1. And, gonna be able to destroy the first Squirtle as well and down the bottom path, which allows them to just get the resources that they need. Now, Gyarados and Pikachu now have access to their Unite moves.
Yeah, and that would be a huge deal as well, just because of how they can provide into these objectives. You have the Regieleki coming out on top and another Regi objective down in the bottom Pat, so these are some of the pivot points where evos Onyx could actually defend the Regieleki, considering the Blacklist International has yet to get a tier 1 goal zone top lane.
Oh, for sure, but here comes the Regieleki. It seems as if like Evo's Onyx here might have a potential advantage. Rings and bombs going to pop up here. Everyone is here. Thunderstorm is going to be popped up as well. Livid Outrage for the for that of the Garchomp, but unfortunately it's going to be taken out as an outrage. Dragon Twister is going to be popped up as well. Dragon Karen rather is going to be popped up, but not going to be enough of a follow up here. But never mind. Look at that amazing Trevenant to reposition 2 Pokemon into the side of Evo's Onyx. Going to be able to take down 3 in the process. Blacklist International wants to blacklist evos right now, securing the Regieleki for themselves.
Yeah, and that's really huge because Blacklist International needs a tier 1 goal zone into the top lane, and evos Onyx is still going in for the defense. Horde Leech isolation.
Oh my goodness, beautiful stuff coming from you. They have been quite great in isolating Pokemon from game number 2, and they still do it this time around. Throat Chop to end things up into the side of that of the Leafeon. But the thing is, evos Onyx was able to answer back with their own KOs. It's going to be 3 down to their Black Threshold, but at the very same time, Tencent was able to answer back with 2 KOs of their own.
Right, and evos Onyx, however, here in the bottom path, while Blacklist International is solely focused on top lane, evos Onyx is once again finding those points as much as possible. This is the macro game that evos Onyx wants to go for, and now the Registeel will be open. Ryu knows though.
Oh yes. Oh, there we go. Woodhammer bunks and another one as well. Horn Leech is gonna be pop up. There's gonna be 2 down to the Onyx, and you know, they just push them out, secure the Registeel for themselves, and get a retreat. That's pretty much it. I mean, that's what you want to do here. You want to what do you call this? You want to disengage as early as possible, so as to not give any XP into that of evos. Because at the same time, right? Even if they can pick them off one by one, worst comes to worst, evos Onyx would definitely win the game here, just because of the fact that they have the lead in terms of the points. So they have to be really careful on when and how to engage evos Onyx going into the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and this is the reason why we have mentioned a while ago, right? That Blacklist International is really strong when it comes to team fighting, just because they're hugely dependent on their Unite moves that can't synergize together in those 5v5. So that is exactly what they're looking for. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here, and Rayquaza will be the winning condition of Blacklist.
Right, but look at this though. evos Onyx does have the positional advantage into that of the Regieleki, and if they can secure this Regieleki, that's going to put up a huge option select, forcing the option select into the Blacklist International to whether, you know, repel away this Regieleki or just stay into that of the Ray Pit. But either way, it's going to put up a lot of pressure into Blacklist International, especially with pointing wise.
Yeah, and now Rayquaza is already up. Looking at the evos Onyx's position, they have a lot advantageous spot here. They could go for the pincer maneuver quite quickly here. If Blacklist International commits, they have to be wary of the positions above and on the right.
Oh, evos Onyx currently scattered around, but Blacklist International is still trying to figure out where everyone is. But at the same time, you know, like, they are ready to come in and sandwich Blacklist International. It just boils down to who will lock in first, take the initiative.
Yeah, and now Blacklist International still playing tag your id up against evos Onyx as you have Swine being targeted by Trevenant. Still sending out the plays, waiting for the Phantom Forest. There's still no setup. Denied the hyperspace hole.
Yes, the read that is Ice Strike doing its work, and the Thunderstorm is going to pop out as well. Dragon Current is going to be able to take down that Mamoswine, but at the same time, that is also the Sterilage and the Dragonite up in the process. That's going to be 3 down for 1 in favor of Blacklist International. No, make that 2 perhaps. That's going to be the Rings and back down as well. But let's find out who's going to be able to take down the Rayquaza. It is going to be Blacklist International, but we have to remember only 3 Pokemon is up left, and evos Onyx still has some Pokemon that has 50 points. Throat Chop is going to be used here just to be able to get away, but is it going to be enough though? Are they going to be able to stop Blacklist International from scoring in? They might as well have to do it. Pikachu, let's try to find out where exactly the Pikachu is going in. Do they still have the Rayquaza? Yes, they do have the Rayquaza bomb. Be able to put 100 points down bottom, making sure that they have at least 170 points, 172 points advantage, and now that is it. Sent with the last points here, securing this match for themselves. Blacklist finally have their first game, their first win of this league.
What did we mention during the draft? It's Blacklist who has the upper hand in team fight on Rayquaza. They're banking on a 50-50 and they got it, and they take their first series away here in ACL 2025.
Man, it's I was actually quite surprised. I was actually quite scared for the Mamoswine because Trevenant, right? Trevenant was trying to, well, essentially isolate Pokemon into the side of Evos Onyx. They were trying to reposition them, but instead, Mamoswine was able to wait out just a bit. Trevenant trying to get inside of the hyperspace hole just to get a little bit of recovery, but it didn't matter. Ice Fang, I don't care. You're still going to be going out. And just like that, Blacklist International, after the initiation of Evos Onyx, made sure that they can back up this Trevenant. And from there on out, just finish the job all day, all night long. And man, winning the Rayquaza for themselves as well.
Yeah, a fantastic showing there by Blacklist International, how they were able to understand their winning condition. It's all about those team fighting and being dependent on their Unite moves to go and make a combo attack up against Evos Onyx. And we mentioned this already, Evos Onyx, in terms of their composition, really strong in the early game, and they have the Garchomp and Surledge dependency down the road, but still being denied from Blacklist International's comp.
Oh man, it is quite a beautiful display performance here from Blacklist International. And earlier I said, when we were watching, Blacklist International going up against Paper Rex, I knew for a fact that that wasn't the Blacklist International that we used to see in community events and of course on other WCS tournaments as well. But this time I can definitely say that they are now back. They have been awakened, and I can only hope that they can bring this kind of game moving forward in this tournament, because they really need to wake up if they want to catch up in terms of points.
Yeah, and definitely so. They were able to really step up their game this time around here up against Evos Onyx. And Evos Onyx is no team to really belittle. If you're looking at historical plays that they have done, they were able to beat Onyx Rise yesterday in their match. They were able to stand up against Talon a while ago. They were able to take a game away, and yes, Talon still won, but they have showed up how strong they are. And Blacklist International taking their first win. This is a step to go through into the following weeks for them to make it back into the leaderboard.
Definitely. And here we go, guys. That is the 7th match of the day, and we have just got one more match remaining. So it is going to be Onyx, right? Onyx Rise versus Elevate. And if you want to see the final match, definitely going to be an exciting match, definitely. And if you want to see that, please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Drink your snacks and drink your water.
Amazing stuff.
Whatever. Eat your water and drink your snacks. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025.
Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike from across the world. This is Pokemon Unite Asia Championships. Asia Championship League 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Our final match of the day. It is going to be Onyx Rice versus Elevate. Once again, I'm JJ, and with me is Infinity. And man, I think it has been quite a long day, and to end it all off with Elevate and Onyx Rice, I think this is quite a treat.
It definitely is. Onyx Rise is one of the teams that we're constantly looking at. They're able to win a while ago matchup against all yesterday. I believe they were able to take a win up against Talon. So this time around, they're looking for that next win up against Elevate as well. But considering how Elevate performed up against Fest, taking a win in their respective series, I feel like they are going to bring out the show here in this series.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, I think everyone is just running and gunning, gunning into doing the matches now. And I think we are now just waiting for them to, get into the match. I believe it is going to be Elevate, I think, on the first pick side for, on the left side for Elevate here. But we'll find out. We'll definitely find out. And again, Onyx Rice here. Onyx Rice earlier winning 2-0 against that of Ultra Ego, and of course Elevate. They lost 1-2 against that of Full Sense. But again, this is the time that they can take back what they lost earlier on in terms of points for the ranking.
Yeah, it's definitely an opportunity for them to be able to make it back at the very least. Here in this game, here in this series, we keep on mentioning that these fights and these series are going to be very important, considering that the setup that we have here for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 for the new viewers coming in to watch for the final series is that it's a single round robin. So these teams will only be watching and matching up against these teams only once as well, all throughout 6 days of action for Pokemon Unite in the group stages for ACL. So really, you have to put your best foot forward and get as much wins as much as possible.
And yeah, I mean, again, this is the last match of the day, and we might have like 7 days. And I was able to say, like last time, that hey, day one is more of a you can still have a bit of a leeway, you still have a bit of breathing room, you may still make some mistakes, but day two moving forward, this is the time where you have to really be in the game, be in the tournament, have your mindset, be ready, because again, all the points, all the games matter in comparison to like a double elimination open bracket. Win that bracket, then you automatically qualify for a tournament. Yes, but every match counts. Every match has a designated points for you to be able to qualify for the playoffs, which is going to be the double eliminations of this tournament.
Yeah, basically, you just want to go into the top 8, and you are pretty much going into the playoffs, and then the top 4 will fly to Japan for the finals, which is really, really exciting stuff here. Because the thing is, for our calendar, it's starting here in November 2024 up until March 2025 for Pokemon Unite action. So a lot of content, a lot of esports stuff for the Pokemon Unite fans.
I mean, that's, I guess, why Pokemon Asia Champions League is named Asia Champions League 2025, because the finals is going to be held in 2025 despite still being 2024, and that was of the same as well on the previous years of the Asia Champions League. Year one we held it, Pokemon held it in Malaysia. That was in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, and then next was in Bangkok, Thailand. And then for this year, it's going to be in Japan. The same as I believe. No, it's not the same as when Winter League was held last year, but it's still definitely going to still be in Japan. So again, only top 4 from Asia Champions League will be flying over to Japan, where they will be meeting with the Japanese champions of Asia Champions Leagues and the Indian champions. But at the same time, even if they cannot or don't qualify for the Asia Champions League going into the Asia Champions League finals for March in Japan, they still have a chance to play up against the winter tournament, right, for East and West Asia.
Yeah, and those are pretty much the chances for these teams to still be able to come through into the finals in Japan, which is really, really exciting. We're looking forward to what can happen there. Who are the teams that will be able to secure the top 4 spot here in ACL? Because there is a lot of contender. For one, we have seen Paper Rex pretty much dominate every single match that they had. Up against Blacklist a while ago. Their matches up against Evos alongside with BRU yesterday. They won every single bit, and FS is also a top contender, gaining 9 points in the first week of ACL 2025. So a lot of teams that can really set foot there in Japan, and we're just at the beginning. We still have 4 more days to go. So there's a lot more days to be able to come through and get more points.
But before we head into the game, I just want to give a bit of safety reminders, actually, for those who are residing in the Philippines, because there's currently a typhoon right now. That's why we're having a bit of a trouble as well. So I hope that everyone in the Philippines, and obviously the neighboring regions as well, to please be safe and make sure that safety comes first as well, while before watching Asia Champions League. So make sure you are safe, you are healthy, and please stay dry all the time. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading over into the game in just a few bit. But Infinity, let's have a bit of a recap of all the matches, I guess.
Here's the thing.
Of this day.
I'm gonna give you a huge recap. The statement of eat your drinks and drink your snacks.
Okay.
Right? You love that recap?
Yeah.
I tried drinking my snacks a while ago and it tasted
good. What happened?
Yeah. Well, it was good. That's the only thing I can tell you.
Good. But speaking of which, though, we are now in the game after eating your drinks. There you go.
Yes. And drinking your
We're
snacks.
now in the game, and first set of bands. Same set of Pokemon. Miran, Third Ledge, not surprising.
Yeah, it's very standard here. These set of Pokemon are really strong and are hyper prioritized each and every single time for the purple side and orange side selection here. But Umbreon will be open, or Urshifu and the likes will be open as well. This can be the opportunity for Elevate to pick them up.
And here you go. Again, as you have mentioned, they being the first one, right? They being the first one to pick, they definitely have the advantage to pick them up. And there you go. The Umbreon is going to be the first one into the fray for Elevate. Now, what's going to be the answer here for Onyx Rise? It is going to be the Urshifu. Obviously, if you don't get the Urshifu first, then it'll be stolen away by the second team.
Yeah, and now the second option could be, Supporter would be really strong. Elevate could pick up the Clefable, and I think they could leave the Supporter down into the last rotation, just opt to go for the likes of Miraidon or Mewtwo Y to be that stronghold in terms of damage, so that it's already good. But this is also good. If they want to save up more of their damage dealers and more of their bruisers into the front line, they could pick up the Clefable first and bring in that mystery later on.
And there you have it. As you have mentioned, they're going to be bringing in the Fable. Pretty sure it's going to be handled here by Absent, with running the, like Moonlight and Gravity, just to give a bit of like a hindrances, slowing down the opponent, especially right now with that, Ear, with that of the Unite move. With that Urshifu, and of course the Garchomp. They require themselves to really get in on the middle, the center of the team fight, and Gravity will definitely provide a lot of utility in this type of Elevate, allowing other Pokemon to just attack from the back lane, or maybe even attack them from the front.
Here's the thing, Onyx Rise, their comp could really use a Miraidon or something that could deal enough damage. That is shocking. Like going for the Venusaur is dead, because they have a lot of options. Miraidon has seen a lot. Well, it's banned away, of course, but they need these hyper huge damage potential Pokemon that could deal a huge amount of damage. And Venusaur being locked in here expectedly would go for the likes of the Solar Beam instead for that poke damage.
I don't think so.
They're going for an all-in bruiser type of composition with that sustain.
Dude, I think they are going to be going in for the Petal Dance here, because this is going to be the bruiser kind of like Venusaur, knowing the fact that there's the Blissey. You have to remember that the Blissey and the Venusaur has been quite a composition, the duo that has been working quite well, not only for us, but for everyone in the world. Blissey and Blissey and Venusaur pairing, with the Petal Dance and Giga Drain, along with the Bliss assistance as well, ensuring that this Venusaur would be surviving as much as possible, allowing Garchomp and Urshifu to get a bit of a breathing room to attack down Elevate. And of course we have a cross-sell with that of the Raktoon, which will isolate everyone.
We'll see what Onyx Rise is going to do here, but surely these two teams are going to put their very best and become the very best here in this series, as they need those wins. So far, Elevate is looking for their first, or well, at least their second series win out from week number 1. And as for Onyx Rise, they will be able to take another win if they dominate against Elevate. So I'm really excited, because the thing is, these two comp, we have seen a set of series. We have seen some alternatives to it in the past series, in the past day. So I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top here in game 1.
Well, I mean, I guess I think we might have a bit of a problem here. We have to wait for our tournament admins here, because Absent is actually not moving at the moment. Never mind. There we go. I think we're going to be proceeding as normal here. Elevate versus Onyx Rise, game number 1 for the final match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out how they're going to be using this Venusaur and the Blissey. Normally, again, it's going to be a Giga Drain and Petal Dance, but I wouldn't be surprised as well if they actually go in for the Solar Beam, because they needed that poke from the backline.
Yeah, and now Onyx Rise. Elevated has a bit of a delay from what happened a while ago, so Onyx Rise definitely had that better edge in terms of XPs and gaining those levels immediately in the first couple of minutes in this matchup. But so far, Elevate is slowly walking behind them, and Onyx Rise so far has to still be wary of how Elevate will be rotating around the map. They have the Umbreon, they have the Espeon.
Yes, sir. But look at this though. Onyx Rise is, as I mentioned, because of a little bit of delay here coming from Elevate when they got out of their base. It just allowed Onyx Rise to get in more XP earlier, and of course, that what do you call this? Uh, Points as well, right, for the side of Rise Onyx, allowing them to control the top path and the bottom path for themselves. And now, I did see that Venusaur is actually running in not Giga Drain but Sludge Bomb,
Yes.
which is quite interesting. So, as you have mentioned, it is going to be most possibly going to be that of the Solar Beam instead of the Petal Dance.
It
It's
will
quite
be.
interesting to see as well.
I don't think it's going to be a pedal dance sludge bomb. It will be an interesting if they go for it,
Oh
but
no, no,
it's
I don't think
not
so.
going to be
No, 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 no.
complementary, right? So yeah, from what we have predicted a while ago, just because of how much bruisers and frontliners they already have, they need those backline damage. They need those burst damage potential.
Ooh, there we
So
go.
expectedly, that is the reason why I mentioned Solar Beam a while ago during
Mhm.
the draft. But now we had a pause,
Yeah,
and expectedly it would be for Elevate.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, it's I mean, we saw especially Absent, right? Absent hasn't been like moving, and I think they might have some disconnection here. But just to give a bit of a recap here for everyone, I believe we have been given, right? We have been given a some guidelines as to how it's going to have it for the pause, right? I believe there's like 3 pauses. Is that right? 3 pauses for
I
everyone.
believe so. Yes. I believe so.
And then a maximum of 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. But we have to check back with you guys and update you as soon as possible. Okay, number one, here we go. We have 3 pauses, maximum of 3 pauses per game, and a maximum of 5 minutes per pause. And then, of course, you have to tell the admins and everyone why you need to have that pause. So. For now, we're just going to be waiting for that game to, commence once again. We are currently at 1 minute mark, and we just have to wait for an update on how we are going to be proceeding with things, especially with how there's already been a disadvantage going towards that of Elevate, knowing the fact that it took a while for them to get out of the base because of such errors or whatever they have been experiencing.
Yeah, and I think it just needs a bit more time for that.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think so for Onyx Rise in terms of their composition, they about it on how they want to go about it. Like Crustle, Garchomp going to be the frontliners, or Shifu as a follow-up, Venusaur as a poke damage. As for
Right.
the side of Elevate here, I think you have that early game Pokemon here with Espeon and Umbreon. I think Umbreon can still stay up on late, and even Espeon can do the same thing as well. We saw a huge amount of damage coming through for the likes of a team using Espeon in the past, especially with those pokes, with those side beams. So that can be expected alongside with a Psychic Solaire that can have a huge area of effect.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, alongside, as I mentioned, alongside Machamp and of course Clefable and Umbreon, it's just going to be quite devastating of a crowd control. But at the same time, Onyx Rise do have those disruptions as well. Rock Tomb into X Scissor, and of course at the same time there is still the Garchomp, which will potentially ensure that they stay on that one edge of the Rock Tomb, allowing everyone else to just really hit that. And at the same time, as I have mentioned, Venusaur with the poking damage here, Sludge Bomb and the Solar Beam definitely is going to be the play of the game here, while allowing the Blissey to provide as much sustain, right, for their own team to survive the team fights.
Yeah, and I'm really excited, right? Because we all know in terms of that fighting prowess, we had a double fighter combo, Bruiser combo,
Right.
with the Blaziken and Urshifu in the past series today. But now Elevate is doing something similar, but on a different set of Pokemon. Having the Blaziken and having the matchup. And we all know when it comes to matchup, he has a lot of damage. He has a lot of damage when you're considering the potential when he reaches that final evolution, when it reaches the late game. He dishes a lot of HP bar to be removed away from their opponents. So that is something to expect for Elevate later on.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, at the same time, like we have to consider as well, Garchomp here is definitely one of the fastest basic attacking Pokemon, given that it has its own passive ability, right? Which, well, the more stacks it gets on its basic attack, then the faster it actually hits. And to top it off with with items such as like the Muscle Band, allowing it to have a faster attack as well, is just going to put up a lot of damage. Especially Dragon Rush into the Dragon Claw, have a bit of a difference, right? put up a huge attacking prowess and this positioning other teammates, other teams rather, to their own advantage. And yeah, it's just really interesting to see this composition. I'm not quite sure though if we are going to be able to see a reset in terms of the game here, because I'm pretty sure they have sent a some video or as a proof of what is happening in terms of like elevates in this time around. So again, it might be an issue in terms of like yeah, there we go. So we now have a word now that we are going to have a rematch because of Elevate, experiencing a climate issue. So as I mentioned earlier, please, for those who are residing in the Philippines right now, please make sure that you take care of yourselves, make sure that you're safe, make sure that you are dry as well for the duration of this tournament. If you can, please prioritize your safety first before watching this tournament. So make sure that you're dry, make sure you're safe before watching the tournament, because we still have a long days of tournament plays. This is just day number 2. We have 7 days of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, so there's still a lot for you to be able to catch up. So yeah, it's yeah, there we go. So we are just going to have the same set of Pokemon. So again, Umbreon, Clefable, Blaziken, Machamp, and Espeon for Elevate. And Onixcrisis is still going to be using the same Pokemon. That's going to be Blissey, Urshifu, Garchomp, Crustle, and Venusaur.
Yeah. So I think we were able to discuss about it already in terms of ranks, in terms of weaknesses, the pros and cons of these compositions, what we could expect. So yeah, what I can tell you is just I'm really excited. I'm really excited.
Here's the thing though, like,
Yeah.
I guess the difference here though is that sure we are going to be running in the same Pokemon, same
Sure.
same items,
Yeah.
but the thing is, this just this also gives a chance to Onyx Rise to be able to change things up, maybe possibly change their moves. I don't really think so.
You're really banking on that, huh?
No. I'm just saying. There's a low possibility of changing, but nonetheless, there's still a possibility.
Sure. Yeah.
But
If you want to be right, if you want to
no.
do it, Giga Drain,
I'm
Pedal
not saying nothing, bro. I'm not saying
Sure.
nothing.
Sure. If you want to be right,
I'm not saying nothing.
I'm gonna leave it to you. But yeah, Elevate. We saw a while ago there was a bit of delay at the beginning of the stage where in matchup was just on the base itself. So we're gonna have a reset as JJ Kun has mentioned. But just having a quick recap here, you have Onyx Rise currently winning yesterday and today. So I believe they are also having a stack of 6 points, right? So pretty much it's FS, Paper X. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're 6 points right now because they lost against Evos.
Yeah.
Game number 1 and game number 2, they won against Talon 2-1, right? And then earlier, they won. They won 2-0 against Alter Ego. Currently, it's 6 points.
So basically, it's Paper Rex right now who has 9 points, Full Sans who has 9 points, BRU, Onyx Rise who currently has 6 points each just because they had that 2-1 series win and losses, and Elevate, as we are currently speaking, have 1 series win and 1 series loss. So if they win this, they will be stepping foot in the same level as BRU and Onyx Rise is currently at. Talon Esports has 1 win, 2 losses, same as with Alter Ego, Blacklist International, and Evos Onyx. And last but not least, unfortunately enough, looking at Miran Sejong, they currently still have yet to take a win here today. So we'll see what they could do in the following weeks if they can adjust here in ACL.
No, yeah, and it's quite surprising as well. I mean, knowing the fact that a lot of people are looking forward into Miran Sejong as well. Miran Sejong, mainly because it's XTG. It's one of, if not the strongest team in Korea, and basically being the one who got into the second place as well of the recent World Championships here. So there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of expectations for this team, but there's still a lot of days here for them to catch up. But as I mentioned, day 2 is when they have to really start on they really have to start on what was the term here? To play really well, because having no wins at all, going to day number 3 is going to provide quite a detriment and quite a difficulty for them to actually catch up into the remaining of the teams who already have points, even just 3 points.
Yeah. And it's just something that they really have to do, and they really have to bring in a lot of points in the following days, because for viewers watching at home, we're still only at day 2 of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for 2025. We still have 4 more days to go, at least at the group stages. We're in November 30. That will happen next weekend. We will have the 3rd day of ACL, and then Sunday right after, we're in FS is gonna immediately have 2 matches in the 3rd day.
Right, and as much as we want to go immediately into the games of Onyx, Rise, and of course Elevate, we are just going to have a bit of a break here as we set things up. Don't go anywhere. Eat your drinks and drink your snacks or whatever. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
Okay. What, you think we're going to let all the timer go down before we go back into the game? No, we're already in the game. We're here. We're back. This is game number 1 of Elevate and Onyx Rise. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now back in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025.
Yeah, Elevate going in. Once again, we talked about their comp already, but just a recall from what happened prior, it is Umbreon, Clefable, Blaziken, Machamp, and Espeon for the side of Elevate. And for Onyx Rise, it will be the Blissey or Shifu, Garchomp, Crustle, and Venusaur.
Right, and here you go, ladies and gents. No more delays, no more delay into the side of Elevate. Everyone is getting out of their bases at the same time, and we might be able to see them have a bit of a change into the terms of their play style here, not allowing Onyx Rise to catch up or at least get a lead immediately from the get go.
Yeah, so far it's just trade backs of points back and forth. Elevate getting 12 on a Rise, just very minute early game stuff. And these players really prioritizing getting a lot of these points in as much as possible to gain experience. At the same time, gain a little bit of points on their end because for the new viewers and new players watching at home, once you dunk points, you also gain XPs.
Right. And at the same time, they recover some HP, very minimal, but still.
Yeah. And it still really counts when it matters, especially these early game aggression coming in from both sides. But from what we have mentioned, Elevate will have that better lead in terms of that level 4, that EVs that will evolve with Espeon and Umbreon. For the side of Onyx Rise, they still need a bit of XP for Venusaur to be reached with that final evolution alongside with Garchomp. So it will be a little bit more of that patience game for Onyx Rise compared to Elevate.
Right, and here we have though, the first set of bursts into that of the central area is going to be taken out here, mostly by that of Onyx Rise. But Elevate here, making sure that Onyx Rise won't be able to get their momentum going into this match. And look at this though, Elevate running in their running a bit of an overextension here as they try to get away from Onyx Rise.
Yeah, look at Top Hat. They're going for a bit of an aggression there, dunking points. That's 30 points for Shifu, and that poke coming through from Venusaur gains them a KO.
Oh, for sure. But now Onyx Rise currently in a bit of a lead here in terms of XP and points as well. Goodbye is going to be able to take down the Combusken as well down in the central area. But here you go, though. Onyx Rise trying to get away here with Luna, with that of the Crustle, with that of Strawberry on top of its back. But there you have it, though. Sludge Bomb into that of the Solar Beam is going to be the play of the game here for that of Onyx Rise with the Venusaur. But here, we're going to have the first set of objectives. Regieleki and Regibottom's now up.
Yeah, and Onyx Rise will be more leaning towards Regieleki to put down that pressure, or Shifu getting 1 KO.
Eeyore definitely with that amazing Unite move, though, with the even fix into the Wicked Blow, making sure that they are able to take down Blank in the process, making sure that they are able to widen the gap that they have against that of Elevate, and just essentially, taking it up for themselves. And here you go, Regieleki is going to be soloed here by that of the Bite, and now has been secured by Onyx Rise, and now just running down bottom to, help down their team essentially to get a bit of a team fight once again. Tempest currently jailed into that of Rock Tomb.
And that is really good coming for the side of Onyx Rise. If you're looking at the levels, a massive lead already for, but still 34 points as a reserve to dunk them later down the road. So Onyx Rise is in a very good state at this stage of the game, having a 50-point lead up against Elevate. And so far, Elevate has yet to still find a massive advantage, still has yet to find a massive team fight in their favor.
Wow, now look at this though. Tempest running not the foul play, but instead a mean look. Definitely isolation is going to be the play of the game here as
Massive
they just
damage.
use it on the Urshifu, not being able to get away. I mean, the only reason that you can actually get away is if you, I believe, one of the only 2 ways is to get a full heal away from that, but you have to really time it right and read it off of your opponent. But look at that though. Onyx Rise is going to be able to punish them down. There's going to be 3 KO in the process. Onyx Rise rising up once again, but Lewis though, Titan Splash is going to pop up, but not going to be enough to take down Ilona, and just like that, they were forced to go away as Onyx Rise destroys the first score goal down bottom.
Really incredible movement coming from Onyx Rise. They have sacrificed Urshifu from that prior fight, but after that, they were able to eliminate 3 players from Elevate, and that enabled them to get the tier 1 goal zone in bottom. Now, Elevate loses their Blaziken.
There you have it, Elevate still at 96 points, and Onyx Rise currently has 90 plus points advantage into that of Right, no, 104. There you go. 104. No. Actually, never mind. I'm not gonna do my math. We're
What?
just gonna wait for the point.
You were right already, and you made it wrong.
Was I?
It's like 98-point advantage for us.
98 point advantage. There we go. Thank you very much. There we go. Never mind though. Elevate are going to be able to secure that Reggie Ice for themselves, and Disengage is going to be the player of the game here, as they don't want to force things up against Onyx Price, because Onyx Price already has a bit of an advantage instead of a team fight, and Elevate just wants to get those XPs up, and just like that, at the same time, not only were they able to secure that Reggie Ice, but also securing that Reggie Lucky up top.
Yeah, Reggie Alecki will be pushing on the tier 2. That's good response. Coming from Onyx, going for the Garchomp defense on tier 2. They do not want to give that 20 points instant for Elevate. However, Onyx, their defense will shatter in the bottom path. Onyx has to go for the defense.
Verdant Anger is going to be used here into that of the Solar Beam. Still not going to be a lot here, but they are able to secure that Machamp KO. Milo is going to be used up here as well into that of the Urshifu, but not going to be enough to take them all up. Ilna trying to get away, but is that going to be? X-Scissors are going to be played here into the Minlook, not allowing it to escape, but they are able to answer back up with that of the Blaziken KO. And of course, there's also the Umbreon as well. But are they going to be able to take down Lewis as well? Let's find out. Livid Outrage is going to be popped up as well. 3v1 situation, obviously going to outnumber Lewis at that moment. Onyx still dominating the game.
Yeah, a lot of points being stacked upon as well. So later on, I believe when it comes to that final minute, before Rayquaza comes up, if Regieleki will be open, Onyx will have that priority as well. Let's see what they would do here, because Elevate has still yet to take the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path. And there's no more time for Regieleki to come back up. So Reggie buff, bottom Reggie would be the next one. So objective being taken down by Onyx. They want it and they needed to gain that edge up against Elevate and not give them any breathing room to gain the better lead.
Yeah, I mean, 7 seconds is not going to be, it's definitely not going to be enough for anyone to take down the Regieleki. So, as you have mentioned, it is just going to be the Reggie bottom, going to be the one that's the priority here before that of the Rayquaza. But knowing this, Elevate is now, well, actually, they want to burst down this Regieleki, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
5 seconds on the clock. But they're able to go for it, which is really good.
Yes, they will. There we go.
With 2 seconds still having that leeway, but Onyx is going to start down the Rayquaza.
Already down though. That's the thing. That's what they were trying to prevent, though. That's what they don't want to happen. They were focused too much on Regieleki. Onyx was able to see that, and they just sacrificed the Rayquaza into Onyx, allowing them to burst it out, and now they are just pouring in point.
And the extra problem as well is that Onyx got the Regirock, so it's much more difficult for Elevate to be able to at least deny the Rayquaza and get a better position. Onyx really had everything in their favor for that Rayquaza objective. No one was going to contest them. They had the Regirock. Even if Elevate was able to come through at the last second, they had enough damage from Urshifu, from Garchomp, and Venusaur.
Right now, though, they have a 194 lead against that of Elevate, and still a minute left. Though they still have a chance here to, catch up into Onyx, possibly, but it's going to be a tall order for them, because Onyx, everyone is still alive here and still can defend their score goals, and I don't think they can score down the third tier tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying. Onyx, though, with a huge defense. Going for the Rock Tomb as well. Isolated, Elevate stuck in the tier 2 goal zone. And Onyx just looking for the eliminations. Triple KO already.
Yeah, Zuri. And, with that being said, 3v2 situation here. Miva being the one with the Blaze again. I don't think it's going to be...
Oh, fancy footwork there coming in from Miva, but that will not save you. And Onyx with a complete stronghold defense on the tier 2 goal zone. Elevate will have to bow their knees here in game number 1 as Onyx dominates the very first game.
Dude, it's they already know, right? They already know that they're currently on the losing end. They are the disadvantage, but man, even showing us what they can do with the Blaziken at the very last moment is just a fantastic showing of of micro and macro skills into that of the the Pokemon. So despite that, I think Elevate can still come back from this going into game number 2. Onyx though did have a promising lead against that of Elevate for game number 1. But again, this is the best of 3. Elevate can still catch up here for against Onyx.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff coming from Onyx Rise. They were able to at least sustain their lead. If you're looking at a graph there's no point where an Elevate got the advantage up against Onyx Rise, and that consistent amount of pokes and those damage coming in from the Pokemon of Onyx Rise, very standard composition, was successful in taking the win down.
Oh, for sure. But here you go though. It seems as if like Elevate really has a lot on their mind. As of the moment, Onyx, however, this is a tournament. They have to do whatever it takes to win, and essentially just control the rest of the game. From the early game to the mid game into the late game, Onyx Rise has had complete control of the game. So hopefully, Elevate would be able to alleviate some of those things that they have going into game number 2, so that they can adjust against that of Onyx Rise. Because I truly believe that they can go toe to toe against Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and the Onyx Rise right now is on match point at a huge lead already, and Elevate still has to find and squeeze their way in for game 2, take that win, push this to game 3, and put out a marathon on this series. Although I'm thinking what they have to do, what they have to change, but the thing is, their composition is good. There's not really a huge mistake onto them. Yes, they are going in with a defender on an Umbreon, not as tanky as compared to others, but it has its uses. It has this utility that can lock in onto these opponents, and then Blaziken and matchup will follow through. So really, the compositions is good for both sides. It's all about the execution.
No. That is definitely true. I agree with you, and honestly, it's if they're going to be changing things up, maybe they can go back to some of the Pokemon that they used earlier, such as like the Sableye. Sableye definitely proved to be quite a threat as well to other teams. We saw that earlier. Maybe do a bit of a change in play style as well. They could go in for the trio as well if it's available. But definitely, right now, they're as you have mentioned, the competition is quite great. It's actually pretty balanced as well. It's just that it's on their execution that actually needed some work, and I think game 2 they're not gonna allow it to happen again. They definitely want to take in the win, because this is just going to be the game of this is going to be their game for the day, because they haven't won, right? They already lost against Full Sense, and having a win will definitely bring them up again in terms of ranking.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the whole thing for Elevate, I believe they at least won once. Only won once,
right?
As of yet, but they're still fighting for their second win. However, if they lose this, and then you also have their opponents taking the dub for Onyx Rise will be in a really good state. That will put them at an even position with the likes of Paper Rex and Full Sense.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's this is just the third game for Elevate, right? Because they only played once on day 1. Right, and then the second game was against Full Sense, and now into Elevate. And as I mentioned, Onyx is already on a very good footing, especially that they also won their game earlier, right? So Onyx now has 6 points. They actually now have 6 points because they won against Talon yesterday.
Yes.
Plus, they also won against Alter Ego earlier. So now, if they do win this, they're going to be at as I mentioned, a pretty good spot at 9 points in terms of the ranking.
Yeah, and as we mentioned a while ago, it will be the same position as the likes of PRX and also Full Sense. However, the difference is that Paper Rex and Full Sense is on a clean sweep, 3-0 for each, and Onyx Rise already lost 1. So they still need to catch up in terms of that aspect, and Paper Rex and Full Sense still sitting at top here in ACL.
No, yeah, for sure. And right now, we're just waiting for the game to commence again into game number 2 again. This is the final match of the day. It is Onyx Rise versus Elevate. Now heading into game number 2, Miraidon and Charlotte still going to be banned here. It's actually, I think Charlotte would have been a very good pick here for Elevate, but they are going to be the ones banning the Blaziken, which they have used earlier.
Yeah, Urshifu could be the priority here by Elevate. If Onyx Rise, if it's open, it could be the Urshifu or the Umbreon or the Leafeon. These are some of the options that Elevate has used in the past that it can still pick up this time around for the second game. However, they have to be wary of what they're gonna leave open for Onyx Rise for those 2 picks in the first rotation.
Right. I mean, that is the option that you are left with, right? If you are going in for if you're on the first pick as well. So, not being able to pick, not being able to have a priority pick will, leave those Pokemon open. But as you can see as well, Onyx Rise here, going in for that of the Umbreon and the Mimikyu as well, and Elevate is the one going to be taking in the Leafeon and the Urshifu.
Yeah, fantastic series of Pokemon so far. For Onyx Rise, they already have the double lockdown. What they need now would be that damage coming through for the rest of the rotations, along with a potential defender as well, because Umbreon cannot sustain. It's not really that defender that could have that much HP and be the sponge for the team, so they need something else to be that alternative. Darkrai, woo! Chill for a bit. But for the side of Elevate, I think they're already in a good spot as well, expectedly. They could do the likes of Slowbro and Mamoswine, as I'm about to mention as well, because they still need that front line.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, like Onyx Rise, you're going in for the double defender, that of the Trevenant, and of course that of the what do you call this, the Umbreon, right? It just allows them to. This might perhaps be a foul play Umbreon here for Onyx Rise, just because of the fact that there's already the Trevenant. Which can essentially, reposition everyone in line for their back laner. Essentially, that is going to be the Pikachu, not the Gardevoir. I would have really liked the Gardevoir pick, especially that it is one of the Pokemon that has been buffed this patch all across the board, by the way. But Pikachu also works out pretty well, and we have to remember as well. There's also the Mimikyu, although it is just a single targeted kind of like attacker. The Pikachu can do some things here to help down this Mimikyu.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I was also thinking the same thing. I was thinking about Gardevoir being a better fit, because the thing about their composition, it's very frontline centric type of comp. They have the Umbreon, they have the Mimikyu, and they also have the Trevenant. So these 3, yes, they have enough damage, with Mimikyu being that bruiser, being that frontline in the central area, but they're still lacking that burst damage. Right?
Yeah, anyway, at the same time, like it's sorry, I still think, like, yes, they do have a lot of disruption, they do have like repositioning, crowd control, but for the most part, Mimikyu is a single targeted Pokemon. In comparison to like the Pikachu is their I guess going to be their AoE kind of attacker from the back lanes, yeah.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that could be something that Onyx Rise could have done, but Pikachu still fits in pretty well. Still complements the composition, just because you have that three frontliners and Dodrio being in front as well as a speedster. Pikachu can be that one Pokemon that can support in terms of that Thunderstorm, being that utility, being that support Pikachu instead for Onyx Rise as more of that damage dealer instead of having that sustained comparison to Elevate on having the Clefable.
Right, and they have a lot of crowd control, as we have mentioned, which essentially, if they can catch down Elevate, it doesn't really matter if they don't have that much of an AoE damage. They have AoE crowd control, which will not allow them to move anyway. So it's we can definitely see how Onyx Rise is going to be using their Pokemon this time around. But for Elevate, though, we have the Leafeon, Clefable, Urshifu, Slowbro, and Mew. By the way, first time that we're going to be seeing Slowbro for today, right? Or for the tournament, for day number 2. Going to be the first time we're going to be seeing a Slowbro here. And honestly, I am liking Elevate's composition this time around, this team comp, as it is really balanced. They have the Bruiser, they have they have the Sponge, and they also have the backlane damage as well in comparison to Onyx Rise's composition.
Yeah, it's pretty much like Onyx Rise going for like an all-in comp, and Elevate is a bit more balanced, right? Can play in like a bit of front to back, can play a bit more relaxed with Mew and Leafeon putting out poke damages into the back lines, and then you also have Slowbro and Urshifu to be the dependency to set up the place. So this is the comparison that we can have coming down into game number 2.
Right, and here we have though Onyx Price, Iluna rather, going into just trying to get in some stacks as well. But we are going to be going into a break once again. As we have mentioned, the rules for the breaks here is that each team can only have 3 pauses per game, a maximum of total, and a maximum of 5 minutes cumulative, I believe. A cumulative of 5 minutes in each game. So we just have to wait for an update of what's happening at the moment. Otherwise, we just proceed forward.
Yeah, it's just taking a bit of time for both these teams to set up the whatever technical problems they have. But at this stage, I think it's a good time to discuss as well the layers of Rise, right? The thing is, the dependency for this team has a lot of different aspects to it. Umbreon, Mimikyu, Trevenant can all start to play, right? Umbreon has a mean look. If ever they want to go for it, they could also go for foul play. As you have mentioned a while ago, it's something that these two can alternate for in terms of setting up those team fights. For Mimikyu, you have the play with me. You also have the possibility for those shadow sneaks and play rough if they want to go for it. But I believe like Shadow Claw is now the more prioritized move set. And then for Trevenant, as always, you have the Wood Hammer, the Horneach, and the Phantom Forest. So pretty much, what I love about Rise is if, in terms of those team fighting, they do not need to be 5 man standing in front of you to set up those plays to go in for those team fights. They can act independently onto each and every single lane.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, again, that is honestly, you already said everything. I have nothing else to say. That is why we think of the composition for both of the teams. And that's why we also like both of the compositions here. One is more of like a burst kind of like composition, and one is more of a as you have mentioned, it doesn't really have to be a team fight. They can do whatever they want. It could be a 1-for-1 pickoff. It could be a team fight. It's really flexible and going into the elevate, and it's quite an amazing composition all throughout though. And again, Onyx Rise already have one game, and it might be the if they do win this, then they'll be sitting pretty comfortably in terms of the ranking. And elevate though, it's going to have a hard time catching up into the other teams. But at the very least, they already have 3 points, and that already is something.
Yeah, for sure. I think that speaks volume about how Elevate can act around into the Asia Champions 2025, and how they could have a much better position in terms of going into the playoffs as well, as they only need to be in the top 8, right? And I think it's still important to be able to accumulate as much points that you can, just because of how the bracketing would work. Or once you're in the top, of course, you're going to be matched away onto the opposite side of the leaderboard. So it will be really important for these teams to, at the very least, even if you're part of the top 8, you want to stack up a bit of those points as a precautionary measure. And yeah, I think we've been able to discuss about the team composition already. We've been able to discuss about each and every single one for Elevate actually as well.
I mean, like that's the beauty of it, right? Like it's a single round robin. We gather up points, and as much as we want to say that we could still play around a bit for day number 1, it's still better for you to be able to rack up points from day number 1 up to day number 6, because that will definitely give you such a added advantage, right, in terms of points, sort of ranking, allowing you to participate for the playoffs, which again is only going to be battling for by 8 teams. So we have to say goodbye to 2 teams, right? We have to say goodbye to 2 teams for out of the 10 teams that's participating in the group stages, which, by the way, is an invitational. For those who doesn't know, there's no open brackets here. Everyone was invited into this tournament, and of course, going to the playoffs, only 4 of the 8 that will qualify for the playoffs will be able to proceed to Japan for the Asia Champions League finals. Now, we just got an update. It seems as if like some of those in Elevate was experienced some technical errors, some connection errors actually, while choosing their Pokemon, or during the draft phase actually. But we are going to be proceeding with the same teams with the same Pokemon, but we just have to rematch and restart the lobby and everything. And once we have that all in, then we will immediately proceed into the game.
Yeah, similar to what happened in game number one. Just having a quick rematch, having a quick re-lobby, and then we're good to go for everyone that is currently waiting for that final, well, potentially final game. I don't want to jinx anything as of yet, since the best of three series of Elevate is able to take a win up against Sonic Rise. We're jumping into the long distance. We're jumping into game three for this series.
And there we have it. I think we are now heading to the game. There we go. Yeah. Everything is up while we are talking. They've already set up everything. It is going to be Elevate and Onyx Rise. Game number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. Same comps as they chose for the second draft.
Yeah, I mean it's still strong. I don't even if Elevate is just gonna speak like, you know what, it's a mispick or whatever. I don't think it's a mispick because this
I don't think so.
composition is actually quite good for the side of Elevate, but thankfully enough, it's not a mispick. But as of now, we're talking about how Onyx Rise really just have that potential. Mimikyu is just so strong currently in how the rotations are going for in Pokemon selections.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, going here though, it's still an early game. Still poking each other out here. But Elevate, the thing is here though, like the moment that they get their evolution, I think they would be ready and prepared for whatever Onyx Rise would be able to throw up against them. But Onyx Rise here, I think the win comp here is if they could take them out, take out Elevate one by one, pick them up one by one. Because if they are going to be, fighting off in a team fight, I think Elevate definitely would have the advantage against Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and now Onyx Rise still fighting for the lane birds against Elevate. They really want it because, of course, it gives you a lot of XP, it gives you a lot of points, but Elevate has their own point of view. They're going in for Miva on top pad and getting those points in.
There you have it. Here we go. Solar Beam not going to be able to finish the job here as they couldn't. They couldn't reposition themselves for that of the Dodrio, but Dodrio still, roaming around, getting in some points, and just dunking in here and out for the side of Onyx Rise, which is definitely going to be the annoying one here for Elevate because they don't have much of a crowd control towards that of the the roaming Dodrio. I mean, there is the Slowbro. They can go in for, I don't know, like telekinesis, but I don't think telekinesis is going to be the play of the game here. Or is it?
Now, Elevate was able to get another KO of their own. It's pretty much like a 1-for-1, but Onyx Rise, right? The thing is, like, Elevate is constantly being united in terms of the rotations, in terms of the roams. And Onyx Rise just capitalizing onto it. Constantly Mimikyu is hovering on top pad, is constantly putting on those points onto the top lane. So I think expectedly these two teams are going to trade down these goal zones. Elevate and bottom pad, Onyx Rise on top.
Right. So it was telekinesis after all. So that's definitely the one that can, answer back into that of the retreat. But as I say that, we do have some team fight going down bottom here. Onyx Rise, though, does have a bit of an advantage in terms of positioning. There you have it. Ranger going to be pop up as well. Solar Beam not going to be able to hit Zoe here into that of the bottom path, allowing them to be able to get away just a bit. But the Rodrio, though, a little bit low here with Miva.
Yeah, now the Reggies are coming up. Regirock has appeared into the bottom path. Onyx Rise going to deny it out of them and contest it with Mimikyu going for the Regieleki.
There goes Triple Trample, going to try to take away this Regirock, but unfortunately for them, a little bit too late here, but able to take away.
That's huge.
And there you have it. That's, as you have mentioned, really huge for them. Going to be able to take on Leafeon and, of course, the Urshifu and the Clefable as well, leaving down the Mew and that of the Slowbro. But with that being alone, I don't think they're going to have a long time of a living for this time around in this team fight. And just like that, Onyx Rise here is going to be able to push forward, put in some points here. Going to be able to take down Illuna, though, but that's a very good trade, I'll say.
Yeah, I think it was Trevenant who was able to reset up for Onyx Rise there into the bottom pad, but now Elevate defending tier 2 goals on top pad.
Right, and what I really like about here is that Mimikyu, it's not really an attacking Mimikyu, but rather more of a support utility Mimikyu, gunning in not for the Shadow Sneak, as we usually see it as an attacker, but instead goes in for the Trick Room for, a bit of a slow, basically like gravity, right, against the team of Elevate. So really amazing stuff here for both of the teams. But as of the moment, Onyx Rise does have the advantage, getting in a bit of a point here once again, 2 points is all that's left. When 40 points, getting in 38 points as an overcap into the first score goal down bottom.
A fantastic start there coming from Onyx. We talked about utility into their composition. We talked about how layers are going to work here, and so far we are seeing it come into fruition. Onyx utilizing the moveset across the board for each and every single one, and then Pikachu would have that extra support damage as well. And so far it has netted them up probably like a 160 point advantage so far up against Elevate, which is massive in 5 minutes.
No, for sure. I totally agree with you. But here you go, though. Zoe tried to seal it away, but ended up just tearing into that actual gore. Sorry, no, it's Cavalier rather. Uh, Basically giving it away into that of the Urshifu. And now it seems as if we're going to be seeing a bit of a trade here. Onyx is going to try to destroy or at least push into that bottom path as they take in the Reggie bottom. But at the same time, Elevate was able to take in the Reggie Elecki for them to be able to catch up just a little bit, if not as much as they want to off top.
Yeah, and they're just giving it away. They understand that they have that point trades into the bottom path, so it was really good already, and they had the Regi. So coming forward, they're going to look for those KOs. They're going to look for those eliminations. They have the advantage.
And here you go, a bit of a skirmish here down bottom. Moonlight has to be pop up into the Thunderstone as well. Going to be able to take on the Urshifu and the Slowbro as well. No more is there going to be anyone to dish out the damage for Elevate, but this is a time that they have to disengage as well, because a little bit more would be overextension and they would be punished for it. And there you have it. Onyx Rise recognizes this and knows the fact that they have to go back just a bit.
Yeah, and now they are on a very good stage. You have Onyx Rise just playing. Don't do this, Zoe.
No. I think what Zoe is doing here is pretty good. They are hooking them up and bringing them up to their teammates. Unfortunately, not all of them are there down bottom. Zoe needs some help here. It was already a good way to bait them out, but they needed the response here. Elevate is punishing them for not revolving, not answering the call here for that of the Umbreon. And look at this right now. Phantom Force is going to be popped up as well, putting down low HP instead of Elevate. Mimikyu going to be able to take down the Urshifu as well. Is there going to be another one here? Unfortunately, not going to be able to catch up because they went able to take him instead of the Shadow King.
Yeah, it's a bit less of an expectations for Onyx Rise. The layering was not enough. It was not there. They're going for those isolated fights. That is the reason why they were flushed away by Elevate and wiped quite a bit, but Onyx Rise still answered back. Just bought time there. Really important for Zoe to do that constantly and just bait out Elevate. But now the Regis are coming back anytime soon. Reggie Lucky already available up top, but I feel like it's a priority on the Reggie bottom for the Rayquaza fight.
That was a very good idea, though. That was a very good idea coming from Zoe to, bait them in. They took the bait, bring it to their teammates, but unfortunately, there was no response. So, man, that was actually quite great for Elevate to punish through, and they just got themselves a bit of a rubber band here in terms of XP. And I think even if they are currently in a deficit in terms of the points, they can for sure catch up in terms of the team fight against that of Onyx Rise.
Yeah, now 2 minutes in, Rayquaza is now up into the map. And Elevate positioning themselves more towards the upper end of the central area, and Onyx Rise on the bottom. But look at position of Mimikyu just waiting for the opportunity to go for a sneak attack in the back.
Right, and this potentially is the final Rayquaza fight as well, if Onyx Rise will be able to take this one out for themselves. But Zoe again baiting down Elevate, trying to put them out of that Ray pit so that they can take them all out one by one.
Just look at Mimikyu. I'm still looking at it, and now Trevenant is stuck.
In. Oh my goodness, Telekinesis is going to be popping up as well into the slow beam, bounding them up. Physical Mirage is going to be popped up as well into the surf. But what's going to happen here? Moonlight Press is going to be popped up. There's going to be 2 down to the side of Elevate. No, 3-for-1 trade. Illness, the only casualty for Onyx Rise here thus far. But look at that. Lewis is the only one left here. Are they going to be able to seal away this with a slow with a slower beam? I don't quite think so, as there is the Umbreon, right? Zoe here marking them down, allowing Onyx Rise to freely take in this Rayquaza for themselves, and now they might as well have taken in this game for themselves. 2-0 against Elevate.
And that is the reason why we mentioned Onyx Rise. The positioning that they did there in Rayquaza was phenomenal. They were just waiting. We're in Elevate commits. They will answer back in counter engage. And once that happens, they just stacked up in terms of their utility, and they just dominated that team fight and wiped out Elevate with only you, the last one standing. And Onyx Rise will now secure game 2.
Yeah, I mean, again, that is the win condition here for Onyx Rise, and they did phenomenally. And at the same time, it's I like the fact that they actually waited. I thought for sure, right? I thought for sure that, well, Trevenant had a bit of a problem, right? Have a bit of a pinch there at out of the Ray Pit, but they were really just waiting for that, even after getting used, telekinesis into that of the slow beam. But they were Onyx Rise was able to respond back immediately afterwards, taking down Elevate, leaving Al Lewis behind as being the only one left here for Elevate. And with that being said, though, Onyx Rise, as we have mentioned, winning 2-0 against that of Elevate, bringing them up into that of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and now with them taking that win, they are now on even field alongside Paper Rex and Full Sense at 9 points each. So really a good start for this team. And even Onyx Rise, I believe if Onyx Rise even gained a point on their opponents, no, they did not. They lost against evos in the third two. I was thinking if they can get like 10 points, right? Because if they get at least a game win in the series, they get a point. So, but unfortunately, no, they lost against evos 0-2. But Onyx Rise in this series specifically has dominated up against Elevate in a 2-0 win, not leaving any breathing room from the beginning until the very end.
One of the things that I'm quite interested to see is how they're going to be able to change things up, especially that if you consider, right, there is at least 2 full weeks before the next game. Right, so the next one is going to be on the November 30th for day number 3. So they definitely have a lot of time to practice, to do some trainings, maybe even some scrims. And we don't know. We might be able to see some patches as well. And if there is a patch, we might be able to see a huge difference in terms of game style, gameplay into that of day number 3. And another thing that we have to consider as well is Psyduck is already out. Darkrai has already been out for quite a while. There might be some possibility that we might be able to see Darkrai and Psyduck for day number 3. But we'll have to update you later down the line.
Yeah, and it has been used in Latin America. So soon enough, I feel like if we see Darkrai, it can be quite impactful in terms of those compositions. The type of comps that we see so far would definitely change. But coming back into ACL that we have right now for week 1, it definitely is a fest of a lot of different scenarios of compositions for each and every single team. We saw a lot of aggression, we saw triple defender, we saw triple attacker, and I think we're gonna see a lot more down the road in the future weeks.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of exciting things that we have to consider as well going to game number 3. But obviously, you just have to please stay tuned over our social media. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, X, and we also have Facebook accounts. So make sure you are tune in to those pages, you follow them, you like them, so that you know what's going to happen in Asia Champions League, whether we'll have Darkrai and Psyduck for day number 3, which again is on November 30th. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike, congratulations once again to Onyx for getting the win, getting the dub against that of Elevate. And again, they also won against Ultra Ego 2-0 for both of the games this day. So definitely putting them up in the rankings. So amazing stuff, amazing plays for our tournament for today.
Yeah, and we have a lot more. We have a lot more coming in prepared for the Pokemon Unite fans. We still have a couple of weeks of Asia Champions League 2025 action. Next week, we're going to have more group stages, and then the week after that, we have board for day 5 and day 6 to conclude the group stages and finally see who's going into the playoffs for the top 8. So stay tuned, because there's a lot of Pokemon Unite competitive scene action here in ACL up until March 2025, right, JJ Kun?
Oh no, yeah, for sure, for sure. And at the same time, right, like just to be a bit more technical about it, we're gonna be showing you just a bit the tournament calendar so that you will be reminded of when is what going to happen. Because again, it's not just the Asia Champions League that we're going to have in between this. The group stages and of course the finals, but we also have the winter tournament for East and West Asia. So, compared to like previous tournaments, it's only up for Japan, but this time it's already up for Asia as well. So really interesting stuff. And at the same time, we are actually live as well, along with India and Japan. So they have their own qualifiers. And at the same time, again, as we have mentioned, that is the Latin America International Championships for the West, which, they are already playing Darkrai. So it's really going to be exciting time to see if we are going to be able to get Darkrai running into the tournament of Asia Champions League.
It's one of the priority picks as well. I think so
Right.
far we have seen Darkrai come out time and time again. So if ever it comes down into the Asia Champions League, that will be very exciting, and I'm looking forward to it on how can it impact, especially in terms of those damage, in terms of how much it can provide for the team, because that will be another type. It will be another Pokemon that can fill in that role for damage.
No, yeah, for sure. And it's I believe it also has like 100% participation rate for LAIC. It's either it's used or 100% banned. It's just that, just like what we have with Umbreon, for example, for our tournament, right? Like it's either it's used or it's always banned. We have the Hoopa and of course the Leafeon as well. So 100% pick rate, 100% popularity pick into that of our tournament. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for a bit here so that we can make some announcement. And again, we are going to be showing you the results, the current standing in just a bit. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and I'm really excited actually, because as a run back to what had occurred in the very first week for the viewers watching at home. Currently, we already have Paper Rex and Full Sense at 3-0 each in terms of series, so they have 9 points each expectedly coming down into the leaderboard. And then you have Onyx Rise following suit in 3-1 in terms of series wins and losses. BRU to follow through for a 2-1 series win and loss. Elevate having 1-1, or rather 1-2 series win and loss. Talon Esports, Alter Ego, even in terms of the leaderboards, with 1 win and 2 losses each. And then you have Blacklist International, Evos Onyx, and 1-3 series loss. And last but not least, it would be Miran Sejong. We're currently still looking for the first win.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a lot. There's a lot. Again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of expectation really for Miran Sejong. Again, they are XCG, a really strong team, but as of the moment, well, it has been quite a while, right, since the WCS, right? It has been like what, 5 months since? Was it 4 or 5-ish months?
It's been
since,
months.
yes. Which is quite an ample amount of time for teams to be able to prepare and train to catch up against them, and that is essentially what happened this time around. So definitely it's going to be quite an interesting thing to see if Miran Sejong would be able to catch up against the rest of the teams, the rest of the 9 teams in this tournament, because again, we have 2 weeks before the next day of the tournament.
Yeah, and I'm actually really accelerated on what the top 8 teams are going to be, because so far these leaderboard that is going to be seen here today would drastically change moving forward into the next weeks, because some teams are battling the best
Right.
so far across Southeast Asia, across Asia overall. So that definitely would be a blunder and a hindrance to reaching a lot of points at the start here for day 1 and day 2. And as we go through the following weeks, as we go through the following days, things will change. Things will definitely come up in terms of the positions of these teams. And I guess here we go, the leaderboard for Pokemon Unite ACL 2025 for week 1.
Right. So as we have mentioned, the reason why I think the people might be wondering here why Paper Rex only has like 9 points is mainly because they only had one game today, right? Oh wait, yeah, they only have one game today. They did have two, however, on day number one. So there are definitely going to be some teams who will be playing only one time on some of the days, but they will be meeting each other once at the very least. So as we can see here, as we have mentioned earlier, Paper Rex, Full Sense, Onyx Christ now has 9 points. Next would be Buriram United Esports at 7 points, and then Talon at 5 points. And Infinity, what's the ones with the 6 to 10?
Sorry?
What's that?
6 to
What are the
10.
teams? 6 to
Okay.
10, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much like EVOS Onyx, currently sitting at 5 points already. They had a 1 win and then 3 losses, but they were able to take a couple of wins in the respective series, taking a couple of games here and there. That is the reason why they are currently sitting at 5 points, and Elevate gaining 4 points already. It's a similar fashion, taking a couple of games out from their series. And then you have Blacklist International currently sitting at 4 points, Alter Ego at 3, and Miran at 2 points.
Yeah, it's the results of the leaderboard is pretty surprising, to say the least. Especially that Alter Ego, they are they're one of the fan favorites, especially in this tournament. One of the, I'd say, the most expected to win as well. But seeing them down below the brackets, right? As of the moment, day number two, it's looking pretty bleak for them. It's looking pretty pretty bad for them. But again, we still have 5 more days of competition to be able to determine whoever is going to be saying goodbye to ACL.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to think about, because the thing is, two teams will be leaving us going into the playoffs as well. Only the top 8 will come through into the playoffs, and then top 4 will go into Japan. So really excited for that, and stay tuned and be updated on what's going to happen here in ACL.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this has been Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025, day number 2 of the group stages. My name is JJ, and with me is Infinity. We'll see you again on day number 3, only here at Pokemon Unite.